Hi Bill, welcome to Florida.
Thanks, it's great to be here.
First, please say a prayer to protect us and all our viewers from any reaction we might have to the information we're about to hear and from any spiritual attack.
Okay, sure. Abba Father, we come to you right now and we ask your protection over us and over anybody who might be watching this video. We pray that you would protect us from any kind of danger, any kind of attack. We pray also that the spirit of truth would prevail through all of this. We also ask that no one would be triggered by anything that is being said here, but rather that the spirit of peace would come through. And we just ask for all attacks of the enemy to be bound right now in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus Christ. And in his name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Before we go into any detail, what's a chronological order of all the groups and practices you did?
Well, basically, to start out with, I was raised Catholic, Catholic grade school, high school, the whole bit. Went to a Catholic college. While I was there, I was introduced to the occult and witchcraft by some of my professors and fellow students. I got into white witchcraft while I was in college, became a witch priest before I graduated. And then, once I was out in the world, I met my wife. We became a high priest and high priestess together and started covens up and down Lake Michigan and also in Iowa. Then we basically went on and got involved in ceremonial magic, and I got involved originally in Freemasonry, went through the degrees, became a Master Mason, and at that point, more or less at the same time, I also got involved with the Church of Satan for reasons that we'll probably explore later on. Then I got involved in higher levels of Masonry. It's called esoteric Masonry. And at that point, I had to sell my soul to the devil. Then finally, as we were kind of going down, circling the drain, so to speak, spiritually, because hardcore Satanism, black magic, and all of that, I was also, at a certain point, I had to go through an initiatory experience and become involved with vampirism. And then at that point, where I was really at the deepest, darkest part of my life, a lady had sent a check. I'd sent a check rather to Church of Satan, and the lady had sent the check back to me, canceled check. And apparently she was a Christian bank officer out there in San Francisco. But it's because she'd written on the check, "I'll be praying for you in the name of Jesus." And that started a cascade of events, which first of all bounced me into the Mormon church for 5 years, which I thought at the time was a Christian church. But then the Almighty used Mormonism to help me come to a saving knowledge of the true gospel, the true Jesus Christ, Yeshua. And at that point, I got born again, and that was in 1984. So that's the short version.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Did anything happen in your childhood to influence you to go in a certain direction?
Well, I had really good parents, no issues there, but I had some experiences, probably the most prominent one of which was, like most kids in my age, I was born in 1949, we went out trick-or-treating every year, and that was a big fun thing to do, and nothing really was thought of it as being bad. And one year I was out, I was probably 8 or 9 years old, and I was walking down the street with my buddy, trick-or-treating from door to door, and all of a sudden I just felt like looking up in the sky because it was a beautiful October night. And as I looked up in the sky, it seemed like instead of the stars being there, the sky was utterly black, and gradually emerging from the blackness were these thousands of leathery creatures. It looked kind of like, if you've ever been inside of a cave that was full of bats, that's what it looked like. And all these things had little ruby red eyes just blazed out at me. And I'm standing down here on the sidewalk, and I just felt this thrill of evil go through me, like their eyes pierced my very soul. And then my friend who'd kept on walking, he says, "Hey, Bill, what's going on? Come on, wanted to get more candy." And I looked at him, and I looked back up in the sky. It was a normal evening sky again. But I think at that moment I was touched by the spirit of evil. And from that time on, I began to get more and more. I became fascinated with like haunted houses and ESP and UFOs and all these kind of things, which in those days were very fringe and very weird, but I was really interested in. And that kind of started everything up.
Wow. Do you have any idea why you had that experience and lots of other people haven't had an experience like that?
Well, I mean, I can only speculate, but I think part of it was, as I said, in those days, nobody really thought of it being an issue to go out and, you know, so to speak, celebrate an occult holiday like that. My parents didn't pray over me. They didn't, you know, say, oh, you know, bless you or anything. They just sent me out. And I think I was basically walking around in a basically spiritually naked state. You know, I had no protection. And I think there may have been things in my background or whatever that predisposed me to that. But I may have just been in the wrong place at the wrong time, you know.
I see. Thank you. And what happened when you were about 12 years old in the North Woods in Wisconsin?
Well, every other summer, my folks like to go up to Rhinelander, Wisconsin, which is up in a beautiful area with lots of lakes and everything. And one night they'd gone somewhere and I was alone, and we had a cabin right down by this lake. And it was a beautiful night again. And I was just sitting out on the dock enjoying the night. And all of a sudden, it was the strangest thing. First of all, I heard this wind, like a mighty wind, but the trees didn't move. And then that ceased. And then the trees started to move and sway back and forth pretty violently, but there was no wind. And the hair kind of stood up on the back of my neck at that point, because this is really strange. And all of a sudden I saw this blackness rise over the horizon. I could see all the way across the lake. And it was like this vast head came up that blotted out the stars. And it rose and rose, and finally I could see that it was a giant human body that literally bestrode the vault of the heavens. And everything stopped. I mean, all the night creatures stopped. I mean, you could hear no frogs, no crickets, no nothing. And I could see these legs go right over me. And then the other leg went, and for a moment you could not even see the stars in the sky. And then as soon as the second leg, so to speak, passed out of sight, and I kind of tried to watch, but there was a kind of a hillock behind me and trees, and so it raced, it was out of my sight. And at that moment, everything returned to normal, except my heart was just pounding, and I couldn't even imagine what I had seen. I was only 12 years old, and it was like this great, awesome, dark thing.
Wow. Did you ever work out later what that was you saw?
Well, yeah. After several years later, we learned that Wisconsin is sort of notable for having a lot of strange things going on, especially in the north half of the state. And there's what's called a great old one, who's called Ithaqua, or the Windwalker, the Wendigo. And I believe that I was blessed with having a visit from him that night.
Wow. Did anything ever happen to you while you were a teenager to get you interested in the occult? Well, that probably was the big thing. As I said, I started getting intrigued by things like, you know, haunted houses, and when we'd go on vacation, trips around the country, I'd always think my dad take side trips to places where I knew there was a haunted house. And we had this one house in our community where it was the strangest thing. It was what we would call a poltergeist type thing. And one of the girls in our school lived there. And once in a while, these ghosts would have knife fights in the kitchen. That sounds really funny, but they'd come down in the morning for breakfast, and it was like every knife, you know, because everybody has these little kitchen knives and steak knives sitting out, you know, to use, and every knife would be buried in the cabinetry. Oh, no. Just like there's these two spirits going, funk, 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 like that. Wow. And there was no explanation for it. The doors were locked. There was no sign of breaking and entering. I mean, it was just like this. And I kept getting exposed to these weird little things. I mean, nothing really spectacular. I suppose some people think having a knife fight by invisible ghosts in your kitchen was pretty spectacular, but it just was kind of a cumulative thing I got. And you see, that's the interesting thing, is that the great Christian writer C.S. Lewis has said that the occult awakens within you a spiritual kind of lust that's very akin to physical lust. And once you're exposed to it, once that's awakened, it like creates this itch for more and more. And it's very hard to get rid of that itch once you've gotten it. And of course, you know, I was just a young person. I wasn't really prepared for that kind of thing. I see. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Have you ever done a seance?
Oh, yes. What happened was when I got to college, As I mentioned earlier, we had a professor in theology who told us that Yeshua, Jesus, had been a magician. And that the way he did things like walk on water, turn water into wine, was he had gone and studied in the East with, Tibetan masters or Indian gurus, or he'd gone to Egypt and studied with the Magi or whatever, So he said that if we wanted to be like Christ, and see, that's a doctrine within the Catholic Church, is that the priest is another Christ. And so, therefore, he said, if you want to be like Christ, if you want to be a good priest, you should study the occult. So I kind of started reading some books, and I was very intrigued by it. I'd read about ESP and read like Hans Holzer's book on Ghostbusters and things like that. And so this one older classmate of mine, it was Halloween night, and I'd been involved in a play, helping out with the music. And he said, well, it's Halloween night, let's do a seance. And he had heard that this very important guy who'd given all sorts of money to this college had arranged for his deceased wife to be buried in the basement of the chapel there. Well, they used to do that in Europe, bury important people under the chapel. And I was music major, and so I was also working as a music librarian, so I had the keys to get in after hours. So we all went in, and there was this long corridor. At the end of the corridor were these huge oak doors. And right there was the lady buried behind those doors, a big, sarcophagus. And so we all sat down cross-legged on the floor, and we held our hands. I won't say the lady's name, but we called out her name. Come and visit us, the usual hokey adolescent thing. But the interesting was, and here's the weird thing, is that it was utterly black in this room because it was a basement. Mm. And once we turned off the light, you could not see your hand in front of your face. And we were sitting along this wall in kind of an oval. None of us were near the door. The doors to the tomb. And after about 2 or 3 minutes of this guy, caterwauling and trying to make the person appear, nothing ever appeared, but all of a sudden the doors started to rattle. Like this, boom, 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 kind of like someone was on the other side of the doors trying to get out. And every one of us just lost it. We just ran out of that room as fast as, like the devil was after us, which of course in a sense he was. And that was the beginning of a story I probably don't have time to go into on this thing, but where because we raised, so to speak, that ghost, it hung around there and haunted the place for like 2 years and scared the living daylights out of people. And it would do things like play the piano, and then we'd open the practice room door and there'd be no pianist in the room. Or it would actually throw people around. It would beat people up. It would cause music to appear on recording tapes unbidden. All kinds of weird stuff. So yeah, I had my share of that.
Wow, thanks. We have got a bit of extra time. What's that story you said that you'd like to tell?
Basically, as I mentioned most of it, but the interesting thing is that at one point in our part of the country, which is Iowa, we have a lot of tornadoes and stuff happening, and because of my position of responsibility as I was called a band librarian, I was kind of supposed to watch over the music department. And one night we had a tornado warning, a tornado came nearby and knocked out all the power in Dubuque. And so the dean of men called me in and said, you go down there and watch the doors of the music department so nobody breaks in and vandalizes something or whatever. So I went down there with my buddy and we stood there, and all of a sudden we heard this organ playing inside of the music department. It was locked, and it was playing the same eerie song that we'd come to associate that with this woman. And the dean of men came along with a flashlight after about 5 minutes of hearing this music. He says, who's in there playing that music? And we said, well, as far as we know, nobody. And he says, well, this isn't right, and I'm going to go and investigate. And we said, sir, it's an electric organ, and there's no power. And he said, I don't care, I'm going in there. So, he had his key out, and he opened the door. He had one of these big plastic flashlights, and he walked in. And as soon as he walked through the door, the flashlight detonated in his hand. It just blew up. There wasn't anything left of it. He just walked back out, locked the door, and went away. He didn't want anything to do with it. So the ultimate thing is that anybody who went into that music department, it seemed, would get beat up in some way or have some violent thing happen to them. And it even happened to me once. One time, I was in there after dark, and I was doing some business for the college, and I left and turned all the lights off, went back in to get something I'd forgotten.
and I felt something grab me on my ankle, like actually on my calf, my left calf, that just was like a searing red-hot hand. And it was blinding pain all up and down my leg. And the funny thing was when I got home, there was actually like a first-degree burn there in the shape of a human hand, woman's hand. And for years, my wife will confirm this, no hair would grow on that area. You know, men have hair on their leg.
Wow.
So anyway, it was really strange. And so finally we decided we got to do something. You know, we started this. Unfortunately, the guy that had run the original seance had graduated. So by this time, I kind of read up on the occult. And I got this book called The Greater Key of Solomon, which is a not black magic, it's really white magic grimoire. And it had an exorcism ritual in there. And so I thought, well, okay, I'm going to go do this. And I went in and a friend taught me how to use a credit card to slip the lock. So I went into the music department and I slipped the lock on the tomb. And this was so strange because all my friends, in fact, like 20 or 30 people on the campus were all waiting for Bill Schnoebelen to get creamed. Because I was actually walking into the tomb, you know, at night, in the dark. You know, it was like, we didn't know what was going to happen. And so I went up and I stood on the tomb, because it was like about 2 feet off the ground, big marble slab. And I read this ritual of exorcism. And, you know, it was weird because it had all these Jewish names, and you were commanding the spirits to leave in the name of Adonai, in the name of Agalah, in the name of Tetragrammaton, or whatever. And nothing happened. Absolutely nothing. And they were all my friends were disappointed. You know, they thought they were getting some fireworks. But the funny thing was, is after I did that, nothing else ever happened in that school.
Good.
Well, but the problem was, is see, that taught me a false lesson. That taught me that magic was efficacious. It taught me that the occult could work power, could have power over the dead, over the spirit world, whatever. And that was actually a fraudulent lesson.
Right.
But see, that's how the devil does things. He will get you to think you have power over the occult realms through rituals, through ceremony, through these various books or whatever. And actually, it's a fraud. Because really, we have, without Yeshua, we have no power over evil whatsoever.
Right, thank you. So when you got involved in all those different groups, what were your goals at the time?
Well, part of it was because of what this professor had told me. I was under the rather mistaken impression that I would become more like Christ by studying the occult. And so at first, it was like a noble spiritual quest. And I began, primarily, I think my motivation was knowledge. The whole idea, and again, this goes back, the word occult means hidden. This is a term that's even used like in medicine. They say if you have blood in your stool, it can't be seen. It's called occult blood. Anything that's hidden is occult. So hidden knowledge is always seductive. Everybody wants to know the mystery, you know. And that was what partly I wanted. I knew there was more out there than met the eye in my kind of banal Catholic upbringing. And I wanted to know more about the spiritual realm. Okay. I wasn't really in it for power. That came later.
I see.
I was in it to get the higher wisdom, you know.
Did you ultimately want to be good and help people?
At that time, yes, very much so. I thought I was going to be a priest, and I was going to, you know, bless people and do all this stuff, and really, you know, for a large part of even in once I got into the full-blown occult/witchcraft part of my life, we were very altruistic. We were healers. We were working to help people. It was only toward the end that the corrupting influence of the occult started really kind of corroding my very soul. Okay, thank you. How many years were you involved in Wicca? Well, let me think. Probably around 16 years. Because I was first initiated in 68, and when I got born again and I left it was 1984, so I think that comes out to around 16 years. Okay. And how deep was your involvement with Wicca at that time? Well, pretty deep. I started out, of course, you know, you begin, you study, you read books, and you get initiated to the first degree. Ultimately, from 68 and finally in 73, I was made a witch high priest, and along with my wife, who at the same time was made a witch high priestess. And we were pretty deep into it. I mean, I had a more than 3,000 book library of occult books. Wow. And we taught classes. I was a certified astrologer. I did tarot readings. I was also trained as a medium.
what today is called like a trance channeler. We did psychic readings. We practiced ceremonial magic. I mean, talk about been there, done that, bought the T-shirt. Well, that was me. I mean, both of us were just very, very, we're kind of workaholics. We're kind of compulsive overachievers. And so when we got into this, we got into it with, there were days, even though I had a full-time job, where I would spend like 3 hours a day before I went to work practicing, doing conjurations, doing incantations, stuff like that, to try and raise, levels of occult power or supposedly improve the world or whatever, So we were very deeply committed.
I see. And what was your normal job?
Well, I had several of them. Believe it or not, once I got out of college, for a couple of years, I was a music teacher in a Catholic school because that was my degree. But I think they kind of got a little tired of me walking around with a pentagram around my neck, and, so they let me go. And then I had numerous, basically kind of menial jobs until really after I got saved. I never really had a really super duper job. I worked in a foundry for a while. I was a security guard. I worked for the Milwaukee Sentinel, because at this time we were living in Milwaukee, as a person who went around and filled up the boxes at night, with the newspapers. So that was basically my wonderful career.
Okay, thank you. What's the difference between Wicca, witchcraft, and magic?
Well, Wicca, it's actually it's pronounced Witcher, really. It's the old Anglo-Saxon word that means bent or twisted originally, but it's the origin of our word witch. And so back in the 50s, when witches started coming out of the broom closet, pardon the pun, they started calling themselves Wiccans because it sounded better, than calling themselves witches, because witches had a really bad press back then. Everybody thought that witches were ugly old hags with green skin and warts and everything. Witchcraft is what a lot of witches do, but not by means any of them, because Wicca is actually a religion. Witchcraft is a technology it's a mental, spiritual technology that some witches use. Most witches, I dare say. But witchcraft is more or less the same thing as magic, except magic is higher, if you will. There's what is called low magic and what is called high magic. And typically most witchcraft is low magic, which it's kind of like in the Church of England, they talk about low church and high church, and the high church is more ceremonial, and the low church is more simple and sort of almost like Protestant. Well, it's the same thing with this. The low magic, which is witchcraft, is usually pretty simple, more akin to what anthropologists would call folk magic, whereas magic is more like ceremonies and wearing fancy robes and very, very elaborate, things where you have to be very literate. You have to be able to read Latin and Greek and all that kind of stuff. So there's a big difference there. The technical definition of magic, which was made by the infamous magician Aleister Crowley, he said, magic is the art of causing change to occur in conformity with will. But I would add to that, because that's a little simplistic, I would add to that without any visible means of doing so. In other words, I can move a pencil across a table, and I've caused change to occur in conformity with my will, but that isn't really magic. If I could move that pencil without touching it, that would be magic.
Okay, and how are you spelling magic?
Well, most ceremonial, serious magicians spell magic the old English way with a K on the end, M-A-G-I-C-K, to distinguish it from stage magic, prestidigitation, pulling rabbits out of hats.
Okay, thanks. So a lot of people believe that the power of witchcraft is imaginary. What do you say about that?
Well, in a sense, they're right. Witchcraft, as in its power, as they're thinking of it, is imaginary. But instead of the witches believe magic comes within them, or that it comes from being at one with the earth and at one with the sky, and this kind of pantheistic thing where, kind of like the Force in Star Wars, But actually, there is a real power in witchcraft, but the power comes from the demonic realm. If you say, if you give yourself over to these gods, these ancient gods, and say, I'm going to serve you, what they don't realize is that behind those gods are a mask. And behind those masks is the demonic, ultimately Satan himself. And so
when you do something magical, and I did many things that were apparently, at least a very vast coincidences, at least, if not downright miraculous at most, and they were done by the power of demons.
Okay, and how do you know that? Because a lot of people who maybe are into witchcraft are going to say, well, that's not true.
Well, let me give you an illustration. A friend of mine, colleague in the ministry, was on a radio show, and he was talking about this very subject. And a witch high priest called up and challenged him with the very question you asked. He said, well, I don't believe my powers come from demons. I believe my powers come from the sky god and the mother goddess. And my friend said, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pray right now in the name of Yeshua, Jesus Christ, that all the demons in you that give you the power to do these things will be bound for 1 week until you come to your senses. And he prayed that prayer right over the air, and the guy just got mad and hung up. 2 or 3 days later, the guy called the show. He wasn't even on, my friend wasn't even there, and the guy was frantic because he had nowhere else to call, and he says, I don't have my occult power anymore. It's been gone from the very day you prayed that prayer, or the other fellow did.
Oh.
And he said, I want it, because he was into power. And he said, obviously, your God has more power than my God. And I want that power. Now, that's not the best reason to become a Christian. But, it was a start. And that guy ended up getting saved. And he was one of the most prominent witch high priests in the greater Seattle area.
Oh, great story.
So that kind of illustrates the point. And I could tell you several other stories of a similar nature.
Okay, tell us one more.
Well, okay. This is on a slightly different tack, but I'm sure many people know about the almost supernatural powers that supposedly are possessed by high-level kung fu masters. That they can like punch at a wall and not even touch it and have the wall collapse, or make people fall down just by giving their ki type shout at the person or whatever. Well, one time, another colleague of mine who's a minister in Wyoming, his meeting was disrupted by this local guy who was this really high-level, Shaolin master. And he came in and he challenged the guy right there on the spot and wanted to fight him. He says, you claim you worship this great mighty God. Well, take me on. So the guy just prayed in the name of Yeshua, and he said, you will not be able to move until I allow you to, by the power of the blood of Yeshua. And the guy fell flat on his face before the altar, just spread-eagled, and it was like the gravity around him had become like the gravity of Jupiter. And the guy was just pinned to the floor like there was a magnet there. And he laid there for like 10 minutes.
Wow.
And he finally started pleading with the guy to let him up. And, the guy was a nice guy, and he asked the Lord to let him up, and he was fine. And then he repented and went to the altar and got saved. So, again, that shows that what a lot of people think is power that comes from within, or power that comes from the universe, is actually occult power.
Okay, great. Thank you for those stories. A lot of people think that witchcraft is very rare. What would you say about that from your own experience?
Well, again, I would say to a degree that's true. There are a lot of witches, but most of those witches don't know what they're doing. They don't really have a lot of occult power. They're basically playing around. It's still dangerous because they've turned their back on the living, Elohim, the living God, and they're worshiping false gods. But even in my own life, as a witch, I had in 16 years of practicing the occult maybe a half dozen times in that life when I did something really astounding. There were a lot of times when we would do magic and nothing would happen. Quite a lot, in fact. But every now and then the devil would throw us a bone. And we remember years ago we had seen this movie, Little Big Man, with Dustin Hoffman. And there's this old Native American Indian chief in it. And he was supposed to go up on top of a mountain and die and do magic so he would die. And nothing happened. And he walked down the mountain and said, sometimes the magic works and sometimes it doesn't. And so that became kind of our tagline. Oh, well, sometimes the magic works, sometimes it doesn't. So it's not like there are all these witches running around doing all these wonderful, miraculous things. It's a comparative rarity. But there are literally tens of thousands of witches in America, probably hundreds of thousands by now. It was very rare when we got into it back in the late 60s. But now I mean, you can go to any occult bookstore or even any regular bookstore and find 25, 30 books on how to be a witch.
Wow. Thank you. Would you please share us the story about the man who got attacked by a demon in his garage when he tried to call him up?
Well, this is ceremonial magic now, which is like high art, high church, high theater. But the idea is you lay down this special circle on the floor with chalk and sulfur and various other things, depending on what ritual you're doing. And then you stay in the circle as the magician, and you outside the circle, you set up this what's called a triangle of manifestation on the floor, and you call up some powerful demon spirit to come and serve you. And supposedly, as long as you're in this circle, he can't hurt you. That's the rules. And so this guy was calling up the demon, what the demon that Aleister Crowley called the mighty demon, Haranzan. This is one of the mightiest and most feared of all demons on earth. And he was calling this demon up, and it took like hours and hours. These incantations and vile-smelling incense was filling this garage, and he'd basically turned into his ceremonial temple. And, all of a sudden the demon started to manifest. And you could see this just awful-looking thing that is indescribable. And he started to command it, because the idea is you command this demon that he will have to obey you from then on, kind of like a genie.
How would did the demon just appear like as a ghost in the room, or
no?
what?
It was like this big sort of slimy tentacle, amorphous, really not easy to describe. Very, very pustulant and tentacles and slithery and not at all anthropomorphic. And he was exerting his force on this demon, and the thing was reaching a crescendo. The magic circle was actually glowing. It was so powerful. And I know this is true because I'm the one who was sitting there keeping track of all this as a scribe, because every ceremonial magician has a little lowly peon flunky to write everything down. Wow. Kind of like a scribe.
So this demon, how big was it?
It towered to the very roof of the garage. Huh. And all of it, and it's because I was sitting in what they call a neutral triangle, so the demon didn't mess with me.
And was it solid, or could you sort of see through it?
It was sort of amorphous. But see, the ideal is that the more incense you burn and the more blood you shed, the demon draws substance from this. This is what's called the material basis in ceremonial magic. So the more incense the guy burned, the more easily you could see the demon. Well, finally, just when this thing is reaching a crescendo, all of a sudden the phone rang. And the guy reached out of the circle to answer the phone, and instantly the circle vanished, and he vanished, just in a flash of sulfur. And the funny thing was, there was no phone in the room. Ooh. That's how tricky these demons can be. And I went in and I told the guy's wife, widow, and she was also into this. She was a witch and a sorceress. And she was just sort of philosophical about it, it happens. Obviously, she was very upset, but you can't call the police and say a demon kidnapped my husband and carried him into the abyss. They don't really have jurisdiction there. So that illustrates it. Even though people think this is either, fun stuff like Harry Potter, or it's like, just even not even real, it can be very real. Now, I'm not saying that happens every week, that kind of thing. It probably doesn't. But this guy was a very high-level ceremonial magician, and yet he was still able to be tricked by the demon.
Wow. Now, what's the definition of a ceremonial magician?
Well, that's like ceremonial magic is the highest form of magic. And it's where you have to learn long, elaborate, some rituals, like we did one ritual called the Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage, that took 6 months of preparation. Wow. And every day you have to go through purifications, and many of your viewers probably have heard the magic word abracadabra.
Yeah, sure.
Well, that came from that. That's a word on a magic square from the Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage, and that usually they involve robes and incense, and you have to wear certain colored robes and certain colored candles, and you have to have wands and swords and all kinds of stuff. It's not something that the person who didn't have a lot of money would want to do. And usually it involves either invocation or evocation. Invocation is where you believe you're calling on something higher than yourself, like an angelic being. These people believe that they can call upon angels and command them, which of course is, horsepucky. But that's what they believe. Now, an evocation is where they call on something that's lower than a human being, like a demon, an elemental, an elementary, or something like that, and command them to serve them. And like that particular book that I was talking about, it would have all these talismans that were you draw on parchment that would be like magic squares, except they'd have letters in them, and like a talisman to find treasure, or a talisman to have a woman fall in love with you, or a talisman to be able to fly through the air. And you would get conversation and knowledge with your HGA, your holy guardian angel. That was the ultimate goal of this. And the holy guardian angel would touch these different talismans and empower them, so then you could find treasure or fly or whatever it happened to be. So we went through all of this stuff, just months of it, and we did the ritual, and then of course we had all these talismans, and none of them worked.
Okay, does that mean there's something wrong with guardian angels?
No, there's nothing wrong with guardian angels. This is just a construct that they come, because you've got to realize, these people that came up with this stuff in the Middle Ages, that's where most ceremonial magic originated, was between like the 1200s, 1300s, 1400s, 1500s. They lived in fear of their lives, because if they were found, the Catholic Church, which was really the only church in those days, would burn them at the stake. And so they made their stuff sound very Christian. They used like if you were to read some of these things, you would think you were reading, like there might be psalms, there might be long passages where the person is addressed either in the name of God, like Yahweh or El Elyon or Adonai or something, or whatever. And so they were made to appear to be very holy and very sanctimonious. And they were often written in Latin, which was, of course, the sacred language. So the problem is that they did that to mask the fact that they were actually trafficking with dark forces.
Well, sometimes we have, like, politicians will say a prayer to God, so that means they could be praying to someone else. How would you tell the difference?
Well, I mean, only Yahweh God knows a man's heart or a woman's heart. So if he is saying a prayer, we don't know if he's really praying to the true God or not. Because really, this is might surprise some of your readers, but the name of God is not God. That's not his name. That's actually the name of an ancient Sumerian little g god of fortune or good luck. The name of the true and living deity is Yahweh. And his son, of course, is Jesus Yeshua. So if you pray in those names, you may or may not be a genuine believer. Only the Almighty knows that. We're told not to judge people's hearts, but only to judge their fruits. And if there's someone who says, "Well, I'm a Christian politician," all this stuff, and then he's going out there and doing all this reprehensible stuff, then he's probably, you got to kind of be a fruit inspector.
I see. Okay. Can you tell us some more stories that show witchcraft has some power?
One example, there's a law within the witches. The witches have their own kind of Bible. It's called the Book of Shadows. And basically, one of the rules in it is the law of threefold return. If you do something good to someone, you're supposed to get it back 3 times better. If you do something nasty to another person, you get it back 3 times worse. Well, way back in the very beginningest days of my being a witch, I was just a little baby witch. And I had this other, not my wife, I hadn't even met my wife yet, I had this other girl who was working as kind of a sort of substitute priestess. And I bought her a set of what are called bigas, which is the word for the witch jewels. And it's like a special necklace and crown and all, and they're very sacred. It's sort of like a bargain basement version of the crown jewels in the Tower of London, if you will. And because every head of a coven is actually a queen. She's a witch queen. And anyhow, this girl had a friend who was not really a very good friend, and she came in, and while the girl wasn't looking, she stole those things and pawned them, those jewels. They weren't even very expensive, but it was the idea that this girl stole something from the goddess. Well, because of this law of threefold return, Within 24 hours, this young lady, who was only like 19 or 20 years old, fell down 2 flights of stairs, broke her back, and was paralyzed from the waist down, as far as I know to this day. That's not obviously a very good thing. We did numerous occasions, we did spells of healing. One time, a lady in our coven, her husband was having a problem with his what they call erectile dysfunction, and we did a spell of love and it healed that. So, again, there is real stuff happening here, but it's powered by the demonic.
Thanks.
It's not powered by,
And what might be the downside to those people? I mean, something good happened, but what's going to be the downside down the track?
Again, the devil never gives you anything without taking something greater away from you. That's the danger. And so the downside is that all these people got more faith in the gods of Wicca and less faith in the true God of the Bible. That's the main downside. They were more and more deeply deceived. Now, here's the funny thing. You should ask that. Without saying any names, this fellow who had the problem, once that spell was done, within about a year and a half, he was running around cheating on his wife. And his wife didn't know about it. And he ended up finally, and she was the sweetest young lady, and he finally ended up divorcing her and marrying some 17-year-old chick who was 10 years younger than his wife, kind of a typical. It was like he was having a midlife crisis and he wasn't even 29 years old. So that's an interesting illustration of how this kind of thing can backfire on you. He ended up with sort of a case of permanent priapism.
Oh, thank you. Can you tell us another story to show how the power of Jesus is greater than even all these other powers?
Well, when I had gone on, and we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves here, and several years after this time, I had gotten involved in Satanism. And I met a guy who was one of the highest-ranking Satanists in the whole Midwest, and he was teaching me. And an interesting thing happened. A guy, came and paid this fellow, I think it was $500 to kill his ex-wife by a magical curse. In other words, he put out a psychic hit on his ex-wife because he wanted custody of the kids. Not a very nice guy. And he paid us this money, and this fellow asked me to help out with a curse. And so we got out and we started doing curses. Nothing worked. Nothing worked. In fact, we'd send out these we even did what's called in voodoo a grand envoûtement, which is one of the great, most powerful curses you can level against someone. Nothing. The only thing that happened is that upon numerous occasions, these demonic forces we would send out against this woman would come back and beat the tar out of us. It was like they would come back and we'd get hit with horrible things, like asthma attacks and seizures and whatever. And later on I found out that this guy that had made the contract, he was the son of a preacher, and his wife was a Christian. Now, obviously, this guy wasn't much of a Christian, but his wife was still walking with the Lord. And she was protected by the blood. And so everything we threw at her just bounced right back. Just no matter what we did, it just did not work. And of course, since we got saved, we've got so many people mad at us. We got the Mormons mad at us, the Masons mad at us, the witches mad at us, the Satanists mad at us. We've got so many people cursing us. We have to, keep a phone book full. And yet, 99% of this stuff never gets through because we're protected. It's kind of funny. The Hebrew word for blood is dome. And I tell people, we're under the dome.
Great.
the force field that's around us that protects us by the power of the living God.
Great. What can you say about the light, since so many people think if there's a demon or a bad thing that they'll just send it to the light and that solves all problems?
Well, we were taught that as spiritualist mediums, because both my wife and I were ordained as spiritualist ministers and mediums. If you see a spirit coming, you just say, do you stand in the light? Or like you say, if it's a bad, I just send it to the light. Well, people forget that light is it's neutral. I mean, and Lucifer himself, the name means light bearer. He's called an angel of light in Paul's epistle to the Corinthians. So light in and of itself, there can be a false light. And that's the problem. I know when I went through the Luciferian initiation, maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves here, but it was like this searing, blinding light came into my brain, just like someone pouring molten light molten lava into my mind. And it blinded me. I mean, even though I had my eyes closed, the light was so bright, it was like the incandescent light of 1,000 suns. And that was my illumination. That was my enlightenment with the light of Lucifer. So I had all the light you could possibly want. I felt like my brain had a suntan by the time we were done. But I knew nothing. I was in spiritual darkness. So sometimes, the illusion of light is actually the deepest sort of darkness. And it's much more efficacious to challenge an evil spirit in the name of Yeshua, Jesus Christ, and, command it to obey and to ask, do you serve the living God, Yahweh Elohim, King of the universe? And, of course, they have to say, no, I don't.
Okay.
And then you just send them on their merry way.
Do they have love in witchcraft?
Pardon me?
Love, is that...
Oh, well, yes. I mean, witches are there's an old, wives' tale that says witches cannot love and they cannot cry. But that's not really true. Witches are just normal people. They're just as normal as Methodists and Baptists and Hare Krishnas and Buddhists, So they can love. They may not be able to have the kind of unselfish agape love that Christians have, but they can love. I love my wife very deeply. I love her a bazillion times more now. But, and I know many people who were, very much in love. But I will also tell you this, Wicca is very hard on marriages. We performed quite a few hand fastings, which is the name for a witch wedding, and had many people who were married even before they joined our covens, and not one of those marriages survived except ours. All of the rest of the marriages ended in divorce, which is much higher than the national average.
Right. You make the comment in one of your books that a lot of people go to Wicca because they're sick of organised religion. Does Wicca have any of the problems of organised religion?
Well, of course it does, because anytime you have people, you have problems. I mean, like the old joke about, I'm trying to find a perfect church, but if I found the perfect church and joined it, it wouldn't be perfect anymore because I'd be in it. There's no such thing as a perfect anything. But the difference is that Wicca has only Wicca has only been around in any kind of organized way for less than a century. So it hasn't had as much time or as much power to mess up the way the Christian church has down through the centuries. But yeah, there was backbiting, there was fighting, there was guys cheating on their wives, and in fact we had one guy who actually tried to shoot another guy in the coven because he found out the guy was cheating on his wife. I mean, they have all the same problems, but just on a smaller scale, because of course there aren't coven by law can only be 13 members. So you can't have like a church of 500 people. You can't have a coven of 500 people. But even in a microcosmic sense, there's still bickering and backbiting and betrayal and all the same problems. That's why many witches now are choosing to be what is called solitaires, which means they just practice entirely by themselves. And it's easy then because you have a church of one, and obviously you can get along and do whatever you want.
Right.
But that doesn't really solve the problem. The person is still lost. They're still on their way to hell.
So what's the history of Wicca? Because I imagine a lot of people think that it's an ancient religion.
Well, that's how it's billed. They call it Il Vecchio Religione, the old religion. But actually, even witches that are serious about their scholarship will admit that probably there was no such thing as the witch cult as it's now described prior to the early part of the 20th century. In fact, a lot of them will now say that probably Gerald Gardner, who was a retired British civil servant, who basically made witchcraft popular in the 1950s. See, in Britain, up until 1951, it was a crime to say you were a witch. It came under the heading of being a scam artist. And then they changed the law and they made it the Fraudulent Mediums Act. And so for the first time in the history of Britain, it was legal to say you were a witch. And so just a couple years after that, Gerald Gardner came along and wrote a book called High Magic's Aid, which was a fictional account of a witch coven in the New Forest region of England. And that was the beginning of the modern witch cult. And really, most serious witches will tell you, you can't really find any trace. Yeah, there were witches before the 1900s, but they weren't the kind of witches that these people want to be. They were basically, either they were casting spells and cursing people and doing all sorts of weird junk, or they were herbalists, which isn't, there's nothing wrong with being an herbalist, but, you know, they were just weird old women who lived off in the woods and gathered herbs and stuff. So really, even though the PR is that witchcraft is very ancient, it might be based on a few concepts that are ancient, but there's no direct lineage. Like, you know, the Catholic Church claims they have apostolic succession back to Peter. Well, there's no such thing as that in Wicca. Wicca is basically a made-up religion. It was made up out of whole cloth in the 30s and 40s.
Has it got a connection to Druidism?
Well, yes, because although really that even is very tenuous, because, see, very few people even know what the Druids actually did.
That's true.
It's kind of, they're a religion that, because they had no written language. See, that was one weird, wonderful thing about the Druids, is they had to memorize everything. They had nothing was written down. And because of that, we have no real record, except in the broadest sense, of what Druids believed. And actually, Druids did not believe a lot of the things witches believe. For example, Druids did not believe in reincarnation. They believed in the immortality of the soul, but they did not believe in reincarnation. And a lot of the other, most witches believe in reincarnation. They believed in a trinity, and they did not believe in a goddess. A lot of people are astonished at that.
Wow.
So actually, while a lot of witches will claim, oh, we're descended from the Druids and blah, 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 actually a lot of the, like even just in the last 20 or 30 years, they're coming up with a lot of new things they've uncovered, like burial mounds, and there's not a lot of evidence that the Druids had any kind of matriarchal goddess figures, except in the most rudimentary sense.
Thank you. A lot of people think that Wicca and modern occultism, it's good to embrace your dark side. Do you think that's a good or bad idea?
Well, I don't think it's a good idea, because, I mean, the Bible tells us that we all have a dark side. We all have a sin nature. But the problem is, we don't want to let that out. You know, we want to ask the Lord to come in and transform that by the power of his love. But because, I'll tell you the problem with all this. It all goes back to Carl Jung. Jung was a very prominent psychologist, probably the second most influential psychologist of the 20th century after Freud. And he had this idea of the collective unconscious, and the idea that all of us had like what he called the shadow within ourselves, which is like this dark, slimy, evil part of ourselves that we don't want to acknowledge. And Jung taught that part of becoming individuated, which means becoming whole as a person, is embracing that dark side. And it's not a good idea. When we know what happened to, you know, Darth Vader in the Star Wars movies. You don't want to embrace something that's evil. I mean, all of us have parts of ourselves that are not good, that we don't want to acknowledge. What you need to do is give those to the Almighty and say, transform these by the power of the love of the Holy Spirit. Not embrace them and say, well, it's okay if I want to nurture my inner child molester, or my inner mass murderer, or my inner serial killer. No, you don't want to do that. You want to repent. You want to get right with the Almighty.
Great, thank you. Mm-hmm. From your own experience, if someone's thinks they're having bad spells cast on them by someone else, what do you think they should do?
Well, first of all, if they're not a Christian, they should get born again. But beyond that, assuming they are a Christian, and we get letters like this just about every day of the week, because everybody knows I'm an ex-witch. And essentially, we tell people, well, first of all, be sure you're walking closely with Yahweh God. Be sure you're not in any kind of sin. Because typically, if you're a faithful believer and you're under the blood, nothing was going to touch you, unless, like, you have a rare situation like with Job, you know, where Yahweh basically said to the devil, okay, you know, go ahead and do something for my greater glory. But that's not common. And so I tell them, first of all, be sure your own house is in order. And second of all, if things are still getting through, then you need to do some aggressive warfare praying. You need to be sure you're putting on a full armor of God according to Ephesians 6:12 and following. You need to be sure your land is prayed over, your house is prayed over, that you've consecrated yourself and your family, your kids, to the service of Yahweh God. And that usually helps, you know, basically wipe out all that. Good. So that's the number one. I mean, you know, there are some rare cases where it persists beyond that.
And then there's more detailed stuff. We go into that in one of our books, Blood on the Doorpost.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Bill, please describe what it means to become a trance channeler or a medium.
Well, that basically means you are trained to develop the ability, supposedly, to communicate with departed human beings, dead people. And this is something that people want. It's not like that movie, The Sixth Sense, where the kid was scared to death because he was involuntarily seeing dead people. And there's many, they're called spiritualist churches. They have other terms they use, where people actually, that's their service, their church service, is people come to these little churches and they sing some hymns, and then the medium, who's usually the minister of the church, gets up there, and she will have like a spirit guide, or he, who will come and be like the master of ceremonies. And the spirit guide will say, okay, dear old Uncle Harry is here and wants to come and talk to his nephew, or Grandma, Hoosie Fratzel is here and wants to talk to her grandson. And then the voice changes, and supposedly these different personalities come through, and they talk, and quite often there's different sounding voices and stuff, and sometimes they will actually share stuff that supposedly only the person who is departed would know. And that's essentially the basis of the spiritualist religion.
Thank you.
Now, let me add one thing, not to interrupt, but when you get also into the field of trance channeling, which is kind of the more modern New Age word for what used to be called mediumship, you have this additional layer of chic, shall we say, where instead of just having some average dead person who's nobody knows who they are, instead you have some mighty awesome being from the past. The most obvious example is this Jane Z. Knight lady out in Yelm, Washington, who has Ramtha, who's this 35,000-year-old Atlantean warrior prince. You aren't just channeling this whole thing was kind of started by Madame Blavatsky, who began like channeling ascended masters. And that's kind of an octave higher in terms of the pretension of it, that instead of just having regular old dead people, you're channeling these immortal beings that are like semi-gods.
Okay. How and why did you become a spiritist medium?
Well, early on, both my wife and I, and our once we kind of got together, we ran across this really very, very sweet, very intelligent lady who was a professor at University of Northern Iowa, who was the head of a spiritualist church. Her name was Barb Selwa. And we got in touch with her, and she said, well, you guys ought to, come into our organization, partly because we were interested in mediumships, because we knew, like, for example, Sybil Leek, who was one of the very famous early pioneers of witchcraft, was also a medium. She used to work with the famous ghost hunter Hans Holzer as a medium, so that would fit, to be a witch and a medium. And plus, it would give us a tax umbrella. She had a 501c3 tax organization that we could thereby accept free will offerings from people. So we took courses from her. There was a whole course of study, and she basically trained the both of us to be mediums. And we used it for our own, what we thought at the time was spiritual development, to communicate with these high-level beings, and we each had 3 or 4 ascended master spirit guides that would give us all this, profound spiritual instruction and everything. And so it was intended to be a way that we could help ourselves and others that we would give readings for to grow spiritually and to understand their karma and their past lives and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, and how long were you a medium for?
Probably about 15, 14 years.
Okay, and do people really channel dead people, or is that a ghost, or what?
Well, the Bible to me seems pretty clear that, except in the most extraordinary circumstances, there's no communication between the living and the dead. There's a gulf between us. So what my belief, and I think it's based on Scripture, is that these entities that are coming through, that are speaking, whether they're supposedly ascended masters or whether they're departed loved ones, are actually familiar spirits, what the Bible calls familiar spirits. And people shouldn't be surprised, because, a demon spirit would know everything about a person's intimate life. So they could reveal all sorts of information through this medium and oh wow, this guy is really communicating with the departed. But actually, I believe they're mostly familiar spirits that are doing the communicating. I have no reason to believe that any genuine dead person ever communicated with a living.
Okay, thank you. So what would happen during a normal session of channeling?
Well, for us, we'd have a bunch of people, sitting around in chairs in a circle, and we'd start out and amazingly, you start out by singing some very nice old Protestant hymns, like the old Rugged Cross or Walk in the Garden or Amazing Grace or something, to kind of raise the vibes, And then the medium who was presiding would go into trance. And this would involve basically a lot of heavy breathing, and we were trained that you would breathe in the spirit, like almost you're doing pranayama, and let him or her fill your etheric body, and so that there's this little bit of you left up here, like in what would be called the crown chakra, and the whole rest of your body is inhabited by the medium, or by the spirit. And then you would basically stand up, and it varies on how to do this, but we would stand up and walk from person to person in the circle, and the spirit guide would give them a reading, tell them things. Usually there wasn't a question and answer type of exchange. It was just like, I feel that the spirit is telling me to say to you blah, blah, blah. And then you give them some kind of message which may or may not have any way of being checked. Like if you tell someone, 5,000 years ago you were a Sumerian princess. I mean, how are you going to know that? There's no way to really check that scientifically. But that was kind of what happened. And then if there was healing needed, then the person who's channeling this spirit might even lay hands on someone and pray for them to be healed. Anyway, I'm not going to go there. They're just some interesting stories about healings in these spiritualist circles that show that they don't work very well.
Okay, just tell one.
Well, okay. One time I was in a circle, and I was just in training, and the lady beside me had a uterine infection, and I prayed for her to be healed, and I got a uterine infection, which is a very good trick when you don't have a uterus. But I went to the doctor, and he said, well, I don't believe this, but you're testing in your blood for, the kind of infection that women usually get in their uterus, and I've never heard of a man getting it.
Wow.
So it was like kind of an empathetic healing thing that went wacko.
How is a dead person meant to heal someone?
Well, these aren't just, you got to realize, these ascended masters aren't just dead people. They're mighty demigod, archangelic, supposed type beings, which is, not really true, but that's the belief. See, we had a hierarchy. There were what were called regular old plain vanilla dead people. Then there were spirit guides. And then you had what was called a life guide. And he was the one special spirit guide who stayed with you from the moment you were born till the moment you died. And he was more advanced. The other guides, might come and go. But your spirit guide would stay with you all through your life. And mine was supposedly a 15th century Franciscan monk named Ambrosius. Then, over your life guide, we were taught there were what were called doctors of divinity. And that has nothing to do with a theological degree. It's like a very powerful, super guide who's so awesome that they hardly ever even come into your body and take you over, which is a very good thing. Because, for example, one night I had one come in and take me over, and I got about half of this head of white hair in one night, just from this guide being in me.
Wow.
Because they just drain all the life force out of you. And I was told later by a different spirit guide that just because this mighty great doctor of divinity was in me for, say, 15 or 20 minutes, he sucked 5 years off my lifespan.
Wow.
Which I do not receive now that I am a Christian, but at the time, that was scared my wife very badly, because it was a very scary time.
Did you decide to stop it because of it being
That never
scary?
happened again.
Right. Okay.
I swelled up like a tick and ripped out of the robes I was wearing. It was kind of like that old TV series, The Incredible Hulk, where the guy would rip out of his clothes, and she didn't know what was going on because she was sitting there kind of, helping me through this, and all of us. This is not something they prepare you for in medium school, but we got through it.
But she thought I was going to die there for a while. It was pretty frightening, I'm sure. It was frightening for me, too, because there's enough of you conscious within these experiences, even though you're kind of in a dream state, that I knew that my heart was going, blah, 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 it was going like 180 beats a minute, and it was like I was having a seizure or something. But it was just this mighty doctor of divinity. And you'd think if they were that powerful and that mighty, they'd know enough then to come into a human body and do that to someone, wouldn't you? But again, that just illustrates that these are actually demons that don't really know what they're doing. I mean, a demon is as dumb as a box of rocks. They don't know what they're doing, and they only do what their higher ups tell them to do.
What actually is a demon?
Well, that's a controversial question, but a demon is a low-level spiritual entity that's lower on the spiritual food chain than a human being. Some people believe, well, there's an erroneous belief that they're fallen angels. They're not. Fallen angels are a much higher order of spiritual life. The theory I fall into in terms of a theory for what demons are is that back in Genesis 6, the angels came down and fallen angels came down and had relations with human women. And they produced offspring that were called in the Nephilim, the mighty men of old, the men of renown. And when those beings were drowned in the flood, because they were half angelic, their spirits survived as demons. And I think that's where the demons come from. There's also the theory that they were born from the demon goddess Lilith, who was supposedly the first wife of Adam. That's the rabbinical theory on it, but I don't necessarily buy that. And there's other theories as well. But
okay. Thank you. Who did you channel?
Well, I got them all. I mean, I did everything. Of course, I had my life guide. And I had about 4 or 5 guides. One was an African witch doctor. One was a Native American. We were very politically correct in those days, But those are my regulars. Beyond that, I would have rare appearances by Jesus, quote unquote. At one time, I channeled, back when I was kind of drawing into the dark side of things in a deeper way, I had Nero come into me. I had Aleister Crowley make frequent appearances, complete with British accent. I had even Adolf Hitler come into me a few times and give me advice about how we need to exterminate all the Jews.
Wow.
So, I went the gamut from the supposedly very nice to supposedly very nasty. But of course, all these were demons. I mean, the Jesus who came to me was not the real Jesus.
How did you know if he was Jesus or not?
Well, at the time, we just, the principle is you get into kind of a trust working bond relationship with your life guide. And supposedly he's a high enough evolved being that he can keep away anybody nasty. But even so, whenever a spirit comes to either speak or to even come into you, you're supposed to say, and we already talked about this, do you stand in the light? Well, yes, of course I stand in the light. I'm a Luciferian, whatever, But, so that's how you're supposedly to kind of screen these people. But in theory, also the life guide, would screen them. And then he would say, oh, here's Jesus, the Master Jesus, and he wants to speak to you. And then would come Jesus, and away we'd go.
Okay. I had the understanding that one problem with learning from spirit guides, and that is they actually haven't got as much life experience as we do. So, like, if you've got a 15th century monk, can he tell you how to live in the 20th century?
Yeah, except, of course, the theory is, I'm agreeing with you in practice, but in theory, they would say, well, these beings are up and they have access to all the Akashic records, and they can see the past, the present, and the future. But you know what the funny thing is? Because often, my wife and I would do readings almost every day, just privately between the two of us, and we'd ask important questions, like the life decisions we were making, whatever. And, it was like trying to do a Yi Jing reading. Have you ever used the Yi Jing, the Chinese, or you get these obscure fortune cookie answers, like you're trying to say, okay, should I take this job in West Allis, Wisconsin? And, the superior man walks across the river and gathers rice beans, or something. And that's half the time. That's what these guys will just give us, these really obscure kind of strange answers. And I think partly it was because the demons didn't know the future. Only Yahweh knows the future.
Right.
He only knows the end from the beginning. And so we get all this kind of flummery and ambiguity and whatever, and you come out at the end of it and we kind of be scratching our heads like, okay, what did that really mean? That's why if you, even I'm kind of digressing here, but you read a lot of the works of these supposed great trance channelers, like if you read Blavatsky's writings, or even like, Elizabeth Clare Prophet or J.Z. Knight or some of these other people, it's like reading sort of intellectual pudding. You can't, it's like trying to nail jello to the wall to get a concept out of their writing, because it's all, and it's intended, I think it's intended to be like that. I think it's like the intellectual version of like kind of a koan, where your mind just sort of freaks out because you can't handle it, all of this vague nonsense.
Okay. Ascended Masters are becoming very popular these days. What would you have to people who love, talking to John the Baptist and Jesus and all this?
Well, I would just tell them there's a passage in Isaiah chapter 8 in the Old Testament where it says, why do you listen to mediums that peep and mutter, to the law and to the testimony? If they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light in them. Now what that tells us, what does that mean? The law is, of course, the Torah, the Old Testament. The testimony is the testimony of Yeshua and Jesus Christ. So if these beings are coming through, you've got to measure what they say according to the scriptures, because the rule is prior revelation judges later revelation. Because in Malachi 3:6, Yahweh God says, I am Yahweh, I change not. So Yahweh isn't going to say something, 5,000 years ago and then say something opposite in the 20th or 21st century. So what I tell anybody who's supposedly communicating with an ascended master, whether it's Jesus or Moses or, whoever, is, does what they say agree with the Bible? Because if it doesn't, flush it. It's that simple. That's the conclusion we came to, because the Bible is an objective source of truth upon which you can measure things. And because otherwise you're adrift in total subjectivity. You have no way of knowing, like if someone comes to you and says, oh, well, there's really 4 gods. There's Mo, Larry, Curly, and Curly Joe. And they're the supreme deity. They're the quaternity of the universe. And then you go back to, Deuteronomy 6:4, and it says, Hear, O Israel, Yahweh your Elohim is one. And so you know that the guy who says there's 4 gods is out to lunch. It's that simple.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. Did you ever find out who the being you channeled who said he was Jesus, did you ever find out who he really was?
No, I didn't. I'm assuming he was some very cunning medium-level demon who was, able to do a creditable, imitation of what an average person would think Jesus would be like.
Okay.
Yeah.
From your own experience, did channeling ever help anyone in the long run?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I'm trying to think. I think one time I can think of, and this is in 15 years of doing this. I mean, because you give all of this vague, lofty metaphysical advice, but I think one time I had a guy, and we did a reading for him, we warned him, be very careful because you're going to fall and slip on ice. And 5 days later he fell and slipped on ice and nearly broke his leg. But of course it didn't really help him.
No,
because he still fell.
Right.
But everyone, oh wow, that was like a prophetic prediction. Oh, and they were just so excited about that. That doubled the attendance at our little weekly seance meetings. But no, it really, because most of the time is just like with us. If someone come to us with a concrete question, like the answers that would be given would be so vague as to be basically, because we were taught in our mediumship training that it was not our place as mediums to give people answers. It was our place to give them insights that would elicit the answers from within themselves. which is, of course, a very safe way of avoiding getting sued later. Because if you tell someone, oh yes, you should divorce your wife and run off with the lady who works in the bank with you, you could end up getting drawn into a very nasty divorce settlement. So but that's how we were trained.
Okay. Did channeling ever hurt anyone?
Well, I think it hurt us because basically a lot of the spiritual advice that came through me ended up leading us in some very dangerous directions, even to the point of, say, vampirism.
Okay.
And I'm sure, the same thing is true of other people who sought advice from us, because a lot of times we would be encouraged, and the people with us would be encouraged to partake in some very, very dangerous, very sinful activities. Like, for example, when I was into vampirism, several of the women in the coven were being given transferees, and they would say, oh, it will be very excellent for your spiritual evolution if you allow Bill to bite you in the neck and drink your very own blood. Now that's not very good advice. This was in the dawning days of AIDS. And, well, I don't think I had AIDS or gave anybody AIDS. I mean, it was just not a very good idea, and yet we were doing it. So, and we advise people sometimes, the guides, the spirit guides advise people to take dangerous hallucinogenic drugs. They advise them to, do other things that weren't necessarily very smart. And, of course, they often advise them to do very dangerous occult rituals.
Okay, well, they were fairly clear. That was one time then they were really clear instructions, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you. So, but they never gave clear instructions to do something good.
Oh, yeah. I can't think of an example. I mean, you've got to realize this is like 25 years ago, but nothing comes to mind. But I'm sure they did. Yeah, because again, see, both my wife and I, we were, without wanting to sound disingenuous, we were pretty good-hearted people. We thought we were serving, the true and living God. We thought we were helping people. And so we would never knowingly give someone bad advice. Or would we allow, because we were always taught, because this lady who trained us, this Barb Selwa, trained us in that one passage in 1 Corinthians, I think it's 1 Corinthians 14, the spirit of the prophets is subject to the prophets. And so we were always taught that because we had this little place up in the top of our head where we could control the guides, that if they were saying something we didn't think was right, we could stop them. So.
Good. So what comment would you give to people who channel or go to channelers?
Well, I would say it's a very, very dangerous thing because you don't know who you're trafficking with. You have no idea. The Bible says clearly on numerous occasions you're not supposed to speak to the dead. You're not supposed to go to mediums or soothsayers or whatever term you want to use. Of course, the word channeler is not in the Bible because that's a New Age term. But it's dangerous, and if you are a medium or a channeler, you are basically inviting into your body entities that you have no idea really what they are. You don't really know who these people are. Just saying, do you stand in a light? That's about as effective as a screen door on a submarine.
Okay, thank you. So what help did you find your spirit guides were for you in the long run?
I'm sorry, what?
Your spirit guides.
Yeah. What help were they?
Yeah, were they any help at all?
Not as much help as a screen door.
Right, okay.
No, I shouldn't say that. I mean, I'm sure every now and then, a broken clock is right twice a day. Every now and then, they would probably give good advice. But, by and large, as I look back, I think it was more or less about, 75% nonsense and 25% good advice.
Okay. It says in your book that your spirit guides encouraged you gently to get involved in the Church of Satan. So did they actually speak to you in those words?
Oh, yeah. Well, see, what happens is you hear words in your mind. It's not like there's this audible, although there are mediums that actually they have what they call spirit trumpets, where this is kind of old-fashioned stuff. I don't think this is still going on much anymore, but where the medium would actually have a thing that looked like a megaphone that would float around the seance room, and this disembodied voice would speak through this trumpet and say things. That was called being a trumpet medium. Those were very highly prized. And sometimes there would be mediums that would literally sit there, and this is creepy to see, I've seen this, where they would sit there like this, with their mouth open, nothing moving in the mouth, but a voice coming out.
Wow.
But you're not seeing lips move or tongues move.
and this deep voice or whatever would come out and then say something. But in our case, almost always, that only happens usually with these really high-level guides that like give you seizures and stuff. Usually I would hear a voice in my head, and it would be very clearly the voice, and it would like resonate down into my voice box and everything, and it wouldn't come out with an accent. And, you know, like the African witch doctor, he sounded like an African witch doctor, and the monk from England sounded like a monk from England. Actually, he was from Edinburgh, so he had a faint Scottish accent. But anyhow, yeah, and I would hear these voices, and in that case, I forget what you asked. Did they tell me to do?
Join the Church of Satan.
Yeah, I was.
Because most people don't think
advice.
Spirit guides would say that kind of thing.
They would tell me, well, I would get the initial nudge in this case, like from the fellow that ran the occult bookstore there in Milwaukee at that time. But, you know, we'd go to the guys, well, is this okay? You know, and well, you have to realize that Anton LaVey is an ascended master come back, you know, he's a bodhisattva or something, you know. And I mean, well, because the guide said, and he says, because again, you see, the funny thing to say is the Church of Satan really isn't that bad. I mean, it's bad, but compared to hardcore Satanism, we used to call it comic opera Satanism. It's not really, you know, serious Satanism. They don't even believe in the devil in the Church of Satan. So joining the Church of Satan was not as huge a metaphysical step as you might think.
I see. Okay, well, a lot of people also like talking to angels and getting advice from them. What do you think if that's a good idea?
Well, I really don't see the point in talking to the middleman when he can talk to the boss.
And are all angels good is kind of where my question's leading.
Well, yeah, I mean, no, all angels aren't good.
Right.
The problem is there are fallen angels. And we are warned in the Bible against cultivating a worshiping of angels or I think a lot of this stuff is sort of unhealthy that's going on today, like Doreen Virtue or whatever her name is, and some of these other people that are telling people, oh, you've got to talk to your angels, and they have angel cards and angel this and angel that. And we're warned against that kind of thing because angels don't exist to glorify themselves, good angels. Good angels will only direct your worship and your questions and everything else to the Almighty. Only an evil angel will encourage that sort of devotion and worship or whatever, because worship only belongs to the Almighty, you know, Yahweh in heaven. It doesn't belong to some, you know, dippy little angel. Angels are not, they're awesome beings, but compared to the Almighty, they're navel-limbed. So when we have the right as believers to have the Ruach, this Holy Spirit, live within our hearts, and we can talk to Him, why mess around with some dumb angel? You know, it's like, you know, why go to middle-level management when you can go to the top?
Sure. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What is a Freemason?
That was a radical change of subject. A Freemason is a member of probably the world's oldest organized secret society. Ancient and accepted Freemasons, ancient free and accepted Masons, and they've been around basically in an organized way since the early 1700s. And nowadays, there's I think about 2.5 million Masons in America. They're kind of a dying breed, thankfully. Right now, the average age of a Mason in this country is 70. Mm-hmm. And they're not getting a lot of new members, and of course they're dying off as things happen. So it's really dwindling in membership. I don't know which is going down faster, the membership of the Catholic priesthood or the membership of the Freemasons. But anyway, Masonry is, they say Freemasonry is a system of a system of morality veiled in allegory. That's their definition, which is typically vague and nebulous. What it is, it's basically a system of 3 degrees that's based on the old stonemasons guild. Kind of like, you know, even today we have like trade guilds, like for carpenters, stonemasons, plumbers, whatever. Well, that's what the Freemasons were originally. They were the medieval stonemasons guild that worked and built the cathedrals. But nowadays, almost no Freemasons are actually stonemasons. I've only known one that was actually a real stonemason. Most of them are just businessmen or whatever, you know, and they're just in the lodge for whatever reason.
Okay, why did you become a Freemason?
Well, because the Grand Master Druid of North America told me to. Secondarily, because my spirit guides told me to.
Okay, which spirit guide? You're the monk from...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And we were, see, I should elaborate slightly on that. We were, especially by this Grand Master Druid, he himself was a 33rd degree Mason. And he said that a lot of really good occult information could be found within the Masonic Lodge. And that it was a place where a lot of occult adepts did gather, sometimes clandestinely, under the cover of being other things, but they would actually be a high-level occultist who were also Masons. And if you look at a list of most of the prominent occultists of the 20th century, you'll find that almost all of them were Freemasons.
Okay. How did you get to meet that Druid?
Well, we were starting up as witches, my wife and I. That I think at that time we weren't married; we were just good friends. And the guy, the same fellow who had this occult bookstore in Milwaukee, he heard about this Grand Master Druid, that he had finally, because this omen had appeared in the heavens, this prodigy of stars had congealed in the heavens in 1971. He was told that the age of Aquarius was then dawning. And so supposedly, this is a story, supposedly it was time for him to come down out of the hills of Arkansas, where he and his family had been practicing Druidry in this country for a couple hundred years as Scottish immigrants, to come down out of the hills and start teaching the science of Druidism to the masses. So he apparently, I suppose what he did is he contacted various occult bookstore owners in large cities throughout the country and made arrangements to come and speak. And this guy who was a friend of ours, he invited us up from, we were living at that time in Dubuque, to come up and hear this guy speak. And he was extremely impressive and in his own way very powerful. But so that's how the relationship, and eventually he ended up somehow or other convincing us we needed to go down to Arkansas up in the mountains and study personally with him for like 3 or 4 months, and we did so. And he became high priest in the Druids. So that's and it was during the course, he didn't really tell everybody that he met, oh, you got to be Freemasons. But he told the people who were in the high priesthood of his organization that would be a good thing to do.
Okay, and how long were you a Mason for?
9 years.
And how high up did you go?
Well, I went through the typical Blue Lodge degrees, went through York Rite all the way up to the Knights Templar Commandery, went through the Scottish Rite all the way up to 32nd degree, and at that time, then I was considered worthy to get into what is called esoteric Freemasonry, which most American Masons don't even know exists. And in that organization, I was admitted into the Rite of Memphis Mitzrayim, and I went up to 90th degree, which a lot of Masons, if they even hear that, they will, their false teeth will fall out of their heads. But there are actually at least 97 degrees in the higher level esoteric rites.
From your experience?
From my experience.
I've actually heard there's 360 degrees with Satan at the top. Do you know if that's true or not?
I have no idea if that's true or not. I have heard that too, but for my information, I can only speak to that there's 90.
Right. Were you surprised when you found that there were more than 33 degrees?
No, not really. See, here's how this works. When I went through the Masonic rituals, I had the spirit guides in my ear whispering things, telling me to do things, telling me to answer certain things in certain ways. Because I did that, I was identified by the leadership of the Grand Lodge of the state of Wisconsin that I was someone a little bit extraordinary. And the spirit guides kept prompting me with these things. And I knew, before I was even asked, that there was a Rite of Memphis Mitzrayim because the spirit guides told me so.
Wow.
And see, that's one of the ways in which I ultimately got contacted by the Illuminati, is because the spirit guides had given me certain key things to say, key things to do, even gestures to make, stuff like that would identify me as being someone who was worthy of more light. Because see, that's what they promise in all the Masonic degrees. They say, you get light, you get further light, you get more light. And of course, where does this light come from? Well, if you read the writings of the Masonic leaders, that comes from Lucifer.
And how many Masons know that?
Maybe 1 in 1,000.
Wow.
The rest are just like cannon fodder. They're there to be spiritually drained, spiritually vampirized, financially drained, because Masonry sucks a lot of money out of you. But most of them don't have a clue unless they bothered to toddle upstairs and read the books that are in their own Masonic libraries, like I did.
Right.
For example, Manly P. Hall, who is one of the most honored Masons of the 20th century, he wrote a book whose name totally escapes me right now. But in this book, I'm sorry, I can't really get the name, but he made this remark. He said, when the Master Mason arrives at the point that he is a warrior on the block, the seething energies of Lucifer are his to command. Lost Keys of Freemasonry. Sorry, that's the name of it.
Very good.
Yes, I had a senior moment there.
So what does one have to do to become a Mason for the first bunch of levels?
Well, it's like the bumper sticker says, to be one, ask one. Supposedly Masons are not allowed to recruit, although they're so desperate now they are. But you just had to, like in my case, I didn't know a Mason, period. I'd been given this advice by this guy. We moved back to Milwaukee, and having been raised Catholic, and in those days Catholics had nothing to do with Masons, I didn't know what to do. And it happened that this young man joined our coven, and his dad was the junior warden of a lodge. And so I asked him, well, can you arrange for me to, be applied for membership? They come and they interview you. Basically, they ask you some questions. The key thing is they ask you if you believe in God, because you can't be an atheist. The criteria for being a Mason are you cannot be an atheist, a madman, a fool, a young man under 18, an old man in his dotage, or a woman. So, those are the rules.
Okay, so what do they do for the first, are there any rituals they do?
There are rituals upon rituals upon rituals. I mean, you want to talk about high church, everything has a ritual. And the initiation rituals are basically, you're blindfolded, and it's much too long to go into. We have a whole video that gives away all the secrets if people want them, like behind Masonry. But basically, you're taken through kind of what is an ancient mystery rite. A ceremonial ordeal in each degree, because you're led around blindfolded, you're challenged, you're made to answer certain questions. Then the key part of each degree, and this is true of all the Masonic degrees, is you take an oath. You kneel at the altar upon a holy Bible, and you take this blood-curdling oath, never to reveal the secrets. And just to give you an example, in the third degree, the oath is that if you reveal the secrets of the Master Mason degree, that your body will be severed in twain, your bowels taken from the body and burnt to ashes, the ashes scattered to the four winds of heaven, that no more remembrance would be had of you of so vile a wretch as to have violated his Master Mason degree. And you swear that oath on the Bible, so help me God.
And are you told before you go in there what you're going to have to swear?
No.
And how did you feel when they told you that that's what you have to say?
Well, see, I'd already gone through a witch initiation, which is about 80% similar to a Mason initiation. I was already a third-degree witch when I became a Mason. And I'd had a lot of this stuff done, like they challenge you with a sharp instrument on your naked breast, they blindfold you, they have a cable tow around your neck. And I'd had to kneel at the sacred altar of witchcraft and swear that oath. In fact, here's the funny thing. The Masonic oaths are more horrible by a country mile than are the witch oaths. Isn't that interesting? But it was a little creepy at the time, especially because the first time you do this, you're blindfolded. You have no idea of where you're at. You're in a room full of a bunch of strange dudes. For all you know, they could be ready to cut your throat or throw you on the floor and sodomize you or who knows what. And they're telling you all this stuff, and then they give you this blood-curdling oath, and then they say, my brother, in your current situation, having taken this oath, what do you most desire? And the guy who's guarding you and kind of leading you around because you're blindfolded, he whispers in your ear, light. And so you say light. And then the worshipful master says, my brethren, assist me to reveal the light of Masonry to our new brother. And then he recites Genesis 1, verse 1. And God said, let there be light. And everybody claps
and they whip the blindfold off. And he sees before him, revealed by the light of 3 burning tapers, the Holy Bible with the square and compasses on it.
Okay. What would happen if someone changed their mind and decided not to say light, said, I want to go home now?
Well, I don't really know. I mean, I don't think they'd kill you. They might just lead you out of the lodge room at that point, because you wouldn't have really seen any of the secrets.
Right.
You would just know that they had some kind of creepy oath. But I've never heard of that. I would speculate, and that's all it would be, that they would probably just lead you out of the room and give you your clothes back, because you're basically dressed in these weird blue jammies, and send you home and hopefully give you your jewelry back.
Okay.
Because you're not allowed to have any jewelry on when you go through a Masonic initiation.
Okay. A lot of people don't realize that all Masonic temples have no windows. Is there any comment you could make about that?
Well, they may have windows, but they're either frosted over or covered with curtains. Like the windows, our lodge had windows in Milwaukee, but you can't see in, and that's because, again, it's secret.
Right.
And they don't want anybody peeking in the windows. In fact, the word eavesdropper, which is common language in English, is actually a Masonic term, because there was at one time a fellow who learned the secrets of Masonry hung from the eaves of the roof of the lodge building and tried to look in the window, and he fell and hurt himself. And that's where the term eavesdropper originated.
Wow.
You'd be amazed how many Masonic terms are actually in our vocabulary without us knowing it.
Okay, thank you. You say that to advance into serious Satanism beyond the Church of Satan level, it would be necessary to complete 2 apparently paradoxical tasks. The first was to join the Order of Freemasons and become a Master Mason, and the other was to receive holy orders and become a Catholic priest. So how many Master Masons know that there are Satanists among them?
I'd say probably the same figure I quoted earlier, 1 in 1,000.
Right.
I knew, just in Milwaukee, I knew at least 5 or 6 Masons that were involved in either witchcraft or Satanism. And one of them was he was a worshipful master. And he never, and see, this is one thing people ask me, well, they say, in the higher degrees, is that where you get this stuff? No. This guy had never gotten past Master Mason, but he had worked his way through the chairs, as they say, and become even a worshipful master, which is like the head of the lodge, and was a very serious scholar of Manly P. Hall, who was, again, when he died I think he died in 1984, he was eulogized as the greatest Masonic philosopher of the 20th century. And this guy hated God. He hated religion with a passion. And I remember at one point, one year I went to the Grand Lodge meeting, because I was a lodge officer, and on the floor was a debate as to whether or not we should remove the oaths because they were offensive to some Christians. And this guy got up and just railed on the Christian church and just went on and on. We sure don't let these bleepity bleep Christians tell us how to run. I mean, this is older than Christianity. This is blah blah. And he was just going on. And this guy was a very high level esotericist, and yet he also had an obvious hatred for Christianity. So I don't know.
Thank you. Since Catholics are strictly forbidden to be Masons, why were you being asked to do 2 opposite things?
Well, first of all, this whole thing about, there's, in Illuminism, there's this idea of creating a false dichotomy. What people don't realize is that the Catholic Church helped start the Masons. And that, for example, the Scottish Rite, most of the degrees in the Scottish Rite were written by Jesuits. So even though there is this apparent antipathy between the Masons and the Catholics, to the point that up until John Paul II's reign, if you became a Mason and you were a Roman Catholic, you were de facto excommunicated, just like that. But actually it's all a sham, because most of the high level of people in the Vatican are all Freemasons, and many of the people that are Freemasons are Catholics.
Why do they have the sham? What do they get out of that?
Well, originally, you see, it's like the old Hegelian idea, which he actually got from the Illuminati, of thesis, antithesis, synthesis. You have 2 opposing things, and they fight, and they come together, and they create and in this case, the idea would be to create a one-world religion out of these 2 opposites. The 2 things come together, and they merge.
And that's actually happening right now before our very eyes. Because, for example, I don't know this, but I have serious reason to believe that the new Pope is in fact a Freemason. The old Pope who just died was a Freemason. The Pope before him was a Freemason.
How do you know
the Pope
that?
before him was not only a Freemason, but a Rosicrucian.
How do you know that?
Well, the Angelo Roncalli, who was John the 23rd, he was a member of a very high-level Rosicrucian Masonic order. There are records to that effect, and that's been documented in a book called The Broken Cross. I forget the author, but you can look it up on the internet, I'm sure. Paul VI created, he enlarged the College of Cardinals. And just by coincidence, almost all the cardinals, he took archbishops and made them cardinals. That's what the Pope does. Almost every one of those cardinals, those new cardinals, were Freemasons. Now, by inference, we can assume that he was probably a Freemason, but that's only circumstantial. When John Paul II was shot, he gave the Grand Masonic Hailing Sign of Distress.
Oh, okay.
Which is what Masons do when they're in dire straits. Also, John Paul II is the Pope who issued the bull, which is what, like a papal decree, it's called a papal bull, that basically removed the ban on Freemasonry.
Oh, okay.
Which is also somewhat telling. So, to answer your question, the antipathy there is more imaginary than real.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. What are some vows that Masons take that might later protect a murderer or a treason person in the court?
In the Blue Lodge, you swear an oath that you will keep the secrets of a brother master Mason inviolate, murder and treason excepted, meaning you can turn them in if they're a murderer or a traitor. However, if you go up the York Rite, which is supposedly the Christian branch of Freemasonry, and you get to the Royal Arch degree, there you swear an oath which says, I will keep the secrets of a Royal Arch companion, murder and treason not accepted. So if you know that your brother, Royal Arch Mason is a murderer or a traitor, you have to keep that secret. And both of those degrees also have a similar clause which says that if I know that a brother master Mason is in danger, I am under obligation to warn him of approaching danger. So if you're a police officer, if you're a judge, if you're a officer of the court, and you find out that a warrant is going to be served on a brother Mason, you're under a blood oath obligation to go and warn that guy so he can skip town.
It's just so terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Scary for our country.
Especially when you think of how many judges are Freemasons. Because it used to be virtually all lawyers were Masons. Now there's more and more, of course, women lawyers, so that number is diminishing. But you can still assume a sizable majority of people on the bench or that are attorneys are probably Freemasons.
Thank you. What's the big secret of Masonry?
Well, in an exoteric sense, the big secret of Masonry is there is no secret. It's basically a bunch of handshakes. And those handshakes exist to guard the master's word, okay? And the master's word, you discover in third degree, was lost. Oops, there's no master's word. And so therefore, and this is too lengthy to explain, but in the ritual drama that goes as part of third degree, we learn that Hiram Abiff, who was one of 3 Grand Masters, was murdered, and he took to his grave with him 1/3 of the Master's word. And so the Master's word is forever lost. And so when they raised Hiram from the grave by the strong grip of the lion's paw and brought him back to life, supposedly, the first words that were spoken as this happened were to be the new Master's word. You ready for what that word is? Yep. Mahabon. Right. Now, Mahabon in Hebrew means what? The builder. Because he was an architect. Now, isn't that this just totally awesome, earth-shattering secret? What? The builder? But of course, most Masons don't even know what those words mean. But those words are so sacred, you can only communicate them to a brother master Mason on the 5 points of fellowship in the ear of the other Mason in low breath, so that no one else might hear them. Okay?
That's very strange.
However, what you've got to realize is that all of this is flummery, and that the esoteric secret is that the Master's word is in fact the lost member of Osiris. And as some of your listeners may know, in the ancient mystery religions, Osiris was a god in Egypt who was the god of fertility. And his evil brother Set killed him and cut up his body into dozens of pieces and hid them all over Egypt. And Isis, the goddess, who was both Osiris's mother and his wife, looked all over to find the pieces, just like they searched all over in the Master Mason degree to find the lost body of Hiram. And she found all of the pieces except one, and that's the male member. And so she put him back together, but because he was missing his naughty bit, she couldn't bring him back to life, so she had to plunk him down in the underworld, and he became the god of the underworld. Okay, now, the metaphor is that the lost word is actually sexual potency of the Mason. So it all boils down to sex. Yet most Masons don't even know this. They don't understand, for example, the monument that was supposedly erected at the tomb of Hiram Abiff was a broken column with a beautiful maiden weeping over it, and behind her is Father Time plaiting her hair. Now think of that. What's the broken column? It's a phallic symbol. The weeping maiden is Isis, and Father Time is Kronos, the Saturn Titan in Saturn. Who is Saturn in Egyptian mythology? He's Set, the god that murdered Osiris. It's all right there. That's why when a Master Mason is in dire, dire trouble, like the Pope was, he will cry out, "O Lord my God, is there no help for the widow's son?" Because Hiram Abiff was the widow's son. Well, Isis is the widow. See? It all goes back to ancient Egyptian mythology.
Wow.
So the actual secret is that Masonry is a sex cult.
Wow.
And that's why they wear their apron over their Holy of Holies. Just like there's a veil in the Temple of Solomon that covers the holy place where the Ark of the Covenant is. Well, this is the Holy of Holies of the Mason. That's why Masonic monuments are obelisks. Like Washington's monument, the largest obelisk in the world. He was a Freemason. It's a giant phallic symbol.
It's all there for everyone to see.
That is what the Masons mean by resurrection.
Wow.
If you go to a Masonic funeral, they talk about the sure and certain hope of the resurrection. When they say that word, they don't mean what all the nice, Christian people sitting in their chairs think they mean. They're talking about the fact that the phallus dies and then rises again.
Wow, thank you. Mm-hmm. What are some of the problems with Freemasonry?
Well, I think some of it would be rather obvious, but
right.
Basically, it's its own religion. It's a religion which does not honor Yeshua, Jesus Christ, and it is a religion that demands people that they do things that are contrary to the commandments of God. And let me explain that. The oaths that I've already mentioned that you have to take, even as an entered apprentice, the lowest degree, are blood-curdling. You swear that you will have your throat cut from ear to ear and your tongue torn out by the roots to be buried in the sands of the sea. And obviously that's going to involve a certain amount of death, And the problem is that, first of all, you're swearing that oath on a Bible in the name of God. Now here's the deal. Yeshua said in Matthew chapter 5, 34 through 37, that we're not supposed to swear oaths. And that is also repeated by James in chapter 5, verse 12. That he says, above all things, my brethren, swear no oaths. So just right there, if you're a Christian and you're a Mason, you've just broken one of the commandments of your Lord and Savior. Okay. Additionally, the Mason might say, oh, well, these oaths don't mean anything.
well, then you're taking the name of the Lord in vain because you're swearing a false oath. Additionally, you're swearing an oath where you're swearing that you will have your body, which is a temple of the Holy Spirit, if you're a Christian, be mutilated and killed in some horrible way. So you're actually breaking 3 of the 10 commandments right then and there.
Plus, you can't go home to your wife and tell her about it.
No, it's all secret from your wife. You can't tell your wife, you can't tell your family. And plus, the other thing that, you see, I have an excuse. I was a pagan when I went into the Masons. Most Masons aren't. Most Masons are some kind of, Lutherans, Baptists, Methodists, whatever. And when you begin your Masonic journey, you're made to take off all your metal, including your wedding ring, which a lot of people would have a problem with that. Additionally, they're made to put on these jammies, blue jammies, and a blindfold, which leaves their one breast bare. They have a cable tow put around their neck, which is like a blue cord, and they're led to the door of the lodge, made to knock on the door of the lodge. Some guy answers from inside the lodge, "Who comes here?" And the fellow who's your conductor answers for you and says, "Mr. Bill Schnoebelen, who has long been in darkness and now seeks to be brought to light, to receive a part of the rights and benefits of this worshipful lodge erected to God and dedicated to the holy saints John, as all brothers and fellows have done before him." Now, what's contained in that, if you're a Christian? You're saying you have long been in darkness and now seek to be brought to light. Mm-hmm. And you have Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus Christ, the light of the world, in your heart. And yet you're in darkness? You've just denied your Lord and Savior. Now, if I was a pastor or a deacon or even a Christian layperson that knew more than word 1 of the Bible, I would at that point say, "I'm done. Give me my clothes back. Give me my jewelry back. I'm out of here." But 40,000 Southern Baptist pastors are Freemasons.
Wow.
And I don't mean to pick on that denomination. There's other examples. I mean, most any denomination is rife with Freemasons.
It's also hard to believe that so many important, powerful people have been through such strange things.
Yeah. Many, I think it's 17 presidents have been Freemasons. Many of our founding fathers are Freemasons. And they go through this partly because it's sort of expected. It's very hard to rise to political power in this country unless you are a Mason or something worse, like our current president, who is a member of Skull and Bones, which is an even worse fraternity. Of course, it's related just to Yale, and it's a much more elite fraternity, but it's nevertheless very spooky, as you might know by the name.
Right. Am I right in saying that you believe that cases of sexual abuse, particularly with children, are much more likely to happen if there's a Mason in the family?
Yeah, not only just with children, even with female adult women being raped and so on. But yes, we, in our experience with counseling, probably crowding 2,000 clients now over the years.
Wow, that's a lot.
That we have seen literally hundreds of cases where children allege they have been sexually molested either within Masonic lodges or else by Masonic grandfathers, Masonic parents, whatever. And I believe there's a real significant spiritual reason for that. Because Masonry worships Baal. See, Baal and all those pagan gods that surrounded Israel in the Old Testament, they were all phallic fertility gods. And if you worship, knowingly or unknowingly, sex, then sex is going to come back and start corroding your soul. And you're going to start having improper sexual thoughts coming to you from demon spirits. Because when you kneel at that altar, you basically place yourself under the headship of the false god Baal, even if you're a Christian. And so you've got one knee on the altar of Yahweh God and one knee on the altar of Baal. And that doesn't work. You're going to end up destroying your family, spiritually, if not every other way.
I see, yes.
Does Masonry have an even bigger secret?
Well, this is something that, of course, what I'm about to tell you is only known by probably 1 in 10,000 Masons instead of 1 in 1,000, because it's part of the real nasty higher level things. But this idea of resurrection that I mentioned earlier, and eternal life, immortal life, well, deep within Masonry it is taught that there's a kind of sexual vampirism that can go on. And this explains why you see the
virtual epidemic of child sexual abuse among Masons is they believe, and this is also commonly held among Illuminists, that if you have sex with a child, that you steal some of their youth, and that in turn makes you live longer. And so if you have lots of sex with lots of little children, the younger the better, you can live virtually forever. And this is the promise that's held out by Masons. I know it sounds appalling and disgusting, but and you've got to realize that at the highest levels, it's kind of like a pyramid. Illuminism and Masonry just sort of blend together. But at that level, you're talking about a very high level of demonic possession. It's fortunately not a level I ever got to. I was pulled out of it by the Lord before that happened, but it is a level where, people are so demon-possessed. The term that we use is they're perfectly possessed, which means like they're, basically every cubic centimeter of their body is full of demons. There's nobody else home. And these people are so enslaved by the demonic realm that they'll do anything, including, murder children, attack infants, do whatever they can to keep what they believe to be their immortality going. So when you hear Masonry talk about, we believe in the immortality of the soul, well, and also the hope of a resurrection, it's not the resurrection that Christians talk about.
Wow. I guess that answers my next question, which is most people think that Freemasons are just nice people who help out at charities. So what would you say to that? But you're saying that's only very few of them.
It's a tiny percentage. I mean, the vast majority of Masons that you see are just nice guys that are spiritual idiots. I mean, I hate to say that, but they don't know what they're into. If indeed they are professing Christians, which some of them are, some of them aren't, because Masonry accepts anyone. I mean, when you're a Mason, see, that's one of our issues with it. You are in fellowship with Jews, Muslims, Buddhists, witches, even Satan worshipers. You're yoked to them. And the Bible says in 2 Corinthians 6 that we're not to be unequally yoked with unbelievers. For what fellowship has light with darkness? What fellowship has Christ with Belial, etc., etc.? So that's a real issue. But while Masons they're deceived. The vast majority of them are just deceived people who think they're in a nice organization. And yeah, there's no denying that Masonry does some good. They have charities. Every branch of Masonry has its own special charity, like oddly enough, the Scottish Rite, which is one of the more evil branches of Masonry, has a schizophrenia foundation where they give money to help people who are schizophrenics, and so on and so on. So, they do good, but I mean, so does the Mafia. I mean, the Mafia built most of the Catholic hospitals in America.
Oh.
Does that mean you want to join the Mafia?
No. Thank you. So, Thank you. Is it a religion?
Well, that's, again, a controversial question because, of course, they claim they're not. They say, we're a religious organization, but we're not a religion. And to me, that's just playing word games, I mean, if you look at Webster's dictionary, which is an objective source, it says that a religion, first of all, expresses a belief, or requires a belief in some sort of deity. Masonry does that. Secondly, that a religion expresses that kind of belief in ritual and liturgy. And Masonry is very ritualized, as we've already discussed. And thirdly, it says a religion has a code of conduct or ethics by which the religion members must live. And Masonry has that. So Masonry has all the qualities of a religion, according to Webster. And I tell people, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any connections between Freemasonry and Catholicism?
Well, of course, on the surface, as we talked earlier, they appear to be separate. In fact, even oppositional to one another, because Masonry is basically universalist, which means they believe everybody is going to go to heaven. They think everybody's going to go to the what they call the celestial lodge above. Whereas Catholicism is just the opposite. Catholicism teaches extra ecclesia nulla salus est. Outside of the church there is no salvation. So in the surface, it appears as though they're separate. But actually, in the early days, who do you think built all the cathedrals of the Catholic Church? The Freemasons. And it may surprise, and I think we maybe even covered this, but to some of your viewers to learn that the Jesuits wrote a lot of the degrees of the Scottish Rite, which is actually the most anti-Catholic system of degree work in the United States.
That's weird.
Yes, it is. But you see, this is how, at the highest level, the Illuminist mindset thinks. So, yeah, actually, there are some connections. I think we already explored the fact that many of the recent popes have been Masons. A lot of the cardinals have been Masons. Even when I was in Milwaukee and I was involved with the old Roman Catholic Church, the cardinal there, or the Archbishop, Cousins was his name, Archbishop Cousins, he actually would go and praise the Masons, and he would speak she actually spoke at a shrine dinner that I attended and said how wonderful the Masons were. And this is all because, as I mentioned earlier, John Paul II had lifted the ban on Catholics being Masons.
Are any of their symbols or any of those kind of things similar?
Well, of course, like the symbol of the York Rite Commandery is a cross, like kind of sideways sliding through a crown, and that's a common symbol in not only the Catholic Church but other churches. And of course, the funny thing is guess what you find right at the heart of Vatican City, in front of St. Peter's Basilica? A Masonic obelisk, Cleopatra's Needle. And when it was brought there from Egypt, and this is the funny thing, because the most sacred thing that Masons will talk about is the idea of the point within the circle, which is basically a kind of a glyph, if you will, a secret symbol of the female is the circle, and the point within the center of the circle is the male. So again, we're back to sexual symbols. And if you look at Vatican City, the St. Peter's Basilica, from the air, you've got the basilica, you've got like there's two great big things that come down more or less like a circle, and right smack dab in the center of that circle is Cleopatra's Needle.
Right.
And see, that was designed like 500 or 600 years ago. Well, no more than that even. It was designed partially by Michelangelo, in fact. So that's, probably 700 or 800 years old. So the connection goes back a long ways.
Thank you. Are there any connections between Freemasonry and Mormonism?
Well, you might say that. Of course, obviously Masonry is older because the Mormon Church was only started in 1830. And Joseph Smith was a Freemason. So was his brother Hiram. So was Brigham Young. So I think the first 4 or 5 prophets of the Mormon Church were Freemasons. And not only that, if you look at the history of the church, this is actually an official church book written by Joseph Smith. He talks about how he was raised to the sublime degree. Now that's Masonic double talk for meaning he was made a master Mason. And that means he got all the basic secrets, if you will, of Masonry. And guess what? Just a few weeks later, he doesn't make the connection, of course, in the book, he says that God revealed to him the secret temple endowment of the LDS Church, which is you see these temples in most large cities now have I don't know where the nearest one is down here in Florida. You might have one in Orlando or something. But anyway, these temples are places where no non-Mormon can go, and only a handful of Mormons can go. And inside of them, they do rituals that they believe will ensure them eternal life and godhood. Now, the funny thing is that all those rituals are about 80% Masonic. They're virtually identical to the Masonic rituals, right down to the secret handshakes, right down to some of the ritual gestures, so on and so on. So there's a profound connection between Mormonism and Freemasonry. You might as well say that Masonry was the crucible, partially, from which Mormonism was created.
Thank you. Do they have any similar symbols or anything?
Oh, well, yes. They have, first of all, if you look at the temple, all the older temples, the Salt Lake Temple, the St. George Temple, the Nauvoo Temple, which no longer is in existence, they're rebuilding, and I think they may have already done that, all have Masonic symbols all over them. The all-seeing eye, they have the secret handshakes. These are actually like, bas-relief engraved in the stone. They have the inverted pentagrams. They have the virtually every Masonic symbol you'll find, except the square and compass, on those temples. Where you'll find the square and compass is on the sacred underwear of the Temple Mormon. Temple Mormons wear, we call them the magic undies, or the funny undies. And they're special underwear that's supposed to protect them from harm. And they're never supposed to really let people see them, but if you ever get your hands on a pair, I used to wear them, so I know. They have a Masonic square on one breast a Masonic compass stitched into the other breast. These are just like stitches. They're not like in a different color or anything. They're white, so they look like, a T-shirt. And then they go down to your knees. So it kind of looks like an old-fashioned bathing suit from the 1920s. They come down to here, come down to here. They used to be one piece. Now you can buy them either way. And on the knee is a Masonic gauge. So actually there's Masonic marking. Oh, and there's a Masonic gauge over the navel too. Forgot that. So yeah, right even in their most sacred underwear, they have these Masonic markings.
Thank you. Are there any connections between Freemasonry and New Age teachings?
Well, that's the funny thing, because the Scottish Rite had this very prestigious magazine for many years, and guess what it was called? The New Age. It only in the last maybe 10, 15 years, they changed the name to the Scottish Rite Journal, and Norman Vincent Peale suggested, because he said, people are starting to think that Masons are part of the New Age. Well, you might as well say Masonry is proto-New Age. I mean, it was New Age before the New Age movement was even a gleam in, like Jay-Z Knight's eye or whatever. I mean, it was almost all the same concepts, except more subtly taught. Like, for example, basically the New Age teaches universalism, that eventually everybody will get to heaven, or whatever they think the afterlife is. So does Masonry. The New Age basically teaches that all religions are equally good. So does the New Age. And of course, a lot of New Age groups are very much into initiations, into the idea of, either you go and some guru puts his thumb on your forehead and, gives you some awesome zap of energy, or you go through some secret rite or whatever the case might be. And of course, initiations is the core of Freemasonry. So there's a very strong connection between Masonry and the New Age movement.
Okay, thank you.
One other thing that just came to my mind. Most people agree that kind of the grandmother, if you will, of the entire New Age movement was the Theosophical Society and Madame Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. And a lot of people don't realize that she and all of her cohorts were Masons.
But she was a woman, so...
Well, there's some question about that.
Really? Oh, you're kidding.
She claimed that she had no vagina. In her writings, she claimed that she...
Really?
So obviously she was a woman, but genetically she was a woman, but she claimed that's why she never had children. She married some Russian count so she could become a madam, but she never had children, and she was, of course, a very mannish-looking woman.
Yes.
Not someone you'd really want to snuggle up to, but anyhow, what you've got to understand is that there are in Europe, and we were involved in this too, there are in Europe branches of Masonry called Les Droits Humains, which in French means human rights. And this was a lodge that was started in the 1800s, and it was the first lodge to admit women. Now, Les Droits Humains in English is known as co-Masonry because it's co-ed. And both men and women can be members. And it was more or less taken over under the umbrella of the Theosophical Society. So that's why you'll see, for example, a lot of the leading, even the female figures like Blavatsky of Theosophy, they'll have after their names 33rd degree illustrious, blah, blah, blah. And so in that sense, there's a very strong connection.
Oh, wow, thank you. Didn't know that. Well, we see articles about Freemasons and their funding at children's hospitals. Are they trying to help people, or is something else going on here?
Well, I don't doubt that most of the guys involved in that are trying to help people. I think mainly you're thinking of the Shriners there, because the Shriners have these hospitals for crippled children and these burn centers. And yeah, they do a lot of good work, and I think most of the men involved are doing it for very noble reasons. But we have had, and this is all they are, is allegations by parents that many times we've been told that their kids have been taken, had been in those hospitals for altruistic reasons, but then that they were sexually molested by the personnel in the hospital. So I just would personally caution we've had many people write us over the years and heart breaks, my kid has whatever disease, and we can't afford insurance, and the Shriners are saying they'll do it for free. And should we take our kid to that hospital? I just kind of with a breaking heart, I'd say if it was my kid, I would not.
How many counts have you run across of things like that?
At least 8 or 10, I think, over the years. And, you could say, well, these people are wackos or they're embittered in some way, but But where there's smoke, there's usually fire. And knowing what we know from earlier discussion, that there's this spirit within a Mason that just rises up and makes them want to abuse children. It's like an obsession. It's a spirit of bondage.
In the later rites.
Yes, in the higher rites. And even a regular old third-degree Master Mason, I'm not saying they go through these things, but the spirit is still there.
Because they're all joined to the others.
Yeah, they're all joined together, and the spirit will still work on them and corrode their sense of morality. And so, it's certainly, I think it's at least possible. And that's why we just feel you shouldn't really take, free gifts from the devil. And that's because if you understood the shrine, especially in this day and age, the shrine is basically an organization that glorifies Islam. It's called the Ancient Arabic Order of the Nobles of the Mystic Shrine.
So why would Americans join a group like that?
Well, you got to realize this has been around for many years, long before terrorists or 9/11 or anything like that. But because it was fun, because it was kind of, you get to dress up in these funny costumes, like wear the burnous and the fancy silk jammies and wave scimitars around, and you get to, and I'm sure, I know you're not from America originally, but if in most American cities, like on the 4th of July, you'll see Shriners driving their little cars or their motor scooters. They have little motor scooters they ride, or else they have camels that they ride, and it's great. They have an Oriental band. Large shrines have, because there's a shrine center in almost every major city, have piper bands and stuff. There are lots of activities you can join in. And plus, see, Shriners, are you ready for this? Shriners are allowed to drink camel's milk.
Yuck.
No, you know what it really is? It's beer.
Okay.
You can't drink beer or alcohol in any other Masonic institution in America.
That would make a big difference.
That would make a big difference.
Right.
So they're actually allowed to have beer. And if you walk into these shrine temples, they're gorgeous. Like the one in Milwaukee that I was a part of, which I think was, El Kahir. Looks like the Taj Mahal outside. Big thing. The 2 or 3 stories high, big minarets, big bulbous, whatever they call those domes and everything. Beautiful inside. You think you're inside of a mansion, and you see shrine is very expensive to join. And of course they say, all that money goes to the crippled children. Well, no, it doesn't. 95% of it doesn't.
Where does it go?
It goes to the shrine.
And who spends it?
Well, if you could see the jewelry that a shrine potentate gets when he becomes a shrine potentate, which is like the head of the local shrine body, it costs a couple $1,000 minimum, just for this hunk of jewelry they wear around their neck. They get all these rings and jewels, and it's not you see, you got to realize, if you have a 501c3 corporation in this country, you're allowed to spend up to 95% of the money you get in on administrative costs, and then only give 5% to charity. And they take advantage of that fully. In fact, it was the Orlando Sentinel or the Orlando Sun, I forget which. Anyway, the Orlando newspaper about 10 or 12 years ago actually did an expose of how little money the shrine actually takes in and then gives to their charities. Because they have shrine circuses, they have shrine this, they have shrine that, lots of fundraising. Anyhow, I was talking about this Islamic component. When you go in, you're made to swear your oath that I talked about earlier, this blood-curdling oath on the Quran instead of on the Bible. And you swear this oath, and then you end up by saying, I swear this oath in the name of Allah, the God of my forefathers, the God of the Muslim and the Muhammadan and the Din.
Wow.
And of course, 99% of the people, because the shrine is a uniquely American body, I don't think there's any Shriners outside of the United States. And probably 99% of them are not Muslims.
Right.
They're probably, Protestants or agnostics or atheists or whatever. Well, not atheists, because they can't be a Shriner if they're an atheist. But, so this is really blasphemous. And then the oath is that if you break the oath, your eyes will be pierced with red-hot 3-cornered daggers. Why 3-cornered daggers, you might ask? Because that way the wound will never close. Nice stuff.
Horrible.
And if we had the time, I might tell you what the shrine initiation involves.
What's that?
Okay, well, you have, first of all, it's so arduous, you have to go through a physical before you go through it. They have Shriner doctors, MDs, that will give you a physical, make sure your heart is good, make sure you have no pre-existing health conditions. And then it's basically like a super expensive, super atrocious version of a college fraternity hazing. Like in my case, first of all, I had to walk across they strip you down to your underwear. Then you have to walk across you're supposed to be a pilgrim on your way to the shrine, you see. And you have to walk across the burning sands of the desert. So what they do, they lay down this special carpeting, and it's got electrical things running through it.
Ooh.
So that as you walk on it, you get electrical shocks.
Ooh.
And it's like, I don't know how many volts it is, but it hurts. It really hurts. And then they have the infamous bunghole test, where you're put inside of a barrel with a hole in it, and they squirt warm water on you to make you think a dog is peeing on you. And then the other thing they did in our case, because it varies a little bit from time to time, and they say there's this whole audience full of Shriners watching this, because you're blindfolded.
Oh.
And so they're out there laughing, just having a wonderful old time, and you're being humiliated. And so I was up there on my hands and knees, blindfolded, and they dangled Frankfurter in front of us on a string, which would bob around, like that. And you're supposed to try and eat this Frankfurter blindfolded while they're sticking you in the rear end with hat pins.
Oh.
So doesn't this just sound special?
Not very dignified.
Well, no, not at all. And so between that and between the high level, because all the shrine officers are dressed as Muslim potentates. And the Shriners all wear this fez, which you've probably seen, this purple, kind of reddish purple conical hat. And that, of course, comes from the city of Fez in Morocco. And a popular, I don't know if this is true, but a popular Muslim legend says, how that hat originated? Way back when Islam was first spreading across North Africa through jihad, which is holy war, the Muslims came to the city of Fez, which was all Christian. And they basically said, you must convert to Islam or we'll kill you. And they said, we'll never deny our Savior, Jesus Christ. And so they fought the war, they broke into the city, and they basically slaughtered all the Christians in the city. They beheaded them. That's the Muslim idea of soul winning. It's convert to Islam or we'll cut off your head. That's why the symbol of the shrine is a scimitar. A scimitar is that unique kind of curvy Islamic sword. And then the other symbol on the shrine that you'll see all over the place is it's kind of like a head of a sphinx. Like the head of an Egyptian, with the funny headdress and all. So that's what you'll see on all the different shrine gear is that. And so the streets were literally running with the blood of these Christian martyrs. And to celebrate, the Muslim invaders took off their turbans and dipped them in the blood of the Christian martyrs and put them back on their heads. And that's why the fez has that odd color that looks like dried blood.
So how many Shriners know that?
Probably virtually none of them.
Okay. And how
I
did you
sure
know that?
didn't when I was in it. Well, I was told that by a Muslim who got saved. And he was a man who converted to Islam while in North Africa. He was actually stationed in Morocco, which is where the city of Fez is. So he probably would know.
Right.
But of course, the Shriners will deny this.
I see.
But, can you imagine being a Christian and wearing that hat?
No, thank
and
you.
swearing an oath on the Quran, which is, of course, the holy book of Islam.
Well, you wouldn't want to be anyone, really, with a hat like that.
No. Plus, they look really silly.
Please explain what megapolosomancy is.
Megapolosomancy. Yeah, that's one of those big words. And basically, it is something that is taught in the most esoteric high levels of Masonry. And it's the idea, it literally means, megapolis means big city, like some people may have even heard New York being called a megapolis. And omancy means magic of. So it's literally the magic of big cities. And it's the idea that through architecture, you can enhance
the spiritual vibrations of a city or of a building. And there's certain things that, because Masons are basically temple builders. They claim that long before there were the Christian cathedrals, that Masons built the Parthenon, that Masons built the great temples of Rome, and then they were called the Dionysian artificers, but it was basically the same thing. And even in Egypt, Masons built like the Great Pyramid of Khufu and the great temples of Luxor and Karnak. Anyhow, the key principle that we were taught is if you really want to create an atmosphere in a room or in a building for the manifestation of evil spirits, gee, isn't this fun? Anyway, you want to make the building somewhat trapezoidal in shape. And of course, a trapezoid is like a pyramid with the top lopped off. And if you think about it, you see all these ancient pictures of these temples in Egypt, they all are trapezoidal shaped. They're all larger at the bottom than they are at the top. And so basically, in a nutshell, Megapolis-Somancy is the science of creating buildings that will enable you to do effective black magic. And this is why, for example, we were taught when we were in all of this stuff that for example, haunted houses are very frequently have mansard roofs, which, like the Addams Family house, that's kind of a classic haunted house where they have roofs that kind of go like this and then they're flat. See, that's a trapezoid. And every haunted house we dealt with when we were Ghostbusters, so to speak, 10 years before the movie came out, they all had something in the house where the angles were out of true, where instead of right angles, they were just 1 or 2 degrees off. And then you have a trapezoid. Obviously the most famous trapezoid in the world is the John Hancock Tower, I think it is, in Chicago, which is this giant black trapezoid. It's like one of the 4th or 5th tallest buildings in the world. And on top are the twin horns of Lucifer. They're like two, like TV towers or radio towers or whatever. And when that building first went up, it had the highest suicide rate, highest mental breakdown rate of any building in America for its comparable size.
Thank you. I've seen maps, drawings that show that there are Masonic symbols in Washington. Is that also part of
Megalopolis-Somancy, yes. Yes, it exactly is. The layout of streets. In fact, Ed Decker and I are the ones that first came up with that little discovery.
Really?
That you, way back in the late 80s, that if you lay out a street map, first of all, the entire city of Washington, D.C. is laid out like a giant rhombus. You break that down, and there's 4 Masonic cornerstones at the north, at the south, at the east, and the west of Washington, D.C. Giant stones set in the earth. And then if you go into the city and break it down further, you will find that, for example, there's squares, there's compasses, there's a giant inverted pentagram pointed straight at the White House. And of course, an inverted pentagram is a symbol of Satan. It's a symbol that Satanists use to draw down the kingdom of Satan and manifestation on the earth. And then you wonder why our president has problems.
Oh, I guess that answers the next question. How does that affect us as a society?
Well, see, for many years, Masonry's influence is waning. But for many years, Masonry is kind of like the civil religion of America, because it was so universalist that most people wouldn't squawk about it. And in most cities, the city halls, the courthouses, et cetera, were all dedicated by Freemasons. They'd invite the local master of the lodge to lay the cornerstone, et cetera, et cetera. And what does that mean? That means that the cities are all under a curse.
So does that mean we need to tear them all down and build new ones?
Well, at the very least, it means you need to go and pray over those things and destroy them. I mean, if spiritually, destroy the strongholds that are in them. And in fact, that's very much like what we did back in 1990. I and about a dozen other ministers to Masons joined forces with Intercessors for America. And we went to Washington, D.C. We marched from the White House 13 blocks. Isn't that interesting? 13 blocks from the White House, I think it's south, to the House of the Temple, which is the supreme headquarters of the Scottish Rite, the Supreme Council of Grand Sovereign Inspectors General. And we went there and we prayed over it.
We anointed it with oil. We cast down the strongholds of Masonry in this country. And really, you know, this is all Yahweh's doing. It's not our doing. But since that time, Masonry has started to unravel in this nation. I mean, even the Southern Baptist Convention actually didn't go as far as it should have, but they actually did a report and acknowledged that Masonry had problems in terms of being compatible with Christianity. So since then, I mean, I remember, I personally, if you go to that building, it's creepy looking in D.C., and there's these two giant sphinxes out in front of it, big stone sphinxes, and I personally went up and with holy oil, I anointed both of them in the name of Yeshua and prayed over them. And we anointed the door. And it was so funny, we were all there just praying up a storm, you know, and there's this old guy that lives in the place, it's like a caretaker, and the lead guy from Intercessors for America was this lovely little black gentleman. It was about, you know, like 5'4", you know, and he was standing there praying in tongues, you know, and this guy opened the door, here's this little black guy going, you know, something like that, and the guy just went like that, you know, shut the door. He wasn't going to mess with us. And I think really that was a great moment in the history of the, if you want to call it, anti-Masonic movement in this country, because we went right to the pinnacle of the stronghold and the strong man of Masonry in this nation, and we prayed against it and we cut it off at the kneecaps. And since that time, Masonry's influence has really been declining. At that time, there were around 4 million Masons in America. Now there's 2.5 million.
Great.
So
the internet's making further inroads.
Oh
would
yeah,
you say?
yeah. Just because more and more people are learning the truth through the internet. Yeah.
Would it make a difference that the physical buildings and everything are still remaining?
Oh, but it would make a little difference. But you see, if you go there and in effect you reconsecrate that land and that building, of course you probably have to do it after dark, to Yahweh Almighty, that would make a big difference.
Okay.
Because his power is so much greater than the power of the adversary.
Right.
And I mean, of course, legally you don't own the building, so there's still, the devil still has a right to mess around in there, but it's going to vastly diminish the influence the building has on the larger community.
Good.
In fact, you mentioned this layout of, there's many, especially in the east and in the south, there's many state capitals that are also laid out by Masons.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if like Tallahassee is, but I know a lot of the eastern cities that were part of the original 13 colonies were laid out in a Masonic format.
Thank you. You said earlier that the Skull and Bones Society is worse than Freemasonry. In what way?
Well, its initiations are more overtly bizarre, if that were possible. And its influence is so much greater. It's very elite, too. I mean, virtually any bozo can become a Mason. Whereas you have to be the elite of the elite. Of course, you have to be a Yale student. Beyond that, but really only the mossy money families, the really rich families, the powerful, like, say, for example, the Bush family, would be allowed to get into that.
And how do you know that the rituals will work?
Well, because they have been partially at least revealed. Some guy went in there with a spy camera, and plus some of them have some of them that have talked over the years, and it involves basically laying naked in a coffin with a red string around your male member and reciting all of your sexual encounters to all your fellow bonesmen. And that's the best part of it.
Ew, yuck.
So, and of course, there's all sorts of weird claims about this, that there's a skull or skulls in I think they call it the temple. It's this big old building on the Yale campus, and there's I've heard everything from that it's the skull of Geronimo to it's the skull of Adam, and I mean, how you would know it's the skull of Adam,
right.
Beyond me, but it's a very anti-Christian group. I mean, some of the ethics that are taught and the if you will, the morality that's taught within the group are very anti-Christ. And of course, then you look at the fact that in virtually every administration, every Congress, there's like dozens of bonesmen. I mean, both the guys that ran for president in the last election were bonesmen. Kerry was a bonesman and so was Bush.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
What's a definition of Catholicism?
Well, of course, Catholicism literally means universal. That's the actual meaning of the word. When you say the Catholic Church, you mean the universal church. But what most people mean when they say Catholic or Catholicism, they mean the Roman Catholic Church, which has its headquarters in the Vatican. So, we'll keep it at that for the purposes of our discussion. The Catholic Church is, I think, the world's oldest and largest and most powerful cult. They are not a Christian religion, even though they claim to be. And essentially, they have over 1 billion people who they have deceived into a false system of weird anti-biblical works that we could just literally talk for hours about. But essentially, I think it is, of course, the world's largest supposedly Christian religion. But yet, on the other hand, its teachings are often quite contrary to the gospel.
Okay, so what makes you say it's not a Christian religion?
Well, they've got one thing right. They confess that Yeshua, Jesus Christ, is God, which is great. And I'm not saying there aren't many Catholics that aren't saved, genuinely born again, but they're saved in spite of the church rather than because of the church. But other than that, we're in trouble doctrinally. They don't believe that the Bible is the sole source of truth. They say they have the magisterial teaching authority of the church and the Bible together. And see, they have an old saying in the South, a two-headed dog won't hunt. And if you've got the Bible going one way and the magisterial authority of the church going another way, as often is the case, what happens? Well, you can bet the magisterial authority of the church wins. For example, the Torah, the Old Testament, says, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. That's right in the Ten Commandments, the Decalogue. And yet, what did the Catholic Church do? Every Catholic church has all these statues to Mary, St. Joseph. They have a dead corpus of Jesus hanging on the cross, and they have statues of St. Jude, St. Francis, saints all over the place. And they pray to these statues. They believe, mind you, these statues are a focus for which they can go through them and actually reach the real spiritual entity that's, so to speak, behind the statues. But they're committing idolatry. Not only that, they worship a cookie. I mean, they have this communion wafer, and they believe that communion wafer is God, literally, and they worship it. I mean, if you've ever, now we have an opportunity to see some of this stuff that we didn't used to because they have their own huge cable TV network, EWTN, and you can see they have this thing called the Benediction of the Blessed Sacrament, where they enthrone this host, which is a little cookie of bread, in this really elaborate monstrance. It's called an ostensorium with sunbursts surrounded in gold and angels flying around it and everything. And they put it up there and they all worship it. And they even will kneel before it, and instead of genuflecting on one knee, they'll genuflect on both knees and bow very deeply because they believe they are literally in the presence of Almighty God, And then the priest will take it and he will hold it and he will bless the whole congregation with it, like he's, zapping them with this giant, searchlight of sanctity, And I mean, that's idolatry. You're worshiping the creature instead of the creator, which is, it's a piece of bread, for heaven's sakes. So that's just a couple of examples. I mean, then the other problem, which is really the worst problem, is that the Catholic Church denies that you're saved by grace through faith, Ephesians 2:8-9. They say that you can, in fact, one of the popes, I can't give you the name offhand, but I think it was maybe even St. Pius V, he taught that if anyone says that you are saved by grace alone and faith without having to do good works, you are under a curse. Ooh. Anathema sit, in the way they say it in their Latin. Although anathema is actually a Greek word, but who's quibbling. So they will teach Catholics, okay, yeah, you get sprinkled as a baby, and then you go along, you get confirmed at a certain age, and then basically you have to do all these other things. You have to go to Mass, you have to take communion, you have to go to confession at least once a year, you have to do all of these other things, and no Catholic knows for sure if they're going to go to heaven or not, right up to the moment of their death. Like when this Pope, who recently died, John Paul II, even at the moment of his death, he had to have a priest there absolving him and giving him the last rites, and he had to confess his sins because he didn't know if he was going to go to heaven or not. No, that's the sad thing. And because, it talks in 1 John, these things have I written unto you that believe in the name of the Son of God, that you may know that you have eternal life. See, as a Christian believer, I know that I have eternal life. But in fact, there's this one excellent video, I'm giving someone else a plug here, but it's called Catholicism in Crisis, where they went and talked to like about 24 Catholics outside of St. Patrick's Cathedral one morning after Sunday Mass. And they asked them, do you think you're going to heaven? And most of them said they hoped they would. And then they asked them why. And they all said, well, because I'm more or less a good person, or because I go to Mass on Sunday, or because I do more good stuff than I do bad stuff. Which is basically the doctrine of Islam. And none of them said because of Yeshua, because of Jesus and what he did on the cross. So that's the biggest issue right there. And then, of course, there's all these secondary things, like even the status of the Pope, that, they believe that he's the supreme bishop of the universal church. And so every other Christian ultimately has to bow the knee to him, or they're going to go to hell.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think a lot of people, Catholics and non-Catholics, get Catholicism and Christianity mixed up.
Well, that's intentional, yeah.
I just want to know, give us a definition of Christianity.
Well, Christianity is the faith once delivered unto the saints, in the primitive Christian church. And it's basically the teachings of the New Testament and nothing else. Nothing added, nothing subtracted, the teachings of the Bible. And so the big difference, which lays down a line of demarcation between Christianity and every other religion, including cults like Mormonism and Catholicism and Jehovah's Witnesses or whatever, is that Christianity says your salvation is through faith in what Yeshua did for us on the cross. That's it. That is what saves you. And that you don't need to do all this other stuff in order to be saved. That's the big difference. That's the line of demarcation. And of course, that doesn't mean that you just get born again and then we're going to live like the devil. And most Christian preachers and teachers worth their salt will say, then you are saved to do good works, to keep the commandments, etc., etc. You're not supposed to go out and whore around and drink and gamble and whatever, smoke, chew, or go with girls that do. You're supposed to live a good, godly life according to the commandments. So, but that isn't what saves you. That's just a consequence of what saves you. And the other key thing about Christianity is that it teaches that when you get born again, the Holy Spirit comes and writes the laws of Yahweh God on your heart. And I heard one preacher say it this way. It's the difference between, like if you're driving down the road and you're speeding, that's like an unsaved person. A saved person is like someone driving down the road and they have a state trooper sitting next to them in a car. They aren't going to be as likely to speed, are they? And see, when you're a believer, you have Yahweh God, the almighty creator of the universe, living in you. That's a big difference.
Okay, thank you. How did you become a Catholic priest?
Well, I wanted to be a Catholic priest from the time I was old enough to know what it was. I was raised Catholic, as I think I've already said, and even as a little kid, 5 or 6 years old, I would cut up my mother's bed sheets and color them and make vestments out of them, and I'd pretend to say the Mass with I got a martini glass for a chalice, And so I went to minor seminary, Catholic grade school, Catholic high school, Catholic college. And of course, I've already said, while I was in the seminary, minor seminary, I got turned aside by these professors that were telling me I had to be a witch, that I had to be an occultist. So once I became a witch, I became a witch high priest, a funny thing happened to me. I went to see one of the most god-awful movies that's ever been made, The Exorcist. I went to see that movie with my wife and some other witch high priests. It was the funniest thing, because we were all witch high priests. We were some of the leading Wiccan leaders in Chicago and us went to see this movie. And it scared the living daylights out of me. I had nightmares from that movie. And it kind of scared me into wanting to get back into the Catholic Church. And I also wanted to be a witch, and of course I was married. That was a problem because Catholic priests aren't allowed to be married. So as luck would have it, remember the root of the word luck is Lucifer.
Really?
Yes, yes. So when you say good luck to somebody, watch it.
Ooh.
There's no luck in the kingdom of heaven. It's all divine providence. So anyhow, as luck would have it, when we moved to Milwaukee, as I've said earlier, we were setting up all these covens and everything, a priest from the old Roman Catholic Church came to this guy who ran this occult bookstore and said he had heard that he was having someone in town who was teaching people witchcraft and could he come into classes. And so we met and we worked out an arrangement whereby this fellow, now the old Roman Rite is a kind of a splinter group from about 300 years ago in the Church of Utrecht in Holland, where they were broken off because of the political intrigue surrounding the Protestant Reformation. And there were no bishops left in the Diocese of Utrecht. And see, in Catholic canon law, the church in an area can't exist without a bishop, because it is from the bishop that the priests derive their ordinary power. So, as it happens, and this sounds like some weird story, but as it happens, the Archbishop of Babylon was traveling incognito through Holland, and he found out what was going on. And so he told the priests in the Diocese of Utrecht, we'll get together and vote on 3 men, and I will lay hands on them and consecrate them a bishop. And so they did that. Now, this is the first time that we know of in the history of the Roman Catholic Church that someone was consecrated a bishop without the Pope's express permission. When the Jesuits found out about it, they were livid. And they cut off Holland from the outside, just like the Protestant Dutch had cut it off from the inside. And so for like 250 years, this Church of Utrecht existed kind of like in the land that time forgot. They weren't invited to the First Vatican Council.
They were, or
they weren't invited.
Right.
And so they do not accept the doctrines that were promulgated there, like the Immaculate Conception and the infallibility of the Pope. And they also do not require the clergy to be celibate. You're allowed to be a married priest. But otherwise, their holy orders, the sacrament of holy orders, is completely valid.
How did that work? Because Catholic priests have never been able to marry, have they?
No. That's, the stricture against marriage only was made formal around the year 1000.
Oh.
For the first 1,000 years of church history, Catholic priests were allowed to marry. And to this day, Uniate Catholic priests are allowed to marry. Orthodox priests are allowed to marry, Greek Orthodox, Russian Orthodox, so on. But actually, that's only been in the last 1,000 years. So anyway, we were, and because this was a separate jurisdiction, and this guy was a priest in the old Catholic Church. And so he arranged me to start studying and meet with bishops in the old Catholic Church. Finally, in 1976, I think it was, I was ordained to the priesthood, and that was in Joliet, Illinois. And then I was made the associate pastor of Our Lady of Perpetual Help Friary in Milwaukee, and I was there for several years. At the same time, I was also a witch. So I just, had 2 hats, so to speak, and I had no problem with that.
How long were you a priest for?
Well, of course, by Catholic theology, I'm still a priest. They believe that when you are ordained to the priesthood, you receive an indelible character on your soul. It stays there forever. But I stopped practicing as a priest and saying Mass and all of that in 1980 when I joined the Mormon Church, because I believe they had a better priesthood.
Okay.
But in the meantime, before that, I also went and got a Master's of Theology degree from St. Francis Seminary.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. What is the job of a Catholic priest?
Well, basically, it's in many ways it's similar to any other clergy person. I mean, they counsel people. They're there for funerals, for weddings, and so on. But also, the key thing that separates the Catholic and the Orthodox and the Anglican priest from the rest of the clergy is that they believe they have the authority to act in the name of Christ, literally to be Christ. The doctrine is sacerdotus est alter Christus. The priest is another Christ. And they walk up onto that altar, and when they say the words of institution, which is, for this is my body, and, for this is the cup of my blood, blah, 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 They believe they're literally pulling down Jesus Christ out of heaven and putting him into that cookie. And pulling down the blood of Jesus Christ into that chalice, into that wine. And the doctrine of that is that the body, blood, soul, and divinity of Jesus Christ is contained in that chalice and in that bread. So the idea is, think of it this way. The very meaning of a priest is someone who offers sacrifice. And the problem with that is, theologically, is that it says in the New Testament, in the book of Hebrews, is that Yeshua, our high priest, went and offered the sacrifice on Calvary once for all. And that no longer is there have to be priests that are offering sacrifices every day, which can never really even take away sin. So the whole idea is false. But the concept is that the priest is there as a mediator, that the average layman, and that's an interesting term, by the way, because you know what the word layman actually comes from?
No.
It comes from the Greek word laos, which means stupid people.
Oh.
So, I never use that word.
Wow.
Because we're all priests. Peter, who was supposedly the first pope, tells us that we are a chosen nation, a royal priesthood, a peculiar people, and that everyone is in fact a priest of Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus Christ. But anyhow, so he stands there and he's offering a sacrifice for our sins, supposedly. That's what the Mass does. And the Catholic Church teaches that without the Mass, without attending Mass every Sunday, without receiving the sacrament, especially the sacrament of the Eucharist, Holy Communion, and also going to confession at least once a year, you can't make it to heaven. That faith in Christ is not enough. And the sad thing is that at the time that this new pope is being enthroned in Rome, is that right now only 25% of Catholics in this country go to church every Sunday. 3/4 of Catholics are staying at home and, reading the funny papers. So that means the Catholic Church is really in deep, deep doo-doo. But the big difference is that all the Bible-believing churches, some of them have lost this over the decades, but were founded on the idea of the priesthood of all believers, and that we ourselves can go boldly before the throne of grace. We don't need any priests. We don't need any, pontiffs or anything between us and Almighty Yahweh. So that's the big difference.
Thank you. What sacraments did you perform while you were a priest?
Everyone except, I don't think I ever, I did a wedding. Did several weddings. I don't think I ever baptized an infant. I baptized a couple of adults, and I did the last rites. I ordained several people to the priesthood. So I basically did all 7 sacraments, I think.
Thank you. Did you ever say Mass in an ordinary church building?
Well, it depends on what you mean by it. We had
a normal Catholic church.
Well, I wouldn't have been allowed to say Mass in a normal Catholic church. But we had a chapel in this very large mansion on the north side of Milwaukee that was this Our Lady of Perpetual Help Friary, and it functioned as both a chapel for Catholics who were dissatisfied with the new Vatican II rites, and also as a home for developmentally disabled adult men. And it was a church that basically sat probably 15 or 20 people. So, I consider that to be a normal church, but it wouldn't have been regarded as a licit Catholic church by the Archdiocese of Milwaukee, no.
Okay, thank you. What communication did you get from the Pope?
Well, I didn't get any communication from the Pope, but I got a communication from his right-hand man, who was at that time, oddly enough, the same person in the same position who this new guy that just became Pope, Cardinal Ratzinger. He was the head of the Congregation of Doctrine of the Faith. And 25 years ago, I got a letter from Franz Cardinal Schaper, who at that time was in the same position. Because at that time, I was applying to possibly be able to function as a priest within the Roman Catholic Church, not the old Roman, and still, of course, keep my wife. And they basically sent me a letter back telling me that I was an apostate and that my orders were valid, meaning my priesthood, my orders were valid but illicit. In other words, illegal, because I had not gone through the Holy Papa,
Thank you. Would you say that another difference between Catholicism and Christianity is that most Catholics don't read the Bible and most Christians do? Because I just say that as a former Catholic, I was totally stunned when I finally read the Bible and learned that Jesus had brothers and sisters.
Well, I think that is true to a degree. I think it's a little less true now because since the since the 1970s, Catholics have been a little more nudged towards reading the Bible, of course, reading their Bible. But yeah, for centuries, in fact, the Catholics were forbidden from reading the Bible. They would only get whatever Bible they were given by their priests from the pulpit on Sunday morning. So yeah, that is a huge difference, is that most Protestant and other type groups are Bible-based. The Catholic Church is much more based in this magisterial authority of the Pope and the councils of the Church.
Okay, thank you. You say in Lucifer Dethroned that the Catholic Church was the repository of the patrine allegedly from St. Peter's current of magical energy. What does that mean? Because as a former Catholic, as far as I know, most Catholics probably think that they're not involved in magic at all.
Well, first of all, that's what I was told. That's not saying it's necessarily true. But yeah, we were taught that there are 12 currents of magic flowing from each one of the 12 apostles. And that, that Peter was possessed of the Petrine current. So what was involved basically is that he, you say most Catholics don't think they're involved in magic. Well, they believe that a glass of wine turns into blood. Poof, isn't that magic? They believe in bleeding statues and crying statues and, levitating saints and all sorts of bizarre stuff. And it's interesting. I don't know if you know this, but the famous words of magic, hocus pocus, do you know where those come from?
No.
Well, they're a parody of the words that the Catholic priest says over the host when he poof turns it into the body. You say, in the old Latin, you say, hoc est inem corpus meum, for this is my body. And hocus pocus is like a parody on that term.
Wow. Well, who told you that story about the magical currents?
That was told me by the gentleman that consecrated me a bishop.
Okay, thank you. You also say in your book that the Freemasons were the custodians of the Johannine magical energy from St. John current. Do you really think that St. John or St. Peter gave magical powers to anyone?
No, I don't now. I did then, but that obviously is not true.
Right, thanks. In your own experience, are there any links between the occult and Catholicism?
Well, I think we've already touched on that, but yeah, over the centuries, in fact, the Vatican has the largest collection of occult books in the world.
Really?
They have some occult books that are nowhere else. And, of course, they won't let anybody read them except their own scholars. But, and yeah, down through the centuries, like, for example, most Catholics have heard of Thomas Aquinas. Well, his teacher, Albertus Magnus, Albert the Great, was a very high-level occultist and alchemist. And many popes practiced magic. In fact, there's actually a grimoire, a magical workbook that's called the Grimoire of Pope Honorius. So there's always been this blending of Catholicism with magic down to the centuries. And many times the Mass itself is a magical act. It's what's called in magic a thaumaturgical act, because you are turning one substance into another. I mean, if I were to go down the street and say, well, I'm going to turn this milkshake into the body of George Washington, that would be a magical act, But yet, because it's done in the context of the Catholic Church, nobody thinks it's magic, but it actually is.
Sure. How do you know that the books in the Vatican, they have occult books there?
Well, I was even told that in college by my own Catholic theology professors.
Thanks.
I've never been there myself, to be sure, but I have no reason to doubt that.
Okay. Who suggested to you that you should become a Catholic priest in order to become a satanic priest?
Actually, nobody.
Oh, I thought I read that in your book.
No, I was already involved in becoming a Catholic priest when I found out by happy coincidence that it was necessary for me to be a Catholic priest, in order to be a satanic priest.
Oh, okay. Well, who told you that?
Well, that was told me by the guy who was my higher up in Satanism, who was called, his magical name was Arius, and which is one of the names of one of the dukes of hell. So this was told me by several different sources that In fact, if you look at the history of black magic and of Satanism, you'll find it inextricably bound up with the Catholic priesthood, because the famous, it's called le messe noire, the black mass. You have to have a priest to do that. And that's the core liturgy of Satanism, is to do the black mass.
And why did someone suggest it would help to be a Catholic priest, to become a satanic priest?
Well, because, see, this is very strange, but one of the things that some Satanist groups do, some don't, is they believe that the host, the communion wafer, is really Jesus, just like Catholics do. So that's one belief system that Catholics and a lot of Satanists have in common. And the funny thing is that they will take that host and abuse it. They'll urinate on it, they'll stamp on it, they'll do other disgusting things they won't even mention. And in doing that, they think they're hurting Jesus. They believe they're abusing Jesus. And in some cases, like kind of a low-budget satanic outfit might go and break into a Catholic church. Why do you think there are locks on the tabernacle in a Catholic church? Because in the Middle Ages, people would steal communion hosts and abuse them for Satanism. But it's obviously a lot less dangerous and a lot easier if you have a Catholic priest on staff, so to speak, who can officiate at the Mass, le messe noire, the black Mass, or the Mass of Saint Seek-Hair, which is even more vile, and pull down Jesus out of heaven, put him in the cookie, and then you can stamp on him, defecate on him, whatever you want.
Wow. So from your own experience, how many Catholic priests would you say are satanic priests? Or what percentage?
Well, that would be hard to say. I only knew like 4 or 5. But, I mean, especially in the wake of this pedophile scandal and everything that happened down in the last couple of years in the Catholic Church, I think there's probably, it's probably a fairly small percentage, maybe 1 in 10, but that's a totally ballpark figure. There's no way to know that.
Okay, thanks.
Of course, the problem is that in a sense, all Catholic priests are satanic priests because they're serving a false God and a false Jesus and a false gospel.
How are they serving a false God when they believe there is only one God?
Well, that may be true. You got me there. I misspoke. But in every other respect, they're servants because, see, any religion that draws people away from the true gospel of grace is satanic. And Catholicism does that. So in a very real sense, Catholicism is satanic, even though they've gotten one thing right. Like I said earlier, even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Right. Okay, can you expand upon the sentence where you said you met a man who said you had to become a Catholic priest before you could become a Luciferian priest?
Well, see, in the occult degree system in which I was operating, all of these different degrees go up what's called the tree of life. And that's an unfortunate association, but it's the way it is. And what happens is that you have, like, 6th degree is the Catholic priesthood. Then 7th degree is the Luciferian priesthood. 8th degree is the Catholic episcopacy, the bishopric, and so on. So that's what was meant by that.
Wow, that's a very close connection then.
Oh, yeah.
What comment have you got to say from your own experience about doing the rosary, since you described a man who was very dangerous and he said the rosary?
Well, you're talking about the guy who was a very high-level voodoo hierophant and also a Gnostic Catholic bishop. And he said the rosary all the time. And I did too. I mean, here I was a Satanist. I was rattling off the rosary all the time. The problem is it's a kind of mood-altering, conscious-altering thing, just like a mantra, because you're over and over again, you're saying, Hail Mary, full of grace, blah, 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 and you say it so rapidly, and whatever, then they give you something to meditate on. They have what are called the mysteries of the rosary. So, for example, you might meditate on the first joyful mystery of the rosary, which is the Annunciation, which is when Gabriel came and told Mary that, she was going to have the Savior. So it's a kind of meditation. And I think, to that extent, you're mumbling off vain repetitions. As Yeshua warns us, we're not supposed to make vain repetitions. There are people that say rosary after rosary after rosary after rosary, and I mean it's just not because your heart really isn't in it. I mean, they actually in our parish they actually had a rosary saying contest to see who would say the fastest rosary. So that's kind of on the same level of like you go to Tibet and they have these prayer wheels where you just spin this big wheel, and it is as fast as the wheel spins, it's saying a prayer. I mean, it's pagan superstition. It's nothing out of the Bible.
I see. You say in Lucifer Dethroned that in order to become a Catholic bishop, you had to swear allegiance to the Pope of Voodoo instead of to the Catholic Pope. What does that mean?
Well, it happens that the fellow that consecrated me a bishop was a Gnostic archbishop who was in obedience to the Pope of Voodoo down in Haiti, who at that time was Hector Francois Germain. And basically there's a very strong correlation between Voodoo and Catholicism. I mean, basically, you've probably heard the statement that in Haiti everything is 90% Catholic and 100% Voodoo. And all the Catholic saints are basically involved in Voodoo. And in most third world or developing countries, you will find a profound mixture of Catholicism with local, what is called cultural spiritism. Let me give you an example. A friend of mine was in the Philippines, which is heavily Catholic, during Holy Week. You don't want to be in the Philippines during Holy Week. It's a nut house. The streets are packed with all these bizarre people nailing each other crosses and flagellating themselves, and he said it was the most horrifying thing he'd ever seen, because there'd be all these Catholic churches up and down the street, and the priests were out in front sitting on a little lawn chair selling shrunken heads for the festival, literally shrunken heads. Ooh. And there'd be throngs and throngs of people. And they'd have he said it was really grotesque. They had this giant dead Jesus laying on a bier, like a statue or a paper mache float kind of thing almost, with real human hair attached to it. And the hair was long, it would like fall down almost to the ground, and they had like about 8 guys carrying this, as a processional. And these throngs of people would come up to it, and they'd touch the hair, and then they'd kiss it, and then they'd like go off into some trance, and it was so crowded that the person would fall. It was kind of like a mosh pit. The person would fall down and be carried on the top of the crowd back off, and then they'd fall to the ground and lay there and foam at the mouth. And then the next person would come up and touch the hair, and he'd do his. I mean, it was very, very bizarre. And you see the same thing in Haiti. And that's because Catholicism is just thinly veiled paganism. And when you have these kind of festivals like this, the varnish cracks, and you see what's really behind the mask, which is flat out paganism.
Wow, thank you. Have you got some other stories of hypocrisy within different religions from your own experience?
Do you have all night?
Yeah, right, I was thinking maybe one good story.
Well, let me address something that I wanted from before about the other thing you asked. The problem is that Catholicism has always been willing to compromise. It's always been willing to go into the country, and it sort of invades and sort of take over the pagan stuff that was in that country. That's why you have all these weird patron saints and these weird practices in various Catholic countries. And it's a syncretism, which is not biblical.
What does syncretism mean?
Syncretism means taking a little bit from here, a little bit from there, and a little bit from here, and a little bit from there. And when you see 21st century Catholicism, you're seeing a crazy quilt faith. And you've got to realize, I'm sure a lot of people who have seen this video are Americans, and Catholic or otherwise. And that's not the Catholic Church I just described is not the Catholic Church they see in the street corners of Chicago or St. Louis or New York. The Catholic Church in this country, because it's in the minority, has to behave itself. But the Catholic Church in Latin America, in the Philippines, in other countries where it is dominant, where it is the power, is a ravening tiger. And all this pagan stuff just comes out in a way that you never see here in America. Because here in America, the Catholic Church has to put on its best face. And even then, we have hundreds of priests sexually molesting babies and children.
Yes.
So, as far as hypocrisy, I mean, you know, I don't know where exactly you're going with that question, because obviously every church, every religion has its share of hypocrites, has its share of people that talk the talk but don't walk the walk. And I mean, you know, you can talk about TV evangelists. You could talk about, you know, even the Mormon Church claiming that it has no paid clergy. And yet the combined tax returns of the first presidency of the Mormon Church back in the early 80s was like over $100 million. You can talk about, you know, people that are building lavish crystal cathedrals while people are laying in the gutter starving to death. I mean, you know, there's all kinds of that. And I think whatever faith it might be, it's a reproach to Yeshua, it's a reproach to Yahweh, because they all had a heart for the poor and the downtrodden and the destitute. And unfortunately, I mean, there's many good Christian institutions that are taking care of these people, that have rescue missions in their cities, and that's wonderful. But for every one of them, there's also some clod that's running around in, you know, $5,000 suits and $2,000 Rolex watches and whatever, and driving around in a Mercedes-Benz and saying, "Oh, I'm a humble preacher of the gospel." It's an abomination, and those people are going to be judged.
I agree. I imagine that many people hear about you getting on to all this satanic stuff think you had a bad heart. Did you?
Well, I was a sinner. I had it in a sense that, you know, everybody who's not saved has a bad heart. I had an unclean spirit. But I think if you taught not just people, not just my wife, but other people who knew me back then, they would say I was basically a pretty nice guy. I was always, both of us, my wife and I, were always trying to help people. We were always trying to bring healing into their lives, and we thought these various things, whether it was the occult, or even, it sounds bizarre, but even Luciferianism or Satanism, we thought we could do these things, because a lot of people don't realize in the Satanic Bible there is a ritual of compassion, which is used to pray for healing for someone that you love.
Okay, thank you. You wrote that you offered a Catholic Mass for a sign of whether or not Jesus and Lucifer were on the same side. Mm-hmm. What happened then?
Well, that was one of the stranger things in my early career. I had this strange, blinding revelation in my mind that I felt I had a supernatural insight that Yeshua and Lucifer were actually the same being, which is obviously totally insane if you know the Bible. And because it was so mind-staggeringly insane, I thought, well, I'm going to do what a good Catholic priest would do. I'm going to say a Mass of the Holy Spirit, which is a special kind of Mass that you say when you're trying to seek divine guidance. And my wife was there, and a young man who I was training for the diaconate was there as an altar server. And I'm doing the Mass in my own little I had a private chapel in our apartment. And when I came to the part where you say the words of institution over the wine, you know, where you're supposed to be able to turn the wine into the blood of Jesus, as I was saying them, it started to fizz and bubble. And by the time I was done, it had turned into real blood. Now, I wasn't sure what was going on at this point, and I kind of freaked a little bit. And I took one of the altar linens and just very gently dipped it into this chalice of wine, and it came out looking like a blood stain. It did not look like a wine stain, because usually wine stains are more purpley colored and blood stains are more reddish brownish colored. And I tried sipping it, and it was blood. And I had both my wife and this other fellow come up and look, and it was blood. So I didn't really know what to do, but I figured, well, this is the sign, you know. Now, it was interesting because my bishop worked as a chemist by day. And so what I did is I took this piece of altar linen that had the blood stain on it, so I thought, and I cut it off. And I put it in an envelope and sent it to him to have him analyze it, like you'd have a blood test done. You know what he told me? He said that it was human blood, but of a type utterly unknown. Never been seen before. Wow. So I thought, wow, this is it. And of course, Yeshua warns us that a wicked and adulterous generation seeks after signs. So, I was a fool.
What did you think it was a sign saying?
I thought it was a sign saying that, yes, my insight was correct, that I could follow Lucifer and Jesus at the same time.
Okay, and in retrospect, what was the truth of all that?
Well, of course, I think the whole Mass is a satanic sacrament to begin with, but I think that was a miracle, one of over a dozen or more that Satan did, because, the Bible makes it clear he can do lying signs and wonders so as to even deceive the elect. And I think it was a miracle that Satan caused to happen to deceive me and my wife and followers.
Okay. So is there a difference then between asking for a sign and noticing when signs show up in your life?
I think, yeah, there is, because on the one hand, people are always seeking after a sign, asking for a sign. They can be very easily deceived. And the Catholic Church itself is a testimony to that, because there's all these weird things. I mean, you read about people who make a tortilla and they say, oh, there's the face of Jesus in the tortilla. And so people come from thousands of miles to worship the tortilla. Or they say there's a stain on the wall of a church and it looks like the face of the Virgin Mary or whatever. All that stuff. It's total rank, superstitious nonsense. And what the Bible says, like in Mark 16, it says that they preached the word with Yahweh confirming the word with signs following. What that means is that true Christian believers are supposed to have signs and wonders following them. They're not supposed to be following the signs and wonders.
Big
so
difference.
That's the big difference, yes.
Would you care to comment on the recent funeral of Pope John Paul II?
Well, I was totally blown away by a couple of things in it. The most astounding thing to me was that when they brought out his coffin, and I didn't actually watch the funeral, somebody emailed me a picture from it, and the coffin is shaped like a trapezoid.
Wow.
Which is weird, because, who's ever seen a coffin shaped like a trapezoid? You either have the old-fashioned, hexagonal-shaped coffins, or else you have the regular caskets. And as we've already discussed, the trapezoid, the order of the trapezoid is the inner order, not the innermost order, but the inner order of the Church of Satan. So why on earth would the Pope, who's supposedly the vicar of Christ, why would he be buried in a trapezoidal-shaped coffin? And my answer to that is that basically, again, that's old Splitfoot, the devil, putting his little signature on one of his greatest creations, because John Paul II was a masterpiece of satanic delusion. And the devil had to sign his work.
And what makes you say that?
Well, because he was very much like what I think the Antichrist will be. He was a man of great presence. He was a man of great charisma. He appeared to be a very nice, loving, a man of peace, quote unquote. and yet he was none of those things, really. He was the head of a church which has killed 90 million people. He was the head of a church that has presided over the sexual torture of thousands and thousands of women and children. He was basically, probably, for sure, he was a Freemason, and we have very reliable reports that he was also a Satanist, that he presided over the Black Mass, and I don't know these things for sure, but I know again that by their fruits shall you know them. And the fruits of the Catholic Church all over the world are torture and poverty and ignorance and murder.
That's true.
Because if you look at any country that's heavily Catholic, high rates of poverty, high rates of illiteracy, high rates of corruption. Look at Mexico, look at Latin America, look at the Philippines. You look at any country where the Bible, where a Bible-based religion has held some sort of sway, like, for example, the United States, we have a higher rate of literacy. We don't have that much poverty, because, again, by the fruit shall you know them.
Okay, and the problem is lots of people look at all those poor countries and think that it's Christianity doing that, not Catholicism, and they don't see the difference.
Yeah, and that's a big problem, because most people, over and over again, I just kept wanting to put my foot through the television. They're the leader of the Christian world is dead, blah, blah, blah. The Christian world mourns, the death. Well, I wasn't mourning his death, except possibly the fact that I probably figured he's on his way to hell faster than greased lightning. But, I don't know. It's just a very sad situation, because the media has been so buffaloed by this. Even to the point, I was talking with a friend about how if you happen to watch horror movies, every horror movie, they always have a Catholic priest or a Catholic nun opposing the devil. Sometimes not very effectively, but you never see it being a Bible-believing Christian opposing the devil. Yeah. It's always a nun, it's always somebody in a black Halloween costume opposing the work of the devil. And it's nonsense.
Thank you. Who is Lucifer?
Well, Lucifer is not a fallen angel, but a fallen cherub. Because it says in the book of Ezekiel, he is the anointed cherub that used to cover the throne of God. Now, most people, when they think of a cherub, they think of some cute little naked baby who, fires arrows at people on Valentine's Day. I don't know where that got started, but actually, if you read the book of Ezekiel and other books of the Bible, cherubs were mighty, powerful, awesome-looking beings. And the real appearance of a cherub is a giant, blazing with glory, winged bull, twice the size of a real bull. So that's what Lucifer really looks like. That's why there's all of this folklore about him having horns and a cloven hoof and a tail, is because actually he did. Now, what happened with Lucifer, see, his real name in Hebrew was Halel. That's the actual name of Lucifer. And it means bright and shining one. And he was the brightest and the most glorious of all of Yahweh's angels. He was over the throne of Yahweh. The other four cherubim were on all four sides of the throne, and he was on top. And he was lifted up by pride and fell and became, and this is described in both Ezekiel 28 and Isaiah 14, he fell and became Ha-Satan in Hebrew, Satan, the adversary of all mankind.
Okay, thank you. And what's Luciferianism?
Well, Luciferianism is sort of white light Satanism. It's kind of Satanism light. And basically it teaches that Lucifer is this great light bearer who gives us the light of wisdom and the light of initiation, and that he's been slandered by the Jews and the Christians over the centuries. And they claim that Satan and Lucifer are two different beings altogether. And so Luciferians are people who believe in the unadulterated light of Luciferian wisdom, but they basically are still trying to be nice people, unlike Satanists who aren't trying to be nice people. And they basically believe in cultivating and acquiring the Luciferian initiation, which they believe brings them enlightenment.
Why did you become a Luciferian?
Well, it was a natural progression. I mean, several of the people that I was involved with, both my spirit guides and my human teachers, were leading me along that way. I got involved with Aleister Crowley, who was one of the leading Luciferians of the last century. And also, some of my mentors said, well, you really need to experience Luciferian initiation. And of course, the only way to get that was to be a Luciferian.
What did you do to become a Luciferian?
Well, you basically swear allegiance to Lucifer, and at that point, you know, it's not quite like the same thing as what I did later on. See, again, this is a gradual progression. Later on, I actually sold my soul to Satan, but in this case, I just swore my allegiance to Lucifer.
How many years were you a Luciferian?
Well, not very long, really, because it didn't take me very long to graduate from Luciferianism to Satanism. So I would probably say at most 6 months to a year.
Okay, thanks. And what does the title of your book, Lucifer Dethroned, mean?
Well, it basically means that as a lost individual, I had Lucifer running my life. When I realized it or not, when I was a witch, when I was a Catholic, when I was a Mason, Lucifer was in charge. Lucifer was enthroned right here in my heart. And when I got born again, Yeshua HaMoshiach, Jesus Christ, kicked him off the throne. And so he was Lucifer dethroned. And plus I knew the title would really tick him off.
In your book, Lucifer Dethroned, you say something about believing that the devil being Christ. Would you explain that?
Well, that's sort of the same thing as what we were talking about a few minutes ago concerning that mass with the blood-filled chalice and all that. But yeah, I came. You see, there's this confusing thing, and in the Bible, Lucifer is in some translations called in Isaiah 14 the bright and morning star, which isn't really what the translation means. It means shining one. Then you go to the book of Revelations, and Jesus is called the bright and morning star. Now, if Lucifer is the bright and morning star, and Jesus is the bright and morning star, if you're not really well versed in the Bible, you might come to think, well, if A equals B and C equals B, then maybe A equals C, So that was partly how I came to the blinding realization that Jesus and Lucifer were the same being.
So you came to that realization yourself?
Yes.
No one told you that?
No.
Okay. So,
well, probably somebody did, but it was a disembodied somebody.
Right. Is there such a thing as a Luciferian priest?
Yeah, sure.
And did you ever become one?
Well, in the sense that I was a priest who was a Luciferian, yes. But actually, the trouble is, see, all Satanists are Luciferians, but all Luciferians aren't Satanists.
Oh, I'm confused. Would you say that again?
Okay, I hope I can say it again. All Satanists are Luciferians, but all Luciferians aren't Satanists. Uh-huh. So when most people use the word Satanist and Luciferian in almost a synonymous way, and there's only a little bit of difference between them. But what I mean by that statement is that all Satanists also believe there is a light side to Lucifer. They look at Lucifer and Satan as kind of like yin and yang, the dark and the light, the positive and negative terminal that makes the universe work. And they call the false god Adonai, which is of course a not a particularly good name for Yahweh, the true God of the Bible. So yes, I was a satanic priest who was also a Luciferian priest.
Okay. Now, Lucifer was the most beautiful of the angels, and a lot of people think of beauty and goodness, of beauty and light as synonymous with goodness. So what do you have to say about that? Well,
first of all, appearances can be deceiving. That's why Yeshua himself warned us to beware of wolves that are in sheep's clothing. Now, what is that? A wolf who wears sheep's clothing is trying to look beautiful. He's trying to look like a cute little cuddly, warm, fuzzy sheep that you want to hold in your hand and pet and all of that. And yet it's a ravening wolf. And so right there we have this idea that appearances, whether they're physical appearances or doctrinal appearances, can be very deceiving, because all the different cults, for the most part, that are out there appear to be good Christian churches. They appeared. The Catholic Church puts on that face. The Mormons, the Jehovah's Witnesses, the Way International, all these people appear to be good. And even on an individual basis, there's this popular belief, if you're wicked, if you're evil, then you'll have this kind of, snarly, snaggletooth looking face. But unfortunately, one of the evilest women I ever met was also drop dead gorgeous. And and she was so evil, I won't even tell you that she was a vampire of the worst sort. And she was so attractive, she could just suck you into her web just like that. Wow. And you'd be dead by morning.
Was she blonde?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Just worried.
Nothing against
blue eyes? No, I'm just,
Actually, she had blue eyes.
Right.
Yes. So, that's
the typical Hollywood goddess.
Yeah, we look at, we have this image in our minds because babies are born with blue eyes. We have this image that blue eyes are innocent, blonde hair is innocent. A lot of babies are born with blonde hair. And so there's this almost imprinted in our archetype of our race that beautiful, childlike looking women, and even to a degree men, are very sweet and very innocent and very harmless. And sometimes they're not. Sometimes they are. Sometimes they're not.
So how can people tell the difference?
Well, again, like Yeshua said, by their fruits shall you know them. If a person comes along, as I quoted earlier on in these DVDs, if they say something that is contrary to the law or to the testimony of Yeshua, as it says in Isaiah 8, verse 20, then there's no light in them. Or if they're doing evil things, like if somebody says, oh, I'm this great mighty man of God, and yet they're out there jumping into bed with 18-year-old cheerleaders, and they're married to someone else, you can probably figure they're really not a great man of God. And I think the best way is to watch the person, is to see, because usually it's very hard to pretend to be a Christian, because the authentic agape love of Yeshua does not come out of you. It's forced. It's kind of like you got this, oh, I'm this sweet, nice, gentle Christian, and you just got to love me, like that. And it's so fake, And the other thing is if you are a true Christian yourself, you have the Holy Spirit within you, and then your spirit will witness to the spirit that's in the other person. That's called the discerning of spirits, whether or not that person is a genuine Christian. Now, I've met many people who were either well-known Christian leaders or just plain old ordinary Christians, and when I came into their presence, I could tell this person is a false brother or a false sister.
And how can you tell? Is it a look in the eye, a feeling in your heart?
A feeling, all of those things, but especially sometimes in the eyes, sometimes even, oddly enough, even the nose.
Really?
I can smell brimstone.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, because I think discernment is a key word for the coming times. Because the Antichrist, a lot of people think he's going to be very nasty, and they don't realize he's going to be wonderful. He's
going to make John Paul II look like Saddam Hussein. He's going to be so nice and so charismatic and so handsome, and he's probably already walking the earth today.
Wow. Do you have any warnings to make to people who get the idea that Christ told me to do it, or God told me to do it?
Well, it depends.
When it was a bad thing.
Right. Well, again, the same verse, to the law and to the testimony. If what the person is being told to do does not conform, like if you say, oh, well, God told me to rob a bank. Well, obviously we know right in the Ten Commandments it says thou shalt not steal. Or I've actually had people tell me, well, God told me to go out and cheat on my wife, because it says thou shalt not commit adultery. What part of that sentence don't you understand? So again, when a person says God, now obviously it's not always that clear. Sometimes people will say, well, God told me to marry this person, and they're both single, so there's no clear-cut thing. But you need to, what I tell people is when you think that Yahweh is speaking to you, and I believe he does that, it says that, we are his sheep and we hear his voice, then you need to pray and ask Yahweh God to stop all lying and deceitful spirits from speaking to you. And ask that the spirit of truth, the spirit of power and of love and of a sound mind would fill your heart, your soul, your mind. And then if that impulse, that impression is still there, then it's probably either your own mind or else it's from Yahweh. It's not a demon.
Very good, thank you. Mm-hmm. You were taught that Lucifer was the father or the elder brother of Jesus. Who taught you that and why?
Well, those are two different teachings. The Mormons teach, the Mormons teach that Jesus is the elder brother of Lucifer. But in Satanism, I was taught that the father of Jesus was Satan.
Wow. And they all believe that?
No, they all don't believe that. Okay. Some people believe, like for example, if you read the Satanic Bible, you'll read a line which is extremely hateful, but it says, behold the crucifix. What does it symbolize? Pallid incompetence hanging on a tree. Some Satanists just despise Jesus and everything he stands for. Other Satanists believe that Jesus was actually a great Satanist, and that his father Lucifer slew him on the cross to free the world from the dread chains of Jehovah. So there's all kinds of twists and turns and spins to this evil theology. Okay. And just like, you gotta understand, just like unfortunately, most religions have this, and Christianity is especially notorious. Just like there's many denominations in Christianity, there's many denominations in Satanism.
Wow. So what is a Satanist?
Well, a Satanist is a Luciferian with the gloves off. A Satanist is someone who basically, it depends, you got to qualify this, because if you're a member of like the Church of Satan or some of these other legally incorporated satanic churches, you believe in radical selfishness, kind of like an Ayn Rand objectivist type of philosophy where everything you do is for you. You are the center of the universe. And so if you want a woman, you take that woman. If you want something, you take it. It's just, take, gimme, gimme, gimme. And most Satanists believe in a literal devil. They believe he is like kind of a Miltonian anti-hero who's the ultimate symbol of rebellion. And so they believe that he is someday going to defeat Yahweh God and pull the Almighty out of heaven and resume the throne he once had up there. Because the book of Isaiah does say that the devil used to have a throne. He used to be enthroned over this planet by Yahweh, but he rebelled. So anyway, the Satanists basically believe in selfishness. They believe in fact, if you even like the nicest Satanists would probably be like the Church of Satan type Satanists. That sounds funny, and even they believe like, oh, you should just kill useless eaters. If you're elderly or if you're ill or like, someone like this Terry Shai, well, just kill them, that they have no right to live. Like I saw the right-hand man of Zena LaVey, whose name is Nicholas Schreck on Sally Jesse Raphael many years ago, say that he'd just go into the nursing homes in this country and just shoot them all right in the head,
And did you believe things like that when you joined the Church of Satan?
No, I didn't. I was nicer.
Okay, thank you.
I had a nice upbringing. I don't think Nicholas Schreck had a very nice upbringing.
Why did you eventually join the Church of Satan?
Well, I had been introduced to the Satanic Bible by this friend of mine who owned an occult bookstore in Milwaukee. And originally, of course, witches are always told, well, we aren't Satanists, the Church of Satan is evil and all that. But as I read it, I realized that basically the magical concepts in the book were pretty similar to the magical concepts that were taught by Wicca, except they were more honest and more open about what the true source of the power was. And it's like a gradual thing of seduction. You start out and then you read a little bit and then you kind of get deceived and you read a little bit more. And it's kind of like, you let the nose of the camel in the tent before you know it, the whole camel's in the tent. And the Church of Satan I contacted them and they said, well, we'll send you our newsletter and you'll learn a whole lot more than what is just in these two books. Because that time he had two books out. He had the Complete Witch and the Satanic Bible. So anyway, I basically joined it because I was on a quest for more knowledge.
What does it take to be a Satanist?
Well, in terms of the Church of Satan, all it takes is, you fill a little application form and send them your whatever. I don't know what it is now. I think it was $25 when I joined up, and then you get this little red membership card with black print that says you're a member of the infernal kingdom of hell, and it's got the goat's head and the inverted pentagram and everything on it. And then basically you just study stuff, and if you want to go forward, then you have to fill out a very detailed questionnaire. And if they deem you, quote unquote, worthy, then you become a second-degree member of the Church of Satan, which is called, in the case of a male, it's called a warlock. But otherwise, I mean, if you want to know about the higher-level satanic stuff, then it's a lot more complicated.
Thank you. And did you tell the lower-level witches that you joined the Church of Satan?
No, because we felt they weren't ready for that information. It's kind of like the layers of an onion. The very essence of any, again, remember, occult means hidden. So the very essence of any occult society is that the people on the outside are not allowed to know what's going on the inside, and the people on the inside are not allowed to know what's going on the real inside. And it just keeps, getting it in further and further until you get like to the heart of the artichoke.
What are the different levels of being a Satanist?
Well, again, I never got higher in the Church of Satan than a warlock, but I know that in I realized fairly soon that they were more or less dabbling around the fringes. See, the Church of Satan is kind of regarded as window dressing. It's like a PR thing, and it's a way of drawing in what Anton LaVey called the rubes. See, Anton LaVey was a former carnival huckster. He played the calliope in the circus and played organ for strippers and stuff like that in the carnival. And so he had a very carnival mentality. And I don't know if you know anything about carnival people, but they call the people that are the marks, they call them rubes. And so the Church of Satan was basically a way of drawing in the rubes. And then those who really had the fire for more, they wanted really to get more stuff, then they would somehow or other be led to a more serious organization. And in my case, I first of all got involved, I heard through the grapevine, so to speak, because of course there was no internet back in the 70s, about an organization in Michigan called the Order of the Black Ram. And I got involved with them, and then from there I was introduced to the Brotherhood, which is the hardcore satanic organization. They have basically 10 levels of initiation. And the highest level is called Ipsissimus, which means the very most selfish of self.
Oh, nice.
And it basically means you're a living God. You're a living God upon the earth. I never got that high, sorry to say.
Okay.
But anyway, so basically in hardcore Satanism, there's 10 levels. And I got up to level 8.
Okay, thank you. You say you became a satanic priest. What did you have to do to become that?
Well, first of all, I had to be a Catholic priest, but that was already kind of halfway taken care of. And then in order to be ordained in the satanic priesthood in the Brotherhood, I had to, finally the big moment, I had to sell my soul to the devil. And there was this, it was really very strange because there was this beautiful park in a city in suburban Illinois, which I was told was basically owned by the Brotherhood. The whole city was totally controlled by the Brotherhood. They had a huge mansion there of a very, very wealthy, if I said the name, it's a major industrial force in America that were Satanists, and they gave this mansion over to satanic rituals. And additionally, this park, which was a fully public park, broad daylight, it was full of Egyptian statuary, and they had this giant trapezoidal altar in the center of the park. And, you know, everywhere you looked were these satanic-looking Egyptian statues and weird statues, and yet it was a public park. This is the strangest thing, and I've gone through a lot of strange things in my day. But here it was broad daylight, beautiful sunny summer day, and I was led down this path, and the thing was the police. There were police cars going all around the park, keeping people out. And
For your
I was
ritual?
led up to the, for my ritual.
Wow.
And I was led up to this altar, and there I had to prick my thumb and sign my name in the black book and sell my soul to the devil. And for 7 years, he was going to own me, body, soul, and spirit, and I would serve him. And at the end of those 7 years, he would get to kill me and take me to hell. But in the meantime, I could have everything I wanted: wine, women, song, wealth, whatever.
Wouldn't you be a bit worried about the next 7 years?
Well, first of all, I knew if I was a really good boy, I could renew my contract, kind of like a pro football player, you know. But beyond that, see, we were taught that hell was like this non-stop orgy of sex, drugs, rock and roll for all eternity. And that basically what the cosmology, if you will, of hardcore, see, like the Church of Satan doesn't even believe in heaven and hell. They believe that you make your own heaven or your own hell here in this life. Officially, that's their teaching. Because the Church of Satan doesn't believe in Satan. They just believe Satan is like an archetype, a kind of a role play, ritualized, dramatic figure that you use as a symbol in psychodrama, okay? But hardcore Satanists do believe in a heaven and a hell, and we were taught that hell is basically the place for masters, for those who are little gods that bestride the earth, and that heaven is for the slaves, for the sheep, because heaven is boring. All you do is sit on a cloud and twang away on a harp for all eternity. Whereas down in hell, you get to have orgies and get drunk and have, you know, lots of drugs and everything for all eternity.
I see. So how long were you a satanic priest?
Well, let me think. No one's ever actually asked that question. Probably about 2 years.
Okay, and what did you do?
Well, There's certain high satanic holidays, including every Friday night at midnight, where you celebrate the satanic mass, and plus we would do various rituals. See, I was a Satanist who was involved in the religion of Thelema as well, Aleister Crowley's New Aeon religion. So we celebrated what is called the Gnostic Mass. We did all sorts of other rituals. We wrote some of our own rituals. In fact, as you're encouraged to do that, it's kind of magical creativity. But basically, we would do rituals like on the high festival days, and we do black masses on the Friday night at midnight thing. And then if there was a need of some sort of initiation, because there's just like there's baptism in the Christian religion, well, there's initiations in Satanism too, on a lower level than the priesthood.
Did other people come to your masses?
A handful. For one thing, we never advertised this. Except nowhere except maybe somewhere like San Francisco would you advertise, oh, we're having a satanic mass, at midnight, So no, but some of our covenants, maybe 5 or 10 at most of our covenants would just like any church service, some would come, some wouldn't from week to week, but the ones that were high enough up to know that we were doing these things, yes, they would come.
Okay, thank you. Could you give me a history of the Church of Satan and the other branches of Satanism?
Well, the Church of Satan officially started in 1966, and Anton LaVey in that year shaved his head and proclaimed that was year one of Anno Satanas. And like we have Anno Domini, AD for the year of our Lord, well, he said that 1966 was year one. And so to this day, if you get the Church of Satan newsletter, which is called the Cloven Hoof, the dates on it, like this would be 39, AS 39, because this is the 39th year of the Church of Satan. And basically, he started as kind of a study group, and then started branching out, because he's very much a theatrical showman kind of guy with his carnival background, and he'd walk around the street. He painted his house on California. Have you ever heard that song, The House on California Street, by some rock band? That refers to the Church of Satan, because it was originally a black, it was a whole Victorian house that he painted pitch black on California Street. And he'd walk around with black trench coats and a big slouch fedora hat, and he'd walk a leopard. Or he actually had a black Nubian lion, because he had been a lion tamer at one time. So again, very theatrical, very showman-like. And he'd started celebrating these public satanic masses where he'd have a naked girl laying on the fireplace in the main room of his thing, and he'd do these satanic masses, black masses, and he got a lot of members in the late 60s and the early 70s. Was immensely popular. He had people from Jane Mansfield, who some may recall as being kind of a sex goddess, and in the movies, and he had Sammy Davis Jr. was a member of the Church of Satan. He even had, one of his members was a Green Beret, and he got killed in Vietnam, and so LaVey got to do the first military funeral in Arlington Cemetery for a Satanist.
Wow.
And he also did the first satanic baptism of his daughter Zena, and gathered a lot of publicity. He got tarnished a little by what happened with Jane Mansfield's death, because Jane Mansfield's agent felt that her involvement with the Church of Satan would hurt her publicity, her career in Hollywood, and because she actually would pose. Like there's this one famous picture of her where she's in this kind of voluptuous, sexy gown, and she's kneeling at LaVey's feet, drinking out of this huge goblet. Very satanic-looking goblet. And he said, well, this is hurting your career. And so LaVey told him to stop messing with his relationship with Mansfield, and he wouldn't stop, and so LaVey put a curse on him. And he told him, you better watch it because you're going to be beheaded. And he warned Jane Mansfield to stay away from him, because he says, once you send a malignant bolt of energy out there, there's no way to control it. And if you're anywhere near this creep, might get it too. Well, just a few weeks later, they were driving along some California highway, and a semi came along and hit them head on, and the hood of the car just came through and decapitated them both, just like a guillotine. And that was, and the press asked him, well, do you regret doing that? And he says, well, no, I don't, because he deserved to die, and I warned her to stay away from him, and she did. Oh well, So, and that's a typical example of satanic ethics, anyhow, but the membership started waning off, and really now there was a certain upsurge of it in the 80s with a kind of Satanism thing going on, but they don't ever have more than 2,000 or 3,000 members worldwide. It's not a very big organization. But then the other, again, they're just the outer branch. Now what happened, I think it was in the 70s, is that LaVey's right-hand man, who's much more dangerous, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, he broke away. He was like, the second in command of the whole Church of Satan. He broke away because he did believe that there was a real devil. He did believe there was a real dark God. And he felt LaVey was just sort of, what word should I use, sort of prostituting the whole thing. And so he started his own organization called the Temple of Set. And of course, Set is the name of the Egyptian version of the devil. And Aquino, who's a very intelligent guy, he's got like a PhD in political science, and he was, I don't know if he still is, like very high up in military intelligence in the U.S. Army. He said that Set, the devil, whatever, represents the principle of spiritual alienation. That the reason why man or woman, for that matter, feels alone, feels alienated from the rest of nature. We feel like we're not really part of nature and we're not part of the universe. And that's okay, because we are apart from the universe. We are a superior being. We're a God in the making. And he believed that he was like kind of a John the Baptist to the coming of Set. And he even went to Wewelsburg Castle, which was bombed into ruins during World War II. It was in Bavaria, and Wewelsburg was the temple of the SS. So it was the black spiritual heart of Nazism. And he went there because he liked the energy. And this Aquino went to Wewelsburg Castle and did a ritual, he called it the calling forth by night. And he actually invoked the same dark god that Aleister Crowley invoked a generation earlier, named Iwas. And Iwas was basically the spiritual avatar of Satan. And supposedly at that time, Aquino was anointed to be kind of like the spokesman for Set. And really right now the Temple of Set is doing a lot more dynamic, if I may use that word, stuff in terms of satanic theology, if one may use the word, than is the Church of Satan. Then of course there's the Brotherhood, which is behind both of them. And the Brotherhood is an organization. It's basically operates out of Trieste, Italy. It's the hardcore satanic group that covers really the whole world. There's leaders of it in America. There's leaders of it in Latin America and virtually every continent. So that's this 10-tier organization. And the major centers of it in America are in New York, in Los Angeles, in Chicago, and also in Vancouver, British Columbia, are the major nerve centers of it.
Thank you. What are some of the other things that they're taught in Satanism?
Well, excuse me, I mentioned their kind of, if you will, their eschatology. They believe that the devil is going to dethrone the true God. They believe that there will be an Armageddon-like battle in which he will come and use all of the lost souls that are under his power, the millions of people on earth and the millions of people that are in hell, and he will invade heaven, and he will bring down the kingdom of Yahweh, and he will set up his throne again and rule the universe. That's their kind of apocalyptic vision. And they believe that for the last 2,000 years, Jesus has been tormented in hell by demons. They believe he did not rise from the dead. And basically they hate Jesus with all their might. And they believe originally that, this is kind of hard to explain, they believe that originally that God and the devil made a deal, and that all the people who were mighty and who were masters and who were giants on the earth, so to speak, not literally giants, but great men and women, that they would get to go to hell, and that all of the losers and peons would get to go to heaven. But what wasn't in the bargain is that Satan's reputation would be vilified. And so he got mad because he was getting all this negative press from, God's press people. And so there was this rebellion in heaven. And that's kind of the strange theology behind all this, is the idea that somehow God stabs Satan in the back and he wants his kingdom back.
That's really what people do when they do something bad to you. They'll turn around and turn the story back at you.
Oh, of course, sure. And of course, Satan is the ultimate egomaniac. I mean, he was, as we said earlier, the greatest of all of Yahweh's angelic beings, and yet he got lifted up in his pride and thought he could become exactly like God. And of course, that's not possible.
Why do they hate Jesus so much?
Well, partly because he represents everything they hate. He represents gentleness, and they value strength. Not that Yeshua isn't strong, he is, but I mean, the typical, I'll never forget what, I think it was Ben Kinchlow said. He said that as a young man who was in prison, he never wanted to have anything to do with Jesus as he was popularly portrayed, because he said he seemed like this wimpy-looking guy that hung out with sheep and wore a dress. That's the popular conception of Jesus, that he's sort of wimpy, the gentle Jesus, meek and mild kind of thing. And people forget that the same Yeshua who preached the Sermon on the Mount, who fed the 5,000 with loaves and fishes, is also the same Yeshua who's going to be coming and who's going to crack the skies, and that the heavens and the earth are going to roll back like a scroll, and he's going to come down and blow away a 200 million man army with one word out of his mouth. But see, people don't like to say that. They don't like to think about that. They like their nice little cuddly, safe Jesus. They don't like this. They like the lamb. They don't like the lion of the tribe of Judah. So anyway, I'm starting to preach here, but the point is that they just everything that Jesus represents self-sacrifice to the Satanist, and they don't believe in that. They believe in doing everything for yourself, and also this whole idea of loving your enemy, doing good. They say smite your enemy on the cheek, smite him hip and thigh with a sore slaughter, that he might go away and know that he should not attack a great master such as you are. They talk about knocking their teeth out and everything. I mean, it's the total inversion. And of course, that's the word Satan, ha-satan in Hebrew, means the adversary. So whatever Yahweh is, Satan isn't. It's like, this. So Satanism is designed to be a mirror image of Christianity, where Christianity zags, it zigs. And so where Christianity is kind and gentle and has hospitals for the sick and elderly, Satanism advocates just killing the worthless bunch of them, Where, Christianity advocates, turning the other cheek. They say smite them on both cheeks, that kind of thing.
Okay, what other lies are they told?
Well, obviously they're told at one point in the Satanic Bible, which even hardcore see. I personally believe the Satanic Bible was actually channeled by LaVey, and actually is the words of Satan, at least in part, just because I believe, heard the voice of Satan on a few occasions, and it's very much in his character. And he says at one point, you do not need a redeemer. Say to thyself, I am mine own redeemer. And, in another place it says, behold the crucifix. What does it symbolize? Pallid incompetence hanging on a tree. In another place it says, I take my axe and I split open the worm-eaten skull of Jehovah, and I spit in his rheumy blind eye. I mean, just really nasty stuff, about the Almighty. And they're taught basically that there's nothing, that you're kind of like walking as a master upon the earth, and that some people, if they don't get out of your way, they can be killed. Now, they will be very careful to say, not literally go out and like blow them away with a 444 Magnum or something, but you are allowed in Satanism. They have 3 rituals. They have a ritual of lust in the Satanic Bible, and a ritual of compassion, and a ritual of destruction. And you do the ritual of lust if you want to seduce someone. It doesn't matter which sex. You do the ritual of compassion if you want to heal someone or sort of bless someone. Although I hesitate to use that word in this context. Finally, the ritual of destruction is just what it sounds like. You throw a curse, and it's a nasty ritual. If you read the thing, it's one of the rituals. I talked earlier about how we tried to curse this lady who was a Christian lady, and it just kind of bounced off her. But I mean, just nasty stuff. It has lines in it like, we ask that the voiceless bird of nothingness would feed upon this person's rotten, putrid brain, and just all of this really bizarre. And you're supposed to sit there. They actually say in the Satanic Bible, you're supposed to sit there and work yourself up into just a blind, berserker, furious rage. Because again, the 3 keys of magic are essentially to be in a certain relaxed mental state, to visualize what you want, and then to put the emotional content, the desire behind it. In its most basic form, you can throw out all the trappings, all the little bells and candles and pentagrams. Those are the 3 things you have to do. And that's what's called mental magic. And so Satanism teaches that if you're going to kill, like what LaVey did with this guy, you just throw out this build of energy with all the hatred, all of the venom, all of the vitriol you can possibly imagine, and it's going to just go out there like a psychic bomb on the nuclear, I should say a nuclear bomb on a psychic plane. So they're also, of course, told that, again, that there is no real God, there is no hell, there is no heaven in regular Satanism, in the Church of Satan. They're taught also a kind of Ayn Rand-like objectivist ethics, in other words, where radical selfishness, where everything amounts to me, and if there's nothing in it for me, I won't do it. Things like that. I'm trying to think what other lies they're taught. You might as well just say they're taught everything exactly the opposite of what even conventional society teaches.
Right.
Right. So if you're taught to love your neighbor, they say, well, if your neighbor's worth loving, maybe you love him, especially if they're cute and attractive, you can get them in the sack. But if they're not, then, despise them, or at least ignore them.
Right. How is it that people become more and more entrenched in the Church of Satan and all these different levels? What is the thing that actually...
Well, it's a spiritual bondage. Once you put your foot... Now, you see, that's the funny thing. Anton LaVey never asked you to sell your soul to the devil. He says in some of his writings, it's the Christians that want souls. Satan isn't interested in souls. Of course, that isn't true, but so the Church of Satan never does that. You will never get a letter from them saying, okay, now it's time for you to sell your soul to the devil. They wait until you get higher up to do that. But again, once you swear allegiance in some way or another to the devil knowingly, it like just blows open all the doors of hell in your life, and it's like you're standing there like spiritually naked saying, okay, come in. And I even remember literally kneeling before our satanic altar and begging demons to come into me, because I believed that the demons would give me more and more magical power. So at first for me it was a quest for knowledge, but then it ultimately became also a quest for power. But at the same time, see, this is the paradox. I believe that by doing this, I would be helping people. I believe that I would have the power to heal people, to make money out of thin air so that I could help my friends and my family. I believe that I would have the power to almost become kind of because one of the suggested readings in the Church of Satan is the philosopher Nietzsche. The idea of man and Superman. And of course, Nietzsche is the philosopher who said God is dead. And he's also the philosopher who said that the church is the grave of God. And if you want to smell God's rotting corpse, go into a church.
But he was talking about Catholicism, wasn't
he? He was talking about any form of Christianity. He just hated Christianity in general, and so that's naturally why the Satanist church likes him. So, you know, we were taught this kind of idea that we would become like a Superman almost on here, not literally flying around in a red cape and blue tights, but having all these mighty powers and being able to help people. And that's what I thought I was on my road to.
Did you know any people that were like that?
Well, and I don't want to get ahead of my story here, so to speak, but as I got involved in Illuminati, I met people who did seem to have pretty miraculous powers, nothing as spectacular as that, but yes, I did.
And how did their lives end up getting better and better?
Well, they ended up dead, but of course, don't we all? It just, you know, the difference is what kind of retirement plan do you have after you die?
Right.
But in fact, no. Most of the people we knew that were in Satanism, their lives were pretty miserable. Suicides, and of course, again, the Satanists would have no problem with suicide. They would say, well, if your life stinks at this particular time, you know, fine, you know, put a bullet through your head, you know, because if you can't, see, Satanists do believe in having fun and having, you know, some sort of, they say joy, but I don't really think joy and Satan ever can be in the same sentence together. But they would say if you're not enjoying your life, then you're probably a worthless piece of trash and just go out and put your head in an oven, you know. Okay. I mean, the idea of compassion is utterly alien to these people. You know, there are no Satanist orphanages or Satanist soup kitchens for the poor and needy, you know.
What about for their own children?
What do you mean?
Well, children are weak and at that time, so...
Well, they believe, I mean, LaVey has gone on record as saying, because when the Satanist thing started up with the, like the Geraldo special and some of these other things back in the late 80s, they felt they had to come out with a public statement. And they say, well, Satanists do not abuse children. We regard children as one of nature's greatest gifts. We believe that all children are by nature the truest Satanists. They actually said that because all children are eminently selfish. They think they are the center of the, I mean, and psychologically we understand this is more or less true, that they think they're the center of the universe, and they, you know, and they say that basically the way children are at the age of 2 is the way everybody should be. You know, I want what I want when I want it, and if I don't get it, I'm going to kill someone. I mean, babies don't say that because, you know, they aren't able to really do anything. But so they do believe that, you know, obviously for their own children, they would have, you know, regard, and they would try and raise them according to their best sense of what was right and wrong. Because even Satanists have some sort of ethics, you know, it's just that it's so weird and twisted and pragmatic. But I would dare say that they would certainly have no problem like having an abortion, and they would probably be in favor of, like, if they have like a child that has some sort of a handicap, like, you know, Down syndrome or something, just kill the thing, you know. They don't believe in having worthless eaters around.
Right. Where do Satanists perform their rituals?
Well, we did ours in our home. We had a special, boy, that home. Back in Milwaukee, I mean, I feel sorry for whoever moved into that home after we were in it. But the funny thing is, the person who moved into that home after we did died of cancer within 3 months.
Wow.
And it was because that house that we lived in was a haunted house. And it tried to kill, especially Sharon, on numerous occasions, but Sharon was better than it was, more powerful, more savvy. One time it blew up the furnace right in her face. And, you know, just little things like that. You know, you want to talk about the Amityville horror? Well, this house had nothing on that. Or that had nothing on this house. But we had this chapel where we did Gnostic masses and vampire masses and Catholic masses and Gnostic masses and Satanic masses. I mean, you name it, we did it. Oh, yeah, in fact, every room... This is this big old blue house on Michigan Avenue in downtown Milwaukee. Looked like a giant blue barn. We didn't paint it. Our landlord did. And every room in that house was given over to the occult except for the living room and the kitchen. We slept in a closet, literally. and we had about 5 or 6 different temples and chapels in there, and our whole lives were dedicated to this.
Wow.
We were radically sold out to this stuff. So, I don't know how I got off on that tangent. You see, some Satanists do things outdoors because kind of like witches, they believe in the power of nature. So, like, for example, the ceremony I discussed where I sold my soul to the devil, that was done in a park. Sometimes a lot of Satanists will say if they can, they like to do rituals either on a crossroads where there's running water, or else by the ocean, or by a lake. Like when we could, we'd try and do rituals by Lake Michigan. Some of the like for example, there are some places where if you're in the right place at the right time and you're a Satanist, you could go to a mansion of the very wealthy and powerful. The closest I can tell people is there's this very kind of weird evil movie. It was the last film of Stanley Kubrick called Eyes Wide Shut. And it basically gives a very real example of a satanic ritual.
Yes, I think a lot of people didn't realize what they were seeing in that.
Yeah.
They thought it was an orgy, but it didn't look like an orgy.
No, well,
Can you explain a bit more about that movie?
Yeah, well, and I don't know, because oddly enough, Kubrick is an atheist, was an atheist, a Jewish atheist, by the way, which is sort of unnerving. But he, I don't know really what he was trying to do with the movie. I know there was this book by, I think, a German writer called Trauman novel, I think the name of it was, a dream story. And he wanted to make that movie for years, and basically, I mean, the middle of the movie involves that this doctor ends up being able to get into this very exclusive party where there's all these, ritual, like this guy's sitting in a throne, and there's all these naked girls running around with masks on, and they kneel in a circle, and there's incense, and there's chanting, and then everybody goes off and starts, fornicating like crazy, and
but in a very ritualized way.
A very ritualized way, and see.
Is that what happens?
Well, in some cases, yes, because it depends on what kind of ritual you're doing. But it's believed in almost all these different occult groups that part of the function of this is raising power. And then there's the element of desire. Now, the strongest desire that any human being can experience is sexual desire. I mean, even more than a desire for food. And so the idea is that, okay, we're going to like reify or imagine that we want such and such a thing. And then we're in a regular white witchcraft circle, everybody would like imagine this, and they'd start dancing. And they'd dance around real fast in a circle, and there'd be this chanting going on, and their auras would start blending together into this vortex of energy. And it would start rising and rising and rising and rising into what's called a cone of power. And then finally, when the high priestess felt as though that energy was as high as it was going to get, she would shout out, "Harahya," and they'd fire off this cone of energy toward like if they were going to heal someone or whatever the case might be. Well, in Satanism, it's kind of the same thing, but it's like, again, the gloves are off. And so the idea is, okay, we're going to, if everybody's out there, fornicating their brains out and doing whatever other things, and there might be, like flagellation going on, there might be torture going on, whatever it takes to raise the energy. And of course, in a hardcore satanic group that wouldn't see that they believe the two best ways to raise energy for a satanic ritual are either the sexual act or by murdering something, either an animal or a person. And that, because of course if you kill even an animal, an enormous amount of energy is released because the animal's terrified, and so there's just a lot of energy released. And with a human being, there's even more energy released. And they believe, especially the most, and again, now, of course, the Church of Satan and Temple of Set will deny they ever do these things. But I was told when I was in the organization that part of the reason LeVay kept lions in his basement is a good way of getting rid of the bodies.
Wow.
You just feed them to the lions, it saves on your meat budget. And so, in fact, they ultimately made him get rid of the lions because, have you ever heard a lion roar? It'll wake up the whole neighborhood.
Right.
And so finally the City of San Francisco Health Department made him get rid of the lion. He had to donate it to a zoo. But the hardcore Satanists would be able to, would think, okay, if it's ideally, sexual orgies are good because, of course, they're fun, but if you really want to raise the ultimate kind of power, you have to sacrifice someone. The first is a baby, because there's this huge amount of life energy, because the child is just barely even born, and they've got a whole 60, 70, 80 years of life in them. Next is a virgin, and then finally anybody.
And where do they get all these people from?
Well, some of them are homeless people. Some of them are prostitutes that don't know what they're getting themselves into. Some of them are people that are actually raised within the coven, kids that are born without having any, they don't have any documentation. They were born at home by, midwives and such, and then, they're just raised until they get to whatever age they want them to be, and then they're killed. And some of them are people that they kidnap, because they really, the hardcore Satanists really get off on the idea if they can find a Christian that they can kill, especially on certain high ritual days like Easter or Christmas. They love, if they can find somebody who's a professed Christian and kidnap them, they'll do it.
Were you ever involved in any of these, human murder rituals?
No, fortunately not. I was involved in some animal sacrifices. I think the worst I ever did was I sacrificed a hamster. But I still feel very bad about that because I think that's, very reprehensible. But no, thankfully Yahweh got me out of all that before I ever had to do something like that. But I know at the time I was moving in that direction. We'll talk more about that later.
Okay. Am I right that some Satanists like performing their rituals in rubbish dumps?
Well, yeah, there are some groups, and you see, it depends. This is very much like the Catholic Church, in that there's, the Catholic Church has masses where they say have purple vestments, and they have masses where they have red vestments, and they have masses where they have white vestments, and all this stuff means something, Well, similarly, if you're doing a certain kind of ritual and a certain kind of feast day, then some satanic groups are called neo-Gothic. And they're the ones that like to do it in old churches and have all these robes and incense and black candles and stuff like that, kind of like an old horror movie, like the movie, The Devil Rides Out or something. Now, on the other hand, the Satanists that are considered really hardcore Satanists will do things like what you're describing, where they will find some really ghastly place, a graveyard or a garbage dump, or something of that nature that's really disgusting, that smells awful, and there's like methane fires burning and all of this symbol of, this one outfit that I went to, they hung like dozens of dead dogs all over their chapel, just that were dead for like weeks. And flies and, buzzing, just smelled awful. But because, again, see, Satan is the Lord of the Flies, Baal Zevub. So, it depends on what aspect of this they're trying to get at.
Please tell us about your experience on one of Saturn's moons.
Well, in the middle of being involved in all of this stuff, especially the satanic stuff, I'd gone home to visit my parents, who lived about 150 miles away in a little tiny farm town in Iowa from where we were living in Milwaukee. And the darndest thing happened. I was, for some reason, my wife, Sharon, had stayed behind us, so I was alone in my own bed. And I had this, at first I thought it was a dream. I dreamed that I had been taken out of the bed and just sort of levitated through the roof, and I was flying through space. And as I was flying along, I suddenly realized I was approaching the planet Saturn. And of course, Saturn's obviously the easiest planet to identify because of the rings. And then I got nearer, I realized I was going toward one of the moons. And as I got nearer to it, I saw that this moon was totally black. I mean, it barely reflected the light of the sun. It was like, kind of like a piece of charcoal. And as I got closer still, I saw this really ghastly looking, well, the only word I can describe it is obscenely trans-Yugothian temple. I mean, it looked like nothing you've ever seen on Earth. Weird angles, kind of obscene pustulent things sticking out of it that looked like tumors. Just really the closest thing, I imagine if any of your viewers have ever been to the Denver airport, imagine if you took the Denver airport and painted it black, flat black, and then covered it with tumors.
Could you just define Transyugothian for us for a sec?
Well, that's a term that's
know?
used in black magic. It literally means trans-Plutonian. In other words, magic that comes from beyond our solar system.
Okay.
Yuggoth is the ancient name for the planet Pluto. And the term actually comes from the writings of H.P. Lovecraft, and we'll probably talk more about that later. But anyway, so this really bizarre-looking temple with strange, weird angles. And the walls of the temple, the only way to describe it is if anybody had seen the movie 2001, and the way the surface of the monolith, that black thing that shows up at the first, looks like a giant Hershey bar, that it was so black, no light would come out of it. It just looked like utter blackness. And I was led through the door of this thing, and inside was this guy who had been kind of my mentor in the Illuminati. And I don't know if at this point if it was a dream, if it was an astral projection, or if it was like an abduction or something, but he was standing there in this white robe glowing. And I knew him at that time as the Master M. And he said, or was it Master H? I can't even remember now at this point. Anyhow, he said, "Welcome to the Cathedral of Pain." That doesn't sound real good, but here I was standing there stark naked in the middle of outer space, and he led me into this big doors open creek, just like the latest horror movie. And I walk into this giant cathedral. I mean, it's as big as any cathedral I've ever been in, except that the lighting was very somber. The architecture was very insane. And the only illumination came from the walls, but instead of stained glass windows, they had these giant glass walls that looked like an aquarium. Except that in the aquarium were floating all of these naked, mutilated, dead bodies of men, women, and children. And that kind of bluish light that comes out of an aquarium, and that was the only illumination except for some black tapers that were burning. And he instructed me to go and lay on this altar. And there was this altar that was shaped like a giant trapezoid, but it was made out of like weird, jagged, rusty-looking steel girders. And I was bound to this altar, and it wasn't looking real good by this time. I was getting kind of nervous because I didn't know if this was a nightmare or what it was. Because I'd had other kind of similar experiences like this, but none this horrible or this vivid. And all of a sudden, all these people came out, and they were all wearing black robes, and they all started chanting in French, oddly enough. And they started chanting all of these blasphemous things like, blaspheme God, hail Satan, spit on God, all this stuff, cursed is God forever, things of that nature, just going on and on and on for an interminable amount of time. And I felt like I was freezing to death, and I felt power coursing through me. And all of a sudden there was this throne on the far end of the room, kind of like where the altar would be in a Catholic cathedral. And all of it was massive throne made out of steel girders, and over it was an inverted pentagram. And all of a sudden, this being started appearing on the altar, like first just sort of a shimmering white light. And then it coalesced into this, first of all, it appeared like this almost angelic figure, beautiful, blonde-haired, really gorgeous male, and then all of a sudden it changed and became like this goat-headed, like goat of Mendes. And then it changed again and it became like a winged bull. And it kept coruscating back and forth, like alternating, like faster than the eye could see between these two forms. And he rose from the chair, and this was a massive figure. I mean, it was easily 20 feet tall, and strode down to where I was laying on this altar. And he had these really long talons, like the talons are probably about this long. And I was laying there on my back, tied up. And he comes up to me, and he drove this talon into my forehead. And it just was like a searing, like red-hot poker of light, and it seemed to go right in to the middle of my cerebral cortex. And all these people are chanting all this blasphemous stuff in the background still. And he says, "Now you belong to me forever, body, soul, and spirit." And I felt this blinding white light fill my mind. And it was just like someone poured white-hot molten metal all over my brain. I've never known such pain. in my life. And the next thing I knew, I was hurtling back to Earth like in this comet, in this fireball, faster than you can imagine. And, my head was still throbbing like a son of a gun. And all of a sudden, I came through the Earth's atmosphere and landed, blam, right in the backyard of my parents' house, just like. And oddly enough, the thing that came into my head, because I'd been studying at the seminary some time, and then I knew a little bit of the Bible. That one line where Yeshua says, "Behold, I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven." And I thought of that, and I was literally laying there in this like small crater, literally in my backyard, with fire burning around me, just like I had landed from some kind of weird spaceship or other, And so I staggered back. Fortunately, it was still like, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and I staggered back into my room. My head just was, throbbing like I had the world's mother of all hangovers. And I went to bed, and I woke up, and it was all out of dream, and I looked out, and there it was on the lawn, and my father and mother wondered what the heck happened to their lawn, and I had this scar on my forehead. So, that's the story of the moon of Saturn.
That is a unique story. Thank you for telling us.
And people ask, well, were you on drugs? I mean, I don't know. I'd certainly taken hallucinogenic drugs in the past, but no, I was not on any drugs.
The lawn hadn't taken drugs?
No, the lawn hadn't taken drugs. And I think it was some kind of genuine experience of it was basically my Luciferian initiation. Where I got enlightened, so to speak, but the light was the light of Lucifer. It was not the light of Yahweh.
And it was very painful.
Yes. Oh, yeah. It was I think, still the worst thing that's ever happened in my life in terms of physical pain.
Horrible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What's the significance of an inverted pentagram?
Well, that's a 5-pointed star where 2 points are up and 1 point is down. And that's for the last several hundred years, it's kind of a universally recognized symbol of black magic and Satanism. It's on the cover of the Satanic Bible. It's used by almost all satanic groups, and it basically symbolizes the drawing down of the kingdom of Satan, the manifestation on the earth.
Does an inverted pentagram have any other significance?
Well, in terms of the polarities of male and female, the inverted pentagram emphasizes the male, and then the lower point symbolizes the dangling male organ. On the other hand, when you have an upright pentagram, that symbolizes the goddess, the female, because you've got the opening there.
How do you know that?
Well, it's something that's taught to virtually everybody who's in witchcraft or the occult.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it's pretty common knowledge.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Would you please tell us the story about the time you spent with a very dangerous man, and where you said that the paintings moved on the walls?
Well, at one point, we heard about this fellow. I can't remember how. Oh, I know. It was in a book we'd read. And he was involved with the OTO, which is a very high-level Crowleyan black magic type organization. And he was down in Chicago. We were in Milwaukee, so he was real close. So we contacted him and he invited us to come down for a seminar. And we attended the seminar, and we had never heard anything as advanced as what this guy was teaching. And so I thought I'd like to study with this guy. And he also offered to make me, at the time I was an old Roman Catholic priest, and he offered to consecrate me an old Catholic bishop. And so he said he wanted me to come down for a few weekends, like once or twice a month or so, so I could study with him. And so we began that thing, and I'll never forget that first night. It was like a Saturday night or something, and his whole apartment, he had this big apartment over Lake Michigan, and like 35, 40 stories up, and he had all these weird-looking plants up against the window. None of them looked like anything I'd ever seen before. They all looked like they were from Mars or something, and he had all these strange paintings on the wall. It looked like sort of primitive Aboriginal art done by someone with a dirty mind. Strange swirls and everything. I asked him, he says, well, they were his Trans-Eugothian icons. Like in the Orthodox Church, you have these icons that are believed to be windows to heaven. Well, he said these paintings were windows into other dimensions. So anyhow, he had me, after doing some rituals and drinking several glasses of wild turkey whiskey, which he said was necessary to raise the energy levels. We both went. He was really into whiskey and stuff, and he also is the fellow who taught me about voodoo and initiated me into voodoo. He had me sleep on a futon out in the living room, kind of about maybe 5 or 6 feet from these weird plants in this window, and he, of course, went and slept in his bedroom. And as I lay there, trying to get to sleep, and you keep hearing these strange rustling sounds in the room, and he had no pets. And I'd turn on the light, and the paintings would have moved, or the plants would have moved. They had all these weird images, like the Addams Family TV show. They had these plants that eat people and everything.
Did the pots move or just the plants?
The plants would move around, and he told me earlier, and this really made me feel it. He says, part of the reason the plants look so good is that he always ejaculated into the plant water first, so he was watering them with his own semen.
Oh.
So anyhow, this guy was, and of course he had a rosary in his pocket. He was always saying the rosary. He was an ordained deacon in the Episcopal Church.
Wow.
In addition to being an old Catholic archbishop. So anyway, I just was terrified. It was one of the scariest nights of my life, because every time I'd turn on the light, the painting would be here, and then it would be here, and one painting would be here, and one painting would be there. And they almost glowed in the dark.
But they painted on the wall or hung on the wall?
They were like canvases hung on the wall. Huh. But they were these wild, primitive-looking things, and several of them had eyes, and the eyes just seemed to glow, And I don't think I slept more than about a half an hour. In fact, the next time I went down there, my wife Sharon had made me this one chasuble that was like this white vestment, like like you used to see, and still do see Catholic priests wear, but a huge red ankh on it, which is a good symbol supposedly in the occult. I said, I'm taking that thing next time. I'm sleeping under that thing. Because I was just scared to death. And every now and then I'd take a friend down with me. And this guy also happened to be a homosexual. And so he never wanted women, he only wanted men to come down. And he was always sort of, looking at us in kind of a predatory way. And just a very, very strange individual. But yet a very brilliant individual, but probably the most evil person I've ever known.
Wow, so can you make any comment about people who are super highly intelligent? Because sometimes people think when someone's super highly intelligent that they have to be good.
Well, that doesn't necessarily follow, because everyone is born with a fallen nature, that we have a tendency in us towards sin. And just because you're brilliant doesn't mean you're moral. A lot of the people who were involved in the Nazi regime were very brilliant. Look at this Michael Aquino, he's very brilliant. He can get a PhD and, whatever, and be in the position he was in and not be a really intelligent guy. So that's a fallacy. There's some very, very holy, brilliant people, but there's also some very evil, brilliant people. And unfortunately, when evil blends, to quote Sherlock Holmes, when evil blends with intelligence, when the criminal mind comes in with great intelligence, and you have a truly appalling situation.
And could you make a similar comment about anyone who's really well dressed, has a lot of money, acts like a really nice person?
Well, yeah, again, contrary to popular belief, most of the really dangerous Satanists wear, real expensive suits and beautiful haircuts, and they're like the movers and shakers in any given city. I just can speak to Chicago, but I know some of the most powerful names in the city of Chicago, at least when I was doing this stuff back in the 70s and early 80s, were Satanists. And, and yet they were they looked very well dressed, and they were thought of as being pillars of the community. So you can't, that's why, again, Yeshua said, don't judge by appearances, judge righteous judgment. And he also said, beware of wolves that are in sheep's clothing. Because obviously a wolf in sheep's clothing looks sweet and nice. They look like a sheep,
Right. What's the significance of Aleister Crowley?
Well, I mentioned him on and off, and he's probably one of the most, if not the most influential ceremonial magician of the 20th century. And he was born in 1875, and he died in 1947. And basically he was a genius, another example of sort of the evil genius, He went to Oxford, and he was raised by a very, oddly enough, Aleister Crowley is like the nightmare version of the preacher's kid. because he was raised by a very strict Plymouth Brethren family. In fact, his mother, I think, was too strict. And every time he'd misbehave, she'd beat him. And she started saying, when you grow up, you're going to be the great beast. Now, you know, what kind of a mother would say that to a kid, you know? So by the time he was 18, when he went to Oxford, he baptized a toad in the name of Jesus Christ and crucified it upside down. And he went on, and he was like a poet and a mountaineer and a chess master, and he also ended up joining the Order of the Golden Dawn, which was like the central occult society of the late 19th and early 20th century. And he went from there, he married this poor, unfortunate woman, Rose Kelly. I mean, he had like 3 or 4 wives, and all of them ended up either alcoholics or suicides. But he took her on her honeymoon, their honeymoon, to Egypt. And they went and spent their honeymoon night in the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid, where he reported he saw blue light circulating around the room. And later on, Crowley took her to the Cairo Museum just to see some of the exhibits. And for some strange reason, she was drawn to this one exhibit down at the end of the hall, and it was a stele. And a stele in Egyptian lore is like a big kind of thing that's got writing on it. It looks almost like kind of like the cliche image of the tablets that Moses wrote the Ten Commandments, Yahweh wrote the Ten Commandments on. And he comes down to it, and it happens to be exhibit number 666. And so he felt this is something, like this is a real important, whatever you want to call it, magical coincidence. And so he looked at what this was, and it was the stele of Ankh-Khonsu, who was a priest in some ancient dynasty. And he came to understand at that moment that he was the reincarnation of Ankh-Khonsu. And so he went home that night, and I think over the next few nights, this is in 1904, his wife started going into trance, and she started giving him this book, which ended up being what is called the Liber Alvel Legis, the Book of the Law. And he thought that he was the new avatar of the new aeon, just like Christ was the beginning of the Christian age, he was the beginning of the Crowleyan age, the new age. And he started a new religion, which he called Crowleyanity. This guy had no problem with self-esteem. And in fact, he used to say that the greatest experience any woman could ever have on the spiritual level would be to have sex with him. So he was a real character. And he basically founded he said the cardinal rule of his religion was, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law, love under will. And because of the emphasis on the word will, he called, another name for his religion was the religion of Thelema, which is the Greek word for will. So people who follow Crowley are called Thelemites. And essentially, he cast this huge shadow over 20th century magic. Basically, Wicca was based on a lot of his writings, and a lot of the magical work that has been done since the 1950s in America and England and even in Europe, because he ended up, for a long story, but he ended up being made the head of the OTO for the English-speaking world, the Ordo Templi Orientis, which is an occult Templar Rosicrucian society that taught sex magic. And so, he had influence in that area as well. Plus, he was a very high-level Mason. So, he had some of the Masonic degrees. He used to joke, he said an elephant would creak under the weight of all the medals and garlands and aprons that I have the right to wear in terms of my Masonic achievements.
And what did you think of him at the time?
Well, we thought he was a very powerful and enlightened being, and we felt that he was kind of, to our century, what Yeshua was to his century. And because a lot of his stuff was very wise, and a lot of it was very hateful. It's one of those paradoxes, and as I think I mentioned earlier, I actually supposedly went into trance and had him speak through me. So we trusted him enough to let that happen. And we like a lot of the rituals we did were out of his books. We did Gnostic masses, we did the Bornless ritual, we did the some of his other rituals. In fact, every day we would do his sun salutations at morning, noon, evening, and midnight. You know, it was like we weren't ever officially Thelemites, even though we did belong to the OTO. But I mean, we were unofficially very much into him.
And what advice would you give to people now who have a curiosity about his writings?
Well, even like when we were in this stuff, a lot of people would write and say, beware of what Crowley writes, because he deliberately does some things backwards just to mess with people's minds. He'll give you magical instructions, kind of like a recipe, how to do this ritual. And he'll deliberately, and we even knew this, and so we'd go to the spirit guides, and the spirit guides would tell us supposedly what was right. But he would deliberately put booby traps in his books. And if you did one wrong thing, it would blow up in your face magically and ended up in a lunatic asylum. So, and a lot of people, see, that was our generation, that kind of came up in the 60s and 70s. And unfortunately, a lot of the people that are messing, because he's no more popular now than he ever was during his life. And a lot of the people who are messing around with Crowley don't understand it. They end up getting demon-possessed to their eyeballs. He ended up basically, in his life, a total failure. I mean, he spent the last 2 or 3 years of his life living in this, rented room next to a cemetery in Brighton, living on heroin and boiled eggs. I mean, he was a hopeless heroin addict for the last, third of his life. So even though he believed, he would actually deliberately get himself addicted to heroin because he thought his will, you see, again, thelema, will, was strong enough to break free of the drug, but obviously it wasn't. So I would tell people this is a lot of dangerous anti-Christian, not just because it's anti-Christian, but just dangerous philosophy. Every person this man touched died horribly. I mean, they either killed themselves, their lives were ruined, they became alcoholics, they became drug addicts. I mean, hardly anybody survived a relationship with Crowley. Only 2 people that I know of, Israel Regardie and Freder Echad. And was because Israel Regardie was a psychiatrist, so he had enough mental wherewithal to withstand the games. Because Crowley would do stuff like he knew, for example, Israel Regardie was Jewish, and Crowley was very anti-Semitic, even though he was into Kabbalah, which sounds really bizarre. And so he'd call him, that stupid Yid. Or he'd make all these anti-Semitic remarks, and he just mess with people's heads, and be cruel to them. Whatever he knew was important to an individual, he would attack that and just make total, mush out of a person if he could. He was proud of the fact that he drove people to suicide.
Wow.
He felt if someone was weak enough that they would go out and kill themselves, and they didn't deserve to live. Again, he was, he called himself the wickedest man in the world, and was proud of the fact that that's what the London newspapers called him as well.
Wow, thank you. Just for the readers, I was going to give a few quotes from the Satanic Bible to give them an idea how bad it is. So,
sure.
Give blow for blow, eye for eye, 4-fold and 100-fold. Cursed are the lambs of God, for they shall be bled whiter than snow. Cursed are the feeble, for they shall be blotted out. Thrice cursed are the weak, whose insecurity makes them vile, for they shall serve and suffer. Have you got any advice to people who have a curiosity to read the Satanic Bible?
Well, I would say it is certainly one of the most evil books written in the 20th century, and I would advise them to not even read the thing. It's a powerful talisman in and of itself. To even have it in your home is dangerous. We have a copy where we keep it out in a box in the shed, or something. It's just not a book you'd want to read because it's hateful. It is full of hate. It's full of hatred toward all the unfortunate people of society, hatred toward God, hatred toward, people. And I would just say that it's as easy a way of any is to really burn your soul, is to read that book, because it will draw you in. Just like I had never had any. I picked it up because this friend of mine told me to, and I read it. I never had any intention of becoming a member of the Church of Satan, but yet a year later I was in it. A year after that I was a 2nd-degree member of it. So it can draw you in. These occult books have incredible power to pull people in. And people don't realize that that's just a book.
So many people think that these days. Yeah. So your testimony is wonderful too.
Yeah, it is very, very ruinous, and I would advise everybody to stay away from it. I know it's forbidden or it's evil or it's wicked, so I want to read it. Especially young people tend to think that way. but it'll just destroy your life if you take it seriously. And if you don't take it seriously, why read it?
Right. Can you give me some evidence of that reading the Satanic Bible made people more violent?
Well, there's been several killers, serial killers, rogue killers, whatever, that have been found, like Richard Ramirez is the best known one, Night Stalker, who had the Satanic Bible in their possession. Son of Sam comes to mind as well. A lot of lesser, what known just creeps that were out there killing children or women or whatever that had possession of the Satanic Bible. So it's an extremely dangerous book.
You said that Satanists think that hell's an okay place, but if some of them finally work out that they actually really are going to get punished for the bad things they've done, why don't they try to leave Satanism then?
Well, on the lower level, a lot of them do. I mean, like a lot of Church of Satan members have gotten away from it and gotten saved. But of course, it takes the power of the Holy Spirit, the power of Yahweh Almighty. The higher level ones, even like such as I was, you're dealing with a person who's got a tremendous amount of demonic infestation. And if you start moving in the direction of getting away from Satanism, those demons can just really put a world of hurt on you. They can control the pain centers in your brain and make you just wish you were dead. I mean, you go towards like reading a Bible or kneeling at the altar or something and praying to be saved. They'll just like make you feel like you've got the grandmother of all headaches. Just like stimulus response. Just like you treat an animal. And so it's only again by the grace of Yahweh and the power of the Holy Spirit that anybody can get free from these things. Even Anton LaVey's own son, Anthony, he got born again, mostly through reading our books, and now he corresponds with us all the time. It's weird to get a Christmas card from Anthony LaVey, but we do.
Great.
So that's a real praise report, and many, I'm not the only one. I mean, I get emails at least several times a year from former Satanists that are now joyfully serving the true and living Yahweh.
Great. So if someone has sold their soul to Satan, how can they undo that agreement?
Well, first of all, unless they're a Christian, their soul belonged to Satan from the moment they were born anyway. So the agreement is sort of a joke. But all they have to do is simply turn over their life to Yeshua, to Jesus Christ. And they need to get down on their knees. I'd recommend doing it with a preacher of some sort, who knows what he's doing, because to do this alone I did it alone, but it can be a little daunting because there might be some spiritual attack. And just pray and confess that you're a sinner. Pray and renounce the satanic oaths you took in your membership in the Church of Satan and say it's evil, I don't want any more to do with it, I'm sorry that I did it. And then ask Yeshua to come into your life and be the Lord of your life, the Master of your life, and ask Him to save you from your sins and from the power of the adversary. And He will. And at that moment, that contract is broken.
Great.
Now, that isn't to say you might not need a little, prayers for liberation after that, but in terms of your eternal destiny, that contract was broken.
Okay, good. Is there any other advice you'd give to Satanists?
Well, they need to repent. They need to get out of it because they're on the losing side. The scriptures have never been wrong about one single prophecy that has been in those books of the Bible, and so why would they be wrong about the last book of the Bible, the book of Revelation, where it says that all liars and fornicators and sorcerers that mock Yahweh will end up being cast in the lake of fire, along with the devil, along with his fallen angels, and you don't want to have that happen to you. That's a horrible destiny that nobody can even imagine. But it's a fit destiny for those who turn their back on Yeshua and on the true and living Yahweh.
Thank you. What advice would you give to people who know someone who's a Satanist?
Well, at the risk of sounding mercenary from what I suggest they buy my book, Lucifer Dethroned, because that book is my autobiography, number 1. It's a survey of modern-day Satanism, number 2. And number 3, it has a whole large chapter in the back on how to witness, how to minister to someone who's in Satanism and get them born again. But quickly, my number 1 advice would be to start praying for that individual, start praying for them and binding the spirits that are giving them their occult power. That's the best thing you can do, because if they realize there's a more powerful force than the demons that seem to be giving them their power, it's going to really rattle their cage. And because they've been conditioned by their training in Satanism to want power, even though it's not the immediately best reason, they're going to kind of like turn from Satan and try to figure out, okay, what's making this happen? And they're going to find themselves led to the cross. Let me share one quick thing I heard from Henry Groover, who's a real prayer warrior. He says what he does when he encounters Satanists or a satanic ritual site, someplace that appears to be being used by Satanists, he'll pray that everyone there, and any Satanists or whatever, witches, druids, whatever, will be confronted with the power and the glory of Yeshua, that they will somehow see it, and that they will either be so awestruck with it that they will bow the knee and worship him as Almighty Yahweh, or else they will flee in abject terror and never come back. That's a good prayer.
And does that work?
It does.
Good.
He's dismantled entire networks of black witches over in England by doing that.
Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What different kinds of magic are there?
Well, basically, we touched on this very quickly earlier. There's everything from what is called folk magic, which is very primitive and usually relates to like people that are in sort of developing countries and things like that. And this is stuff like, for example, a farmer and his wife might go out after he's planted the seeds of his crop for the year, and the first night of the full moon, they might go out and make love in the field to give fertile energy to the field to help the crops grow better. That would be an example of folk magic, or various ideas like, you have to, plant potatoes on Good Friday or something, or you have to do this. Farmer's Almanac stuff is part of it. Not that the Farmer's Almanac is witchcraft, but I mean, it's an example of these kind of folksy things that people do. Then there's like what is called cultural spiritism. This is kind of the next notch up. These are more organized groups that are usually part of an ethnic group. The best known would be Voodoo, Santeria, Umbanda, Palo Mayombe. These are all groups that are a mixture of Catholicism and ancient African religions that have sprung up in places like Brazil and Cuba and Haiti, Mexico, places like that. These are very powerful and very dangerous forms of magic, black magic. And then there is what is called witchcraft, which we've kind of already touched on. Then there's ceremonial magic, which is this very high ritualized form of magic. And all of these things, you understand, can either be white or black magic. Although typically, especially the cultural spiritist types, tend to be more black magic. And then there's what is called hermetic magic, which is when you arrive at a level that you can just do purely mental magic without having any props, without having to wave around sticks or swords or anything like that. And you just use those three things I mentioned earlier, to be relaxed, to be able to visualize what you want, and then to have the desire or the intent to make it happen.
And do they all use demons to give them power, or are there other things that give them power?
They don't know, for the most part, they're using demons. I mean, a lot of these cultural spiritists they think they're calling upon ancestors. They think they're calling, like in Voodoo, they call upon the Loa, who are like, ancient gods that have Catholic masks on them. But yeah, ultimately, all of these different kinds of magic draw their power from demons or from fallen angels.
And how do you know that?
Well, again, because of the fact that in our experience, when we come against them now as Christians, if we pray and bind the evil spirits that are behind these various kinds of groups, their powers just fall apart, just like a house of cards.
Okay, that would work. Thanks. So how long did you do white magic for?
Well, 16 years.
Okay, and how long did you do black magic for?
Well, actually, you see, you could do white and black magic at the same time.
Huh.
So I probably did black magic from about, let me think, probably 3 or 4 years.
What's the difference between white and black?
Well, white magic I'll just make it simple. White magic is basically doing stuff for altruistic, for good reasons. It'd be things like healing someone, doing a spell to help someone get a job. You know, stuff that would be very similar to what you might go into a prayer meeting in a church and ask for prayer for. It's usually not of a selfish nature, and it's with good intent. A white magician never knowingly wants to hurt anyone. Black magic, as you might guess, is just the opposite. It's when your intention are at best selfish or at worst evil. And you're deliberately, at the very least, you're trying to get what you want, no matter what happens to anybody else. And then it goes downhill from there, and you get to the point that ultimately black magicians like to do evil just for the pure sake of evil.
I see. Did you get any hints while you were doing magic that Christians have more power than white or black witches?
I actually had very little. In fact, I really never met a true Christian while I was a witch. You know, so it was difficult for me to get that kind of a sense. The closest I think I would come would be the thing I mentioned earlier, where he tried to curse that woman who was the daughter of a Christian preacher, and all the curses bounced back. And at the time, we just didn't. I think the devil had so clouded my mind, I don't think I really got it. You know, it didn't occur to me, well, gee, why is this measly woman able to turn aside all of these mighty curses? You know, that we threw every curse that we knew, some of the raunchiest, vilest curses in the book, and they all just bounced off like, you know, styrofoam balls off the armor-plated tank.
And normally would something have stuck?
Oh yeah, normally, if we weren't doing it to a Christian, those things can kill people. I mean, some of those, like for example, this fellow I mentioned earlier who was so evil and whose apartment I stayed in, I mean, he would do rituals on people that he didn't like, and they would have within 24 hours, they'd have centipedes clawing their way out of the person's stomach. I mean, that's the kind of thing you can do in voodoo. I mean, voodoo is incredibly powerful. But we used voodoo curses against this woman and no effect.
I see. From your own experience, what can you tell us about alternate universes and alternate realities?
Well, that's part of some of the stuff that we were getting into with the Lovecraftian metaphysics, Transuguthian magic, and some of the stuff that this fellow was also teaching us. Part of it is called alternate, like Sirius star system magic, and that's not Sirius the star, not Sirius like being serious. And part of it is called archaeometry. And the idea is that a magician learns how to penetrate the membrane between universes. And then he goes or she goes into a new universe. Because, of course, even in physics today, they're telling us they believe there's millions of alternate universes out there. The quantum physicists talk about that. So what we do is we would penetrate the membrane between universes and go into a new universe that we would refer to as a virgin universe. And there'd be this enormous amount of magical power available because it's totally untapped. There's no life in this universe. And so you create life with the occult power you already have, okay? And then you become the god or goddess, the supreme deity of that universe. This is what we were taught. And then, if you really know what you're doing, you have the ability to take some of the power, because you think of this, think of how vast just this single universe is. How many galaxies, they'd say there's like billions of galaxies out there, each of one of which has billions of stars. Think of the energy that's in a universe. And you have the ability then, supposedly, as a magician, to pull this energy through the membrane back into this universe in which you live and use it for your own purposes. So that's basically one of the highest and most dangerous forms of magic.
Thank you. How did demons communicate to you?
Mostly through, hearing voices in your head. That was the most common way. Rarely if I was doing some kind of real big evocation or something, I'd actually, conjure one up. And it's not a pretty sight.
What do they look like?
Well, it's almost impossible to describe because they're not of a human shape. They're like more like insect-like, and they take form from the incense and stuff that you're burning because they can't normally manifest in a physical way. So they're very ugly and they're very small, but they're oddly enough, they're very formidable looking. But they look kind of like sort of an insect-like thing, except more like imagine like a giant, cockroach or something, except more like a praying mantis cockroach cross. You see, it's hard to describe the indescribable.
Right. I see. When you heard them or saw them, how did you know it wasn't your imagination?
Well, first of all, I didn't, except quite often they would tell me things that I would have no way of knowing in the natural realm. They'd give me access to information that was beyond my range of knowledge.
I see. So why do most people get into black magic?
Well, first of all, they don't start out that way. Usually they start out dabbling in the occult or witchcraft or white magic, and then it's a seductive thing. It's just like everybody thinks, oh, well, I can smoke dope, but I won't get into the weird hard drugs like, meth or heroin or cocaine. And it doesn't always work that way. I mean, some people can continue to just muck around in white magic their whole lives and, fine, except, of course, they're lost and on their way to hell. But most people that start out with magic, see, the power of magic is the ultimate addiction. It's more addictive than heroin, it's more addictive than cocaine, it's more addictive than anything I've ever experienced in my life. And like any other addiction, you develop a tolerance to it. In other words, the body / mind / spirit gets bored with a certain level of power, and you want more power. And after a while, you begin to reason, as I did, that the only way to get more power, at least without, of course, going to Yahweh, is to go into black magic. Or you start out, of course, just doing gray magic, ethically challenged magic. And then you move further and further into black magic. And if you aren't stopped, as I was, by the power of the Holy Spirit, you can end up doing some very, very, very nasty things.
And what eventually happened to most of the black magicians you knew?
They went insane or they committed suicide. Their lives were ruined.
Wow. I've heard stories of people finding a magic circle with a lump of what looks like hamburger meat in the middle. Can you tell us what about they are?
A failed magical working. By that I mean a magician tried to conjure up some demon, and kind of like the story I told about the garage and the fellow with the magic circle in there who ended up basically getting vaporized. If you do one wrong move when you're doing one of these high-level ceremonial magical workings, you basically end up looking like roadkill.
How many times did you know of that actually happened?
Well, in my personal experience, only a couple of times, 2 or 3.
And friends of friends, how many other times would there be?
That was it. That includes friends of friends. Mm-hmm. So it's not like it happens a lot because, frankly, first of all, you got to realize there's not a lot of ceremonial magicians out there. Mm-hmm. I mean, the ratio is probably 100 witches to 1 ceremonial magician. And then there's thousands of witches, but so I mean and then of those ceremonial magicians, a lot of them never really get many results. I mean, I think I told you about how we did this really elaborate ritual of honoring the mage and got our holy guardian angel up here and all this stuff, and then we got these talismans and they didn't work. So a lot of times, sometimes the magic works and sometimes it doesn't,
right.
Used to say. So when you factor all of that in, I mean, it probably, a good ceremonial magician will only get like 2 or 3 really powerful magical workings, in a given few years.
Okay, thanks. What's the tree of life?
Well, the tree of life is an old thing that is, well, of course, it's even mentioned in the book of Genesis, but it's been used for thousands of years as a symbol of Jewish mysticism in what's called the Kabbalah. And magicians use the backside of the tree of life, which is called the Qliphothic tree. And unfortunately, a lot of occult types have been kind of using both sides of the tree of life and kind of messing around with it and dabbling with it in a way that isn't what the original intention of the ancient Kabbalists was. But what we did is through this alternate universe business and everything, we would enter through dimensional gateways into the backside of the tree of life, the Qliphothic tree. And there we would find these alternate universes. And also there was what was called the Typhonian tunnels, the tunnels of Typhon, and Typhon is the Egyptian destroyer god, okay? And we would use these tunnels to go from universe to universe to universe. And that way we would acquire more and more power.
Thank you. What's a Necronomicon? Or
Necronomicon.
Right.
Well,
say that again.
Necronomicon.
Okay.
Yes. Well, a lot of people think it's just a fictitious book that a kind of science fantasy horror writer named H.P. Lovecraft made up about 100 years ago. But actually, there really is such a book. It's probably one of the most powerful and dangerous grimoires, that is to say, magical workbooks out there. And it basically goes all the way back to ancient Sumer. And it is rich. It has rituals by which supposedly you can call upon the great old ones and these ancient gods, and blah blah blah. And I'll give you an illustration of how dangerous it is. They about must be now at least 25 years ago. They published a limited edition of just some of the mildest stuff out of the real Necronomicon in a limited edition book, limited to 666 copies. And odd enough, it was dedicated, in the front cover it said, the dedication was ad Maiorum Crolium Gloriam, which is a parody of the Jesuit motto, to the greater glory of Crowley. And the fellow that I knew at the bookstore, this occult bookstore in Milwaukee, he said he sold one of these to a very skilled high-level magician in the community, and the guy took it home, and within 24 hours, his 3-year-old daughter had gone into the bathtub and cut her throat from ear to ear with a razor and killed herself. Wow. So he brought the book back.
Wow.
The second fellow, another fairly skilled magician, bought a copy of the book. He lived in a high-rise apartment overlooking Lake Michigan. He went home with it. As soon as he walked in the door, he had this beautiful black cat, big, furry black cat. And the black cat went like this, and it started running around the room like it was demon-possessed, just like as fast as a cat could possibly go. And then, and this is really bizarre if you know how these apartments are concerned, all of a sudden it went like this and shot through the tempered glass window like a cannonball and dropped, 20 or 30 stories to its death.
Wow.
So he brought the book back. And then we bought it. And for whatever reason, we had it, and we did some of the rituals, and we had some very bizarre things happen, but nothing fatal, nothing that threatening to us. And I believe it was because Yahweh was watching over us.
Right. And what advice would you give to people who have an interest in peeping into it?
Well, I would say, first of all, it's incomplete. The rituals are all partial because the real Necronomicon is locked up where nobody except very high-level Satanists and the Pope can get at it. There's a copy in the Vatican, I've been told, and there's a copy that I was allowed to copy from, but I was never allowed to have it in my possession. And I understand there's maybe a dozen copies extant in the world. And so for one thing, the book you're buying, which is available anywhere, you can buy it at Barnes & Noble, it isn't even the real thing. It's just like tiny snippets of it. And secondly, it involves a kind of magic that is so soul-destroying. And so, it's just like your soul withers, even in the presence of that book. It's that evil.
Wow. So people shouldn't even open the book if they go past Barnes & Noble?
No.
Okay, thank you. What do you have to say about Harry Potter?
Well, I think that it's a series of books that's highly underrated in terms of the danger. They basically are a witchcraft 101. They teach kids to love sorcery. They teach kids situational ethics. Like, for example, the Pagan Federation over in England reported that when the first Harry Potter book took off over there, their phoned inquiries from young teenagers to how do I become a witch went up 1,900% in 1 year. That's a pretty spectacular increase. We have a whole video about that. It's called To Harry or Not to Harry. And basically, we think that they're very cleverly packaged things that teach kids about the occult, and they teach, this is the important thing, they teach kids that magic is an effective method of solving problems. Because that's what Harry and his friends do. They use magic to solve problems. And we've tracked more than 150, and so far I think there's now, I think 6 or I forget how many books are out, but we've tracked more than 150 genuine occult practices. Yeah, some things in the books are made up, like the Quidditch game and everything, but there's more than 150 occult practices in those books that are really being done right now and here by magicians. So these things, I mean, if you want your kid to be a witch, let him read Harry Potter.
So could a child pick up demons from reading Harry Potter?
I think it's very likely, yes. I would never let my child near one.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. In your experience, are ghosts real?
Yes and no. I mean, I don't think there are disembodied phantoms of the formerly living waltzing around here on the earth plane. But I think there are what are called familiar spirits that are in the business of deceiving us human beings into thinking there are dead people walking around. And I think a lot of times demons are attracted to places that have had violence or blasphemy or other very serious sins done in them. Like, you know, if there's been a murder in a house, like the classic case of the Amityville horror, that kind of violence will definitely attract hordes of demon spirits because they feed off that malignant energy, that hatred. And so a person comes and lives in that house, and, you know, they're going to have all sorts of weird things happen that aren't ghosts. They're just demons trying to mess around and create evil and deceive people, because if people are deceived into believing in ghosts, then they're going to end up going to a spiritualist medium or someone, and they're going to be fed a line of totally unscriptural nonsense about the afterlife and about what the fate is of the living. They'll be told, oh, there's no hell. You know, there's just this great white light, and everybody just goes to the light. You know, like this, you know, John Edward and some of these other people that are out there that are mediums. You know, then they're going to be deceived. That's why hauntings take place, is to deceive people. I mean, even in my case, partly I got into the occult because I started reading these books by Hans Holzer about how he would go in and visit haunted houses, and he'd use a medium to crack the case and get the ghosts out of the house.
Did you ever see a ghost?
Well, having said all of that, obviously I'd have to say no.
Okay.
But I have seen manifestations that were supposed to be ghosts. Yes.
I see.
In other words,
you saw something someone else would call a ghost.
We've done many, many haunted houses. Mm-hmm. We were Ghostbusters 10 years before the movie came out. Mm-hmm. And upon occasion we would see like white diaphanous shapes or dark shapes moving through a room, like, you know, I can describe it as like they're on roller skates, you know, with no visible means of locomotion. But see, those things are demonic. They aren't real spirits. They're trying to deceive people.
See, thank you. Mm-hmm. What is a Mormon?
Well, a Mormon is a nickname for a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which is a very large, very successful cult, basically, to be blunt. I mean, the Mormons would wince to hear that, but the church was started in 1830 by a farm boy named Joseph Smith, who was basically a con man who let his con get the better of him. And today they're headquartered in Salt Lake City. They have 10 or 11 million members worldwide. They're a very wealthy church. They're the wealthiest church per capita in the world. And basically they preach a gospel which appears to be Christian, but actually is not.
Why did you join their church?
Well, at the bottom of all of this weirdness that I was in, when I was even into vampirism and drinking blood and practicing black magic, a lady started praying for me because I'd sent a check to the Church of Satan. And I especially was knocked on my pins by that prayer. And everything in my life was shattered. I cried out, because you see, once Yahweh starts moving into your life, all bets are off. I mean, he could just throw the whole chess table over anytime he wants to. And sometimes you have to get your life shattered in order to really realize that you're at the bottom of the toilet, you know, circling the drain, you know.
And anyway, so I cried out for a sign. And at first, Yahweh sent me these two Satanists to bring me some Christian comics that taught me how to get born. That would have taught me how to get born again, but I couldn't be bothered with reading them. So within a day or two, Mormon missionaries show up at our door. Now you see, this Grand Master Druid that I'd studied under several years earlier, about 6 years before, he had told us that if we ever got in deep spiritual trouble, that I should join the Mormon Church, because it was a church that had been founded by sorcerers, for sorcerers, for a place where you could hang out and appear to be a good, white-bread Christian, all-American person, and you could still believe virtually all the stuff that witches believe. So that's why we joined the church.
Wow. And how high up did you go in that church?
Well, women don't really get to be high. They just get to be mothers. But I got to be an elders quorum president, which is like right underneath a bishop. My wife and I both got temple recommends. We got to go to the temple and receive our endowments, which is like the spiritual, gold seal of Mormonism. I mean, if you're like an elite number, maybe 10 or 15% of all Mormons ever get to go to the temple. So we were pretty high up. I actually was a paid teacher of theology for the church educational system. I was very zealous in my Mormon faith.
Right. And how many years were you in the Mormon church?
5 years.
What do Mormons believe?
Well, that's a big question, but to cut to the parts that make them not a Christian religion, first of all, they have God wrong. I mean, they believe that Heavenly Father is basically a superhuman extraterrestrial. He has a body and parts and passions, as they put it, and he lives on a planet called Kolob in the heart of the galaxy. They believe that his son, Jesus, is the spirit brother of Lucifer. He's not Almighty Yahweh made flesh. They also believe that we are not saved by grace alone, but we're saved by grace and then keeping the laws and ordinances of the gospel. They also have a lot of weird other beliefs, but those right there. And they also believe the Bible is not the inerrant word of God. They believe the only perfect book in the world is the Book of Mormon.
Thank you. Why do they baptize dead people?
Well, that's one of their beliefs, is that, like the Mormon prophet Spencer W. Kimball says, that the Mormon church has 3 duties: to preach the gospel, to perfect the saints, and to redeem the dead. And this baptizing the dead comes under that. They believe it's their mandate from the Almighty to go out and do genealogy and find out the names of every dead dude that ever lived, all the way back to Adam. And they've already got millions of names in their genealogical database in Salt Lake City. And they believe that they have to baptize all those people by proxy, because they say, well, what if someone lives in, like Tanganyika or somewhere, and they've never heard about Joseph Smith? They've never heard about the glorious restored gospel. How are they going to get to heaven? And they say, well, what happened is that this native African guy is going to die, and somewhere down there, they're going to go into spirit prison, which is sort of like a holding cell. And they'll wait there for a few thousand years until someone finally gets around to doing their genealogy and getting their name, and then they'll go to the temple, and they'll be baptized in the name of, Magumbo of Tanganyika, and then they'll get an opportunity in spirit prison to accept or reject that baptism. If they accept it, then the prison doors are open and they get to go up to the celestial kingdom.
Wow. Do Mormons really believe that they'll become gods?
Well, one of the early prophets of the church said, as man is, God once was. As God is, man may become. And it is basically a doctrine of the church that we are gods in embryo, or goddesses in embryo. And every devout Mormon man believes he will be a god someday. And every devout Mormon woman believes that she will be a heavenly mother someday. And that they will go off and spend all eternity procreating, and she will be eternally pregnant. And she will have billions and billions of spirit babies. And they will populate their own planetary system with these babies. Now, they don't usually lay this concept on people right away.
when they're just investigating the church, they kind of wait in 6, 9, 10 months to kind of let them get acclimated to the church before they dump this on them, because it's kind of wacko. But yeah, that is what they believe. They believe anything less than godhood is damnation. Bruce R. McConkie was an apostle, the leading theologian of the last generation, taught that.
Wow. What do Mormons think of women?
Well, they obviously like them since they marry so many of them. But no, they don't practice polygamy officially anymore. But they basically believe women have their place. They think women cannot hold the priesthood, or they can't hold any ecclesiastical office in the church. Their most important duty is to be pregnant and have lots of babies.
Are Mormon women happy with that?
Well, some of them say they are. They have their own organization. It's called the Relief Society, which is sort of like a woman's auxiliary of the LDS Church. But there are a lot of Mormon feminists, one of them very shrill, I forget her name, about 10 years ago, who like chained herself to the doors of the Mormon temple in Salt Lake and stuff like that. But most women say they're happy with that. Some don't, and Mormons get divorced just like every other religious group. But they're held over them. They cannot be saved without their husbands. He can choose to leave them in the ground on resurrection morning and not resurrect them, because a Mormon wife is not resurrected by Yeshua. She's resurrected by her husband.
So that's my next question. What are the spiritual consequences to a Mormon woman who's single or with a husband who's not a Mormon?
A Gentile. That's what they call non-Mormons. They call them Gentiles. In fact, the Mormon religion is the only religion where you can be Jewish and Gentile at the same time. Because if you're not a Jewish Mormon, you're a Gentile Jew. Anyhow, the consequences, if you're a single woman, you cannot achieve the highest degree of glory. You have to be married and you have to have children in order to achieve the highest degree of glory, which means you're going to be stuck in the terrestrial kingdom with all the slackers if you're a single woman or if you're married to a non-Mormon. So basically, a woman is shut out of the highest degree of glory unless she's been married in the temple. That's the goal of every Mormon who's really, sold out for their faith, is to be married and the word is to be sealed for time and all eternity in the temple.
What's a celestial marriage in the Mormon?
Well, that's what I'm just referring to. They believe that the Mormon prophet, originally, back in Joseph Smith day, was given the keys to unlock celestial marriage, among other things. And that what celestial marriage is, it's the idea that if you're, most people believe you're married till death do you part. That's what the standard wedding ceremony says. Well, Mormons teach that if you're married in the temple, after receiving your endowments, which are these long, elaborate initiation rituals, then if you're married in the temple by a patriarch holding the priesthood keys, given him by the prophet, then that marriage will last into eternity. And you can go on and continue that marriage and have all these spirit babies I just mentioned. So that's what they mean by celestial marriage. And without having that celestial marriage, without being married in the temple, basically you're damned in the Mormon Church. And that's Bruce R. McConkie's own words.
Thank you. How are you able to go up so high in the Mormon Church so quickly? Doesn't that normally take years?
No. The typical program, if you will. Now, mind you, we were very zealous and we worked hard and everything, but normally they tell you that from the time you're baptized, it should take about a year for you to become an elder. And once you're an elder, then you're eligible to apply for what they call a temple recommend. And that's like your key, if you will, to get into the temple. And you have to be interviewed, both you and your wife, if you're married, by both your bishop, who's like the local congregational leader, and then by your stake president, who's like kind of the equivalent of a bishop, say, in the Catholic Church. It's sort of confusing, but that's how it is. And you're asked all these pointed questions about your personal life, if you're, being faithful to your wife, if you, cuss and swear at the job site, if you have dirty magazines hidden under your bed, if you, beat your wife. Any number of things can disqualify you from getting a temple recommend. But then once you get the temple recommend, then you can go to the temple and you can get your patriarchal blessing.
Thank you. What do you know about connections between Mormonism and the occult?
Well, as I said before, we were told, of course, that the head of the Mormon Church, the founder of the Mormon Church, Joseph Smith, was a sorcerer. And later on, after I got out of the Mormon Church and got born again, we discovered that indeed that was the case. Even Mormon historians, professors at Brigham Young University, have learned that Joseph Smith practiced sorcery. He tried to raise the dead. He practiced necromancy. Even when he was shot, he had a Jupiter talisman in his pocket, which was intended to give him worldly power and success with women. And of course, at the time of his death, I think he had 27 wives, so obviously it was working pretty well. Beyond that, I have no reason to believe that things have changed over the years, because throughout the church, even like when they built the Salt Lake Temple, it's full of occult symbols. It was set up according to astrology. We've had people tell us that various Mormon leaders are into the occult. In fact, Mormons generally are very into the occult. I mean, it's rife within the church, even though the church has an official position against it. So there's heavy connections between Mormonism and the occult right from its very foundation.
Thank you. How much money do Mormons pay to the church?
Well, if you're a devout Mormon, you're supposed to pay around 25% of your income, gross, to the church, which sounds like an awful lot of money, and it is. That's why the Mormon church is the richest church on earth. You're supposed to tithe, which is 10%. Most people are used to that. But then there's tithe offering, there's fast offerings, there's welfare offerings, there's building funds, there's missionary funds. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Plus, you're supposed to, one day a month, you're supposed to fast and give all your money that you would have spent on food for that day to the Mormon Welfare Fund. So it adds up to a fair amount of money.
Yeah. They're sitting pretty, aren't they?
Well, it's the richest church per capita in the world.
Do you know of any stories that tell connections between non-humans and Mormons?
Well, there's a lot of strange stuff that goes on underneath the Mormon temple. And nearby the Mormon temple, of course, is right in the heart of Salt Lake. And it has sub-basements upon sub-basements upon sub-basements. We've been in some of them. And it's been reported that right across, well, it's not been reported, it's a fact, that right across from the Mormon temple is a downtown urban mall. I forget the name of it. And in the basement of the mall, numerous times, the cleaning people have seen large reptilian figures walking on two legs, scurrying through the basement of the mall. Also, one of the temples, actually the Seattle Bellevue Washington Temple, when it was being built, some Christian colleagues of mine snuck into when they were building the foundation of the temple and put Bibles underneath the main pylons of the temple. And they also put a little booklet called To Moroni with Love, which was one of the first and best anti-Mormon books ever written. And then they poured the concrete over the temple. So we used to joke about the fact that temple was the only Mormon temple that was built on the Word of God. Then, you see, you got to realize temple dedication is a huge deal. The Mormon prophet himself flies in and prays this dedicatory prayer over the temple. And while he was doing that up on the hill overlooking the temple, there's all these pine trees. And hiding behind the pine trees were a dozen believers in Yeshua praying fiercely against the lying and deceitful spirits of Mormonism. So guess what happens? We found out later from several people who got born again that when people would go in, see, the Mormons believe that Almighty God himself walks in those temples. That's why they're so sacred. They believe that he's actually walking through the corridors, that he stays in the celestial room and visits his children that are there. And, on and on and on. And many people in Mormon temples have experiences where they see dead ancestors.
Like they'll go in and be baptized for their dead grandmother or something, and then they'll see old granny hovering up there in the ceiling saying, "Oh, thank you for finally, baptizing me so I can join the one true church," that kind of thing. And of course all of these are demons. Well, so what was interesting about this Bellevue temple is that people would start seeing these horrible crocodile, reptilian-like figures running through the hallways. And it freaked several people out to the point they got born again. And what we believe is that the prayers and the presence of the Bibles underneath the foundation was sort of scrambling these, reptilians and demons or whatever they were from appearing as these benign relatives or as Heavenly Father or whatever. And so instead, the masks were being ripped off and they were being seen for what they really were.
Wow. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What is a Mormon patriarch?
Well, that's another special office in the church that's usually only given to very venerable, holy, old guys that have, been in the church a long time. And they're given supposedly a special power to be like a medium, to be like a trance channeler. And one of the two things that you get once you get a temple recommend is you get to go to the temple and be married and sealed and all that. The other thing is you get to go and have a patriarchal blessing. And what they do, you go into this special room that's like double soundproof. The doors have baffles on them and everything. And when they close it, thunk, and it's all sealed up. And then they have this tape recorder there. And you sit down in this chair, and both my wife and I went through this, and the patriarch lays his hands on you, and supposedly he has the keys from, Heavenly Father to give you this blessing, which basically reveals to you your lineage. Reveals to you that every Mormon that goes through this is told that they are of the house of Ephraim, one of the 12 tribes of Israel. And then they're told something about supposedly what their mission is in life. And it's all like channeled through this old guy. And it's all pretty, like both Sharon's and mine were pretty vague and nebulous and, kind of like the typical, thing of medium. Oh, you're going to meet a tall, dark stranger or something like that. Not quite that banal, but, and it's a kind of mediumship. But then then this is taped, and it's all highly confidential. Like, I did not, unless Sharon shared it with me, I didn't even get to hear her thing unless she gave it to me. And then they type it up. Someone transcribes this tape because they tape it. And then in a few weeks, you're given that in a sealed envelope by registered mail.
Wow.
And it's a big deal. My patriarchal blessing was so wonderful, and they're gushing on and on about how great it is. And I thought, gee, this is just like what I used to get when I was a medium.
Right.
But, everybody's got to have their thing.
Right. Who is the prophet they believe will eventually return and rule over the USA?
Well, the Brigham Young prophesied, and they believe every head of the Mormon church is a prophet, seer, and revelator. But Brigham Young prophesied that at a certain point in America's history, because you've got to realize one of the kind of odd doctrines of Mormonism is that they believe that the U.S. Constitution is an inspired document. Just like the Bible and the Book of Mormon and the Pearl of Great Price, it's an inspired document. So they believe at some time in America's history, the Constitution will hang by a thread. And the elders of Israel, which means Mormon elders, because the Mormons believe they are Israel, and will come in and they will save the Constitution. And part of this salvation will be that, and this is Brigham Young's words, one mighty and strong will rise up, and he will be a mighty leader, and he will become both the President of the United States and the Mormon prophet simultaneously. And he will institute, in order to save the Constitution, he will institute a theocratic kingdom where he will rule as a benign dictator under of course, the aegis of Jesus Christ.
That's pretty scary.
Yes. I'll tell you what's even scarier, is that I had a friend of mine who was in the Secret Service who was a Mormon. Because you've got to realize a lot of FBI, a lot of CIA, a lot of Secret Service are Mormons. And this fellow said to me, he said, it happened that our temple that we would go to when we were in Milwaukee was way off in Washington, D.C. At that time in the early 80s, that was the closest temple. And it's the biggest, most expensive temple in the world. It cost $20 million in the 1970s to build.
big, beautiful, solid white marble thing. Scares the living daylights out of you when you see it at night. It looks like a UFO ready to take off. Anyway, it's got 5 stories. And we're only allowed as faithful Temple Mormons into 4 of those stories. And he told me, you know what's in the 5th story? I said, I have no idea. And he said, well, I know because I was involved in consulting in it. In the 5th story of that temple, which is in Silver Springs, Maryland, is an exact replica of the Oval Office. And over it, on the roof, and you can see this if you get an aerial photo of the temple, you'll see this mysterious dome on top of the temple. And what's under there is a whole array of like telemetry, radio signals, whatever they need to communicate with the world from the White House. Is the exact duplicate of it is on the roof of that building, and it's so powerful a set of instrumentation that they've had to reroute airplanes around the temple. They can't let airplanes fly over the temple like commercial airlines because it scrambles their avionics.
Wow.
And they believe, with all their hearts, now most Mormons don't know about this little thing I just told you, but in a general sense they believe that someday it's their destiny. And for years they were grooming Senator Orrin Hatch to be this. But he doesn't seem to be the one, but because he's the only, he's the most prominent Mormon congressman. And they believe it with all their hearts that someday a Mormon will become president. And then he will rule, and you see, they will reinstitute what they call the United Order, which is a communistic system of government that they had originally in Utah before it became a state. And among other things, that will mean capital punishment for people like me. Because anybody who is not who is an apostate Mormon has to be slain. That's part of the United Order.
Really?
Yes. It's called blood atonement. That's why, for example, Utah and Idaho, and I think maybe Arizona, are the only states that have death by firing squad as part of their capital punishment.
Why?
Well, because according to Brigham Young, there's certain sins that can only be atoned not by Yeshua's blood, but by your blood, because they're so grave and so heinous. And those 5 sins are murder, adultery, homosexuality, apostasy, which is what I did by leaving the church, or marrying a black person.
Wow.
Those are the 5 unpardonable sins, that if you die like a natural death of those sins, you will go straight into the outer darkness, which is the Mormon version of hell.
So where do black people fit in this?
Well, let me finish this thing and then we'll get to that. So, for example, now obviously the Mormon Church no longer has the power to execute apostates because, they don't run the state. Well, officially anyway, they don't run the state. Unofficially, they do. Because I've had many people tell me when I was in Utah preaching that the church is like an 800-pound gorilla. You just try and stay out of its way. And they actually have a church security system that they arrest people. They have the power to arrest people within Utah, and they're like a church instrument, but they have arrest power. They can't throw people in jail, but they can haul them down to the police station. And in fact, one colleague of ours had that happen to them because they had some sensitive information on their computers that was damaging to the LDS church. And so the LDS security people came. Most of their security people were former FBI, former Secret Service. And they came and arrested them, confiscated all their computers, never gave them back, took them down to police headquarters while they were doing that. The police let them go, but all their information was gone forever.
Wow.
So anyway, like for example, if you commit a murder, you basically, if you're a faithful Mormon, you believe that the only way you're ever going to get out of the stripy hole is to, and you see, firing squad is the only form of execution that sheds blood. Hanging doesn't, lethal injection doesn't, an electric chair doesn't.
Right. So
that's why, for example, Gary Gilmore, I don't know if you ever heard of him, but Norman Mailer wrote a book about him called The Executioner's Song. Back in, I think, the 60s, he was a jack Mormon, which means a backslidden Mormon, who was a crook. He robbed a gas station, killed a guy. He was sent to death, and he asked for death by firing squad because he was enough of a Mormon that he felt that would atone for his sin of murder. Now, as to the black people, see, for decades, from the foundation of the church in 1930 all the way up till the 1960s,
Mormon prophets, one after the other, taught that no black man would ever receive the priesthood, that no black person would ever enter the temple, because here's what they believe. They are taught that in the pre-existence, see, they believe that all of us exist in the pre-existent state as kind of angelic beings around the throne of Heavenly Father. And their early cosmology teaches that there was this council of the gods, and that Yeshua stood up as the eldest son of Heavenly Father, and he said, no, wait, I think it was actually Lucifer that stood up first. Lucifer is the younger brother of Yeshua, okay. And he stood up and he said, we're going to create this world down here. That's the plan. And what I will do is I will go down there and I will force everyone to be good. They will have no free will. They will all have to obey your commandments. And it will be a glorious place, and I will get all the glory. And then Yeshua stood up and he proposed an alternate plan. He said that no, we will go and we will create this world, but we will give people free will so they can choose the good from the evil. And then I will go down at some point in human history, and I will be the Savior. And I will show the way, and I will open the door into the celestial kingdom for people by revealing the keys of the priesthood. Then the council of the gods voted, and they voted down Lucifer's plan, and they voted up Yeshua's plan. So Lucifer got all honked off, and he went off and started spreading, malice and gossip among all these spirit children that were running around heaven, billions and billions of them, okay? And basically what happened was a third of the angels, a third of these pre-existent spirits joined with Lucifer, and they fought against Heavenly Father and tried to take over heaven. A third of them joined with Heavenly Father and fought against the angels and cast them out of heaven. Now, according to Mormon doctrine, those fallen pre-existent spirits became the demons. The people who fought with Yeshua and Heavenly Father were blessed that when they come to earth, they would have white and delightsome skin. There was another third, though, and they kind of sat on the sidelines and waited to see which group would win. And because of their failure to be zealous for the sake of the truth, they were cursed with a dark skin, and they would become a loathsome, filthy people. These are the words. These are my words. These are the words of the Mormon scriptures and the Mormon prophets. And so when they are born on earth, they are born in with African blood.
Or Asian too?
No, just African. See, Mormons can marry Asians. That's fine. And of course nowadays, and here's what happened. In the 1970s, with the dawn of the civil rights movement in this country and so on, the IRS began to lean on the Mormon Church and say, you can't be a non-profit tax-exempt organization and have this discriminatory policy that they would not let black men into any priesthood position. They would not let black people into their temples. So guess what happened? The Mormon prophet had a revelation. Spencer W. Kimball, in I think it was 1978, I could be wrong about that date, he had a revelation, and now it's okay for black people to come into the temple. It's okay for black men to hold the priesthood. Doesn't that just bless your socks off?
And is it okay for Mormons to marry black people?
I don't know if that's true or not. I think it must be, because they can't really not say, but I think it would be extremely, highly frowned upon.
Right.
So the funny thing is that Brigham Young, 100 years earlier, taught that no black man will receive the priesthood until every white man on earth has received it. And that was a prophetic statement. Now, 100 years later, another Mormon prophet contradicts the previous Mormon prophet. Because if you want to hurt the Mormon church, hit them in their wallet.
Yeah, right.
The same thing happened 100 years earlier with polygamy. Because the Mormons said they're going to fight for the principle. That's what they call it. Polygamy was the principle. They were going to fight for the principle of polygamy to the death, to the last man. The Mormon prophet in Utah they actually had what was called the Mormon Wars, where the president sent in the U.S. Army to take over the territory at that time. They called it the territory of Deseret. And And they said, we're going to confiscate all of your buildings, we're going to confiscate all of your chapels, all of your temples, we're going to confiscate all of your bank accounts. And that's when they said, okay, we have a revelation. Now we don't do polygamy anymore.
I see.
So you see, I tell people the Mormon God changes his mind more often than his underwear.
Wow.
Anyhow, so nowadays there's this kind of weird, uneasy thing where there are, most of the black people that are Mormons are in Africa, where they don't know any of this, where the reach of films like because the Godmakers movie exposed all of this. But there are a few black people in the Mormon church, but they're so deceived because they don't realize they're in probably next to the Aryan nations, the most racist church on earth.
What does the word Mormon mean?
Well, actually, it's like a nickname for the church coming from the Book of Mormon. But the funny thing is that there are meanings that are related to it in more sinister places. For example, in China, the words Mormon means gates of hell. And so therefore, Mormon missionaries try to not use that title. They just say, oh, we're from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, because otherwise it kind of freaks them out. The Chinese, that is. And the other interesting thing is that if you look in the Satanic Bible, and there are other sources for this as well in ancient lexicons, there's a god of the dead, the god of ghouls. And of course, ghouls are beings that roam in cemeteries and feed off the corpses of the dead. And there's the god of the ghouls is named Mormo. Now, what would a person who worshipped Mormo be called? A Mormon. And what's interesting is that you may realize Mormons are obsessed with the dead. In a sense, they're feeding off the dead because they're doing all this genealogy. They're running all over the world, looking in cemeteries, trying to find the names of ancestral people, and ultimately, get every person who's ever lived baptized in the Mormon church. So, actually, the word Mormon is not a very innocent name.
Interesting. What can you tell us about Mormon temple architecture?
Well, that's interesting because there's this book that's maybe 20 years old now, beautiful like coffee table book called Salt Lake Temple, A Monument to a People. And in there, it says that the Salt Lake Temple architecture is a physical expression of Mormon theology. Well, in our book, Whited Sepulchres, Jim Spencer and I very clearly show that all over the Mormon temple are Masonic, witchcraft, and occult symbols. Just to give you the most obvious example, all over most of the older Mormon temples, like the one in St. George and Salt Lake and so on, you will find dozens of inverted pentagrams. Now, as you've already established, inverted pentagrams are the symbol of Satanism, the five-pointed star upside down. And this is what is used to bring the kingdom of Satan into manifestation. And yet there's no crosses anywhere on a Mormon temple or a Mormon meeting house.
Wow.
So we feel that, to be brief, I mean, it's a very complicated subject, that basically everything about the Mormon temple architecture reveals that the roots of Mormonism are in the occult and in Lucifer worship, not in the Bible.
Thank you. In your book, Mormonism's Temple of Doom, you show that at the time you published that, there was an approximately 85% similarity between the rituals of Masonry and the rituals of Mormonism, and also a great resemblance between Mormon rituals and Satanic rituals. So what changes has the Mormon Church made since you published that book?
Well, they have gotten rid, and of course I haven't been in the temple since then, because I'm no longer a Mormon, but I've been told by people that have that they've gotten rid of some of what are called the penal signs, which are where you mind having your throat cut and things like that, which are very Masonic. Also, there's this whole section, it's quite lengthy, where they have what is obviously a Protestant minister wearing like a Geneva gown, kind of like you might see Norman Vincent Peale wear or Robert Schuller wear. And basically being a lackey of the devil. He's being portrayed as a lackey of the devil. And he teaches Adam and Eve orthodox theology, in other words, the theology of the normal Christian religion. And then he's portrayed as basically a puppet of the devil. They got rid of that. They also got rid of the infamous Pale Ale thing,
which is toward the end of the ceremony, they're taught this one sign, which is where they stand and they go like, pale ale, pale ale, pale ale. And no, they're not talking about a beer. That's supposed to be in the ancient Adamic language. It's supposed to mean, oh God, hear the words of my mouth. But what it actually means in Hebrew is marvelous false God. And so that's what they're crying out. And when we and several others pointed that out, ours was kind of the book that was the coup de grace. They ended up basically changing the temple ritual quite substantially.
Interesting.
They also got rid of the oaths. It used to be they had oaths where one of the oaths you took is that you would swear that you would never cease to call down curses upon the government of the United States of America.
What?
Because, see, the Mormon Church was very upset with the fact that the government of the United States allowed Joseph Smith to be murdered, and that the government of the United States came in to Utah with basically the army and essentially took over the state and forced the Mormons to give up polygamy. And so for 2 generations, they were having everybody in their temple, including some of the living Mormons that are in the highest levels of the church today, swear that every day they would call down curses upon the government of the United States.
Wow.
So isn't that a real patriotic, nice, all-American church?
And loving.
Oh, very loving too, yes.
You said earlier that the Mormon Church has a goal to eventually set up a dictatorship. So how dangerous is the Church of Mormon?
Well, I'd say in some respects it's even more dangerous than some of these more sinister sounding groups, partially because they look so nice and wholesome. I mean, who would suspect, these pink cheek boys bicycling down the street in their nice suits and ties and clean cut haircuts? And of course they're nice people, but the goals of the church are in fact a benevolent dictatorship. And not only that, they have, as part of their doctrine, which they still enforce to this day, certain very sinister practices. There's the belief that if you're an apostate, your blood only your own shed blood can atone for your sins. There's the fact that even to this day, Mormons who leave the church upon occasion are killed. And myself and several other people who are prominent ex-Mormons have had attempts on our lives.
What happened?
Well, I've been shot at. I can't blame all of this on the Mormons. Some of it might be the Masons or the Satanists or whatever, but I know for a fact in one case, I was in the hospital and a nurse came in who actually, you can kind of tell when they wear temple garments. Because it just like regular underwear sort of shows up a little bit, especially if you're wearing a white nurse's uniform. And she put some kind of contact poison on my forehead. And if Sharon, who was sleeping in a chair beside my bed, hadn't kind of woken up, she probably would have put a lot more on. And so things like that. And other people I know have had poison put in their food and have been shot at and been chased down the road by trucks full of Mormons with axes and shotguns, things like that. I mean, these people, especially when they think they're in a majority, see, they'll behave themselves when they're in a Gentile state like, Florida or something. But out in Utah and Idaho and Nevada, where they're in the majority, they tend to be a little bit more pugnacious. And plus they will just try and intimidate you, and if that doesn't work, they'll use violence sometimes. Now, I'm not saying this happens all the time, but it does happen. And it's right in the doctrine of the church, this blood atonement thing.
Mm-hmm. And of course, if they have a benevolent dictatorship, then it's very easy for someone to decide that they'll change it into a non-benevolent dictatorship down the track.
And yes, here's the mind game you play. See, if you think, oh, this poor Bill Schnoebelen, he's rejected the temple, he's rejected his oaths and covenants, he had all that light, he's doomed to go into the outer darkness. It would be a benevolent thing to cut his throat and let his blood spill out upon the earth so that his soul might ascend to heaven.
Right. Kind of like the Inquisition.
Yes, something like that.
Who were the Danites?
Well, the Danites were a group that was started by Joseph Smith out in, I think it was either Missouri or Ohio, and they were like kind of a sort of Mormon version of the Ku Klux Klan. and they were in full force by the time we got to Nauvoo, Illinois, which was the last outpost of Mormonism in the eastern half of the U.S. They were writers who would go out at night with hoods on, not white hoods, of course, but just black hoods or whatever to disguise their faces. And they would like ride to the places of people who were either opposing the Mormons or maybe people who were apostatizing from the Mormon church, trying to leave it. And they would, rough them up, or even in the case of apostates, they'd cut their throat with a Bowie knife and leave them laying there on the ground.
And how do you know that?
Well, this is a matter of an historical record. There's several famous, either Danites, the other group, which is very similar, is called the Avenging Angels. And some people like Orrin Porter Rockwell, Wild Bill Hickman, not Wild Bill Hickok. These are actual historical guys that were right up at the very top of the early Mormon hierarchy, and they were as dangerous as any gunfighter, as any murderer, cutthroat person that you might have found in the Old West. They'd cut your throat without a thought if Brigham Young told them to. So then both, at least I know Hickman has written his memoirs, had written his memoirs before he died, so he put all that on paper.
Okay. Well, that was in the past. Does it have any significance today?
Well, the fact that, as I've said, I and several other prominent people that are former Mormons have had death threats, have had shots taken at us, have had people try to poison us, kill us, whatever. I have every reason to believe that the Avenging Angels are still out there. Of course, they aren't riding around on horses anymore with hoods over their faces. They now use more subtle methods. But yeah, they're very real.
Okay. Well, because of that, do you know any Mormons who've been afraid to leave the church because of this blood atonement law?
Well, yeah, and it's not just the blood atonement law. We know Mormons who have gotten born again in Salt Lake City who work for the church in fairly high levels, but they dare not leave because they have very sensitive knowledge, and the Mormon church knows they have very sensitive knowledge. Also, they fear losing their families, because a lot of times if you apostatize from the church by becoming a born-again Christian, your husband or wife, as the case might be, will divorce you and to do everything they can to take the kids away. And of course in Utah, most of the judges are Mormon, and they're going to be sympathetic to the Mormon side of the case. So there's a lot of fear. And so many of these people are sort of like secret agents, if you will, for us behind enemy lines in the very highest levels of the Mormon hierarchy. And they function there, and they, like for example, they're the ones that got us that tax return of the Mormon leadership back in I forget what year it was, but it was in the early 80s, and revealed that in fact the Mormon church hierarchy, the three guys made in that year like $191 million.
Three of them?
Three of them. So that's a pretty good salary for a church that has no paid clergy. Wow. Wouldn't you say?
Wow.
Now, can you imagine if it came out, just splitting that by three, 191, let's just for the sake of, say, 60 million. Can you imagine if it came out that, say, the leadership of the whatever church, Protestant church, was making $60 million a year out of the free will offerings of its members? What an outcry there would be from the media.
Wow.
But not a peep.
What happens to Mormon women if they don't take a subservient role?
Well, you hesitate to generalize, but we have had at least 2 or 3 women come to us over the years, one when we were still Mormons. And my wife was functioning as a therapist, and I was a elders quorum president, who told us that because she was an uppity Mormon wife who would not submit to the patriarchal authority of her husband, and because of that, one night when she was home alone, the door to her kitchen burst open, and in walked 3 Mormons and her husband. And one of the Mormons was a local Mormon physician who was a surgeon. And they threw her right down on the table, pulled down her pants, and right in front of God and everybody, they did some very serious violence to her private members. And she was told that's what you get for speaking out against the priesthood.
Wow.
And this is known as chastisement. That's the word that they use. And it is not I'm not saying it happens all over the place, but I'm saying it still does happen. And this woman was, this was like, well, now it would be 20 years ago, but she was, she was in her late 20s. So, I mean, it's not like this is ancient history.
Right.
And this comes from the fact that women are basically very much second-class citizens in the LDS Church.
And there's nowhere for her to go, of course.
Well, no, because she was, at that time, she was in the deepest part of Mormon Idaho. Idaho falls somewhere around in there, I forget exactly where, and everybody there was a Mormon. If you went to the social services agencies, they were Mormons. If you went to the police, they were Mormons. And you see, very much like the Masons, the Mormons will tend to cover up for their own misdeeds because the prophet has told them to.
Wow.
So, kind of scary.
Yeah, very scary. Very shocking. How wealthy is the Mormon Church?
Well, probably per capita, because it's over 10 million members. I forget the exact number, but it's the wealthiest church in America, if not in the world. I mean, it owns just countless real estate things. It owns many television stations. It owns many public utilities, power stations, power companies in the Rocky Mountains and in the West Coast. It is really, it's the only church in America that's in the top 50 of the Fortune 500, if it were a corporation that was a profit corporation instead of a not-for-profit. So it's that wealthy. It would be in the top 50 most wealthy corporations in the world.
Wow.
So that's pretty wealthy.
And only 10 million members, so when
Yes.
they grow...
Yeah, and of course their influence goes, like right now, there are, at least that I know of, 4 television stations, local TV affiliates around the country that are totally owned by the LDS Church. And that's why, this is now 10 or 15 years ago, 60 Minutes did a rather unflattering report about how the Mormon Church had somehow stolen this one LDS farmer, some guy out near Provo, Utah, and he had a bunch of, I think it was cherry orchards. And they managed to steal his orchards away from him. And he called up, Mike Wallace or whatever, and they did a story about this. And within 1 week, CBS retracted the story. Because the Mormons owned at that time 3 or 4 CBS local affiliates. And they said they'd close down the affiliates if CBS didn't retract the story.
Wow.
So they have a lot of economic clout, especially in the West Coast, but even in the East Coast. For example, the Marriott hotel chain is owned by Mormons, and it's not owned by the Mormon Church, but it's owned by a Mormon family. And they're you see them everywhere. I mean, they have subsidiaries like the Fairfield Inn and so on. And it's J. Willard Marriott, who's like kind of the patriarch of that family, who basically helped build the $20 million Mormon temple in Washington, D.C.
Thank you. Does the Mormon Church use mind control?
Well, in a sense, yes. I mean, it's not like I don't want people to get images of people being strapped in a chair and having wires hooked up to their heads or anything, but from a very early age, children are taught to bear their testimonies. And what your testimony is in Mormonism, it's nothing like what it is in Christianity. Your testimony is basically, it's this little canned thing you reel off where you say, I bear you my testimony that Jesus is the Christ, that Joseph Smith is a prophet of God, that fill in the blank, whoever's the current prophet is a prophet of God, that the Book of Mormon is true, and that I love my wife or my mommy or my daddy or whatever the case might be, and then you can kind of elaborate from there. And this is drummed into them from the time that they're barely old enough to walk. So, I mean, I remember sitting there and seeing families get up there and having little, like 3-year-old kids get up there, acting all cute and pointing, I bear you my testimony, and they go off and say that stuff. Well, the result of this is that by the time these people go out on a mission or something of that nature, when they're teenagers, most Mormon missionaries are teenagers, it's been drilled into the point that it's almost like this program. And you'll notice if you ever are in a conversation with a Mormon and you're kind of getting past their defenses and getting to the point where they don't really have answers anymore, which isn't that hard, and all of a sudden it's almost like you'll see this switch flip on inside of them, and their eyes will sort of go glassy, and they'll say, well, that might be, but I bear you my testimony that Joseph Smith is a prophet of God, and that Gordon B. Hinckley is a prophet of God, and and I tell people at that point, just clap your hands and say, wait a minute, How do you know that? And they'll go like that, and they'll act like they've been awakened from a trance.
Wow.
And it's like at that point you've gotten past the final gateway, you know, so to speak. And then they might be open to really hearing the truth. Because at that point they won't know what to say. Because no one's ever done that to them. Because it's considered very gauche to ever interrupt a Mormon when they're bearing their testimony. So you kind of knock them off their little program. The computer has to reboot.
Thank you. And how fast is the Mormon Church growing?
Well, the last, and I don't keep up with it as much as I used to, but the last I heard, it's growing very fast in the third world. It's not growing very fast in America anymore. And that's partly because of the influence of films like The Godmakers and other Christian evangelistic and apologetic efforts. But overseas, believe it or not, it's growing fast in Africa, in spite of the fact that they have this very, very racist history and very racist theology. And of course, part of the fact is that they simply grow by sheer reproduction. I mean, Mormons are very firmly encouraged to have large families. And so they, even if they didn't convert another Mormon in this generation, it'd still get bigger and bigger and bigger. But I mean, they grew like 100% in 20 years. I think they used to be like, 5 million at the time that we were members, and now they're 10 million. And I'm sure it's more than that now. I mean, that was the last figure I happened to notice, but I'm more busy with other things now, so I don't really keep up on the latest census reports from Mormonism. Part of the problem, though, is that the Mormons never report when people leave, and they're leaving in droves.
Oh, they are?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
yes.
good.
We get letters, and we're not even known as a basic clearinghouse, but even so, we get like 2 or 3 letters or emails a year from people wanting out, and we're not, like I say, we're one of the smaller ministries in terms of that. So Mormons are leaving, and if any of people are listening and they are Mormons and they want to get out, you have to write a letter to your bishop or your stake president and demand that your name be taken off the church rolls. It's not enough just to walk away from the thing, because those spiritual tendrils are still attached to you. And you need to renounce them, and you need to send that letter, and if you want, you can contact our ministry. We'll give you a sample letter and how to leave the church.
And with this blood atonement thing, is there any other security measures they should take?
Well, of course, they ought to get born again, if they're not, and because Jesus, Yeshua, is the best protector. But I mean, it's very rare. I would say there's like 1 chance in 100 of someone getting blood atoned, unless they're a very vocal opponent of the church.
Right.
And even then, if they just say, "I want out of the church, I'm writing a letter, leave me alone," and they just go on their merry way, the church will probably never bother them, because they could not stand the bad publicity if it was found out they were running around shooting people or cutting people's throats that were trying to leave their church. But and of course, like we just tell people, well, we're not worried about it because our dad can beat up their dad.
What kind of security do the Mormon temples have?
Well, first of all, as I think I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of Mormons in the FBI, the CIA, the Secret Service. So when those guys retire, they will often come and work for what is euphemistically called the church security system. And the church security system is the only church-related thing of its kind in the United States that has police power. In the state of Utah, they can arrest people. And these guys are also in charge of security around the Mormon temples. So actually, I was told by not an FBI agent, a Secret Service agent friend of mine who was a Mormon, that essentially, now this is of course long before 9/11, but that there was better security in the LDS Temple Square in Salt Lake than there was around the White House. Wow. There were, machine guns hidden underneath the flower beds. There were laser-like things at night to keep, like laser sensors to keep people out of the place. And I know one time when Ed Decker and I we dared to walk onto Temple Square. And of course, Ed Decker is probably the most infamous anti-Mormon in the world. Within 5 minutes, you could look up on the roof of this church security office building, which is a skyscraper across the street from the temple, and you could see snipers up there with high-powered rifles pointing their rifles at us, just in case we would do something weird, like run and throw pig's blood on the wall of the temple and cry blasphemy or something. I don't know. And so they really have very good security around that temple.
Well, few people would probably worry about the Mormon Church because they appear so nice, like you said, and they're called a bunch of saints, Latter-day Saints. So no one would really suspect anything. But here you've got an organisation which is incredibly wealthy, gets up to 25% of money from its members, pays no taxes, has top security, has some rights which are similar to satanic rights, has killed its own members in the past, uses some kind of mind control, is growing rapidly, and has a goal to form a dictatorship. So this really should be front page headlines. Now, what could happen to the world if it did become a dictatorship?
Well, I mean, first of all, it had to be just an American dictatorship at first, and then they think that would spread. But they would basically, ideally, they would reinstitute what they call the United Order, which is a communistic form of government in which the church owns all property. And then the bishops of each ward are entitled to divvy out that property. And if you're not a Mormon, you're not part of that system. And it would be very much kind of like what you see in the book of Revelations, where it says that you can't buy or sell unless you have the mark and the number of the beast, because there'd be no way to get food except to toady up to the Mormons. And either you would have to, you'd have to either be a Mormon or else somehow or other, be in subservience to them. And again, mind you, most Mormons are very nice people, but the leadership of this church are very scary people. And I know I've met a few of them. And they have plans. And I think a world under the benevolent dictatorship of the Mormon prophet would be a world with very little religious freedom, and a world with very little freedom for women, and probably a world where, because right now they're working on it. For example, in this state, Florida, they own almost, this is the last figure I heard, 90% of the farmland in this state.
Of Florida?
Yes. And they're chewing up farmland all over the Midwest. They're chewing up farmland all over the Pacific Northwest. They want to own all the farmland that they can in this country. They want to be in control of the food supplies of the United States.
Wow.
So, for example, they also own huge amounts of the pineapple and other things in Florida, because the Mormons are huge in Florida. So, they have definite plans, and oddly and eerily enough, their plans are very akin to what you see that the Antichrist in the book of Revelations wants to do. Now, I'm not saying the Mormon prophet someday is going to be the Antichrist, but I'm saying that the devil sows many seeds, and that this might be, one of those seeds that he's sowing, and he hopes one of them bears its noxious fruit.
And while they've got all this money and they own all the TV stations, most people will probably never get to hear about it.
Well, exactly. That's why most TV and radio and other media outlets are very, between this atmosphere of political correctness where we don't really criticize anyone, unless, of course, they're born again Christian, you really get this thing where most people don't want to criticize a religion, and then on top of that, people fear the economic power of the Mormon Church, So it's a real quandary, and people don't take them seriously enough because, as you say, they appear to be so nice, and again, 99% of them are wonderful people, but they're lost. Sure. And they need Yeshua. They need the true gospel of salvation by grace.
What is voodoo?
Well, voodoo is one of the probably the biggest categories of what I mentioned earlier. Culture. It's called cultural spiritism in anthropology, and what it is, it's a kind of weird eclectic blend of African shamanism blended with Roman Catholicism, and it basically came about because there were all these slaves brought over from Africa, and of course they brought their native beliefs, their native shamanic beliefs to the Caribbean, to the island of Haiti, and then the slave masters, of course, forced them to become Catholics. And so they blended the two. And the word voodoo is very controversial in terms of its origin. Some people say it comes from an African word, vodun. Some people say it comes from I think it was Rabelais, the rather infamous French writer who came up with the term "do what thou wilt," and it's in French it's "face que voudra," which is sort of similar to voodoo. Nobody really knows for sure where the word came from, but essentially it's a system where the main function of voodoo is that the devotees will come and meet on certain times, and they often correspond with Catholic saint days and Catholic festival days. And the goal is that they light candles, they create a sacred space, and then they'll put down what are called veves on the ground, which are like talismans done in like cornstarch or flour. And then they will kill a chicken or some other small animal and sprinkle blood over themselves with all this dancing and drumming going on. And then the goal is to be ridden by a loa. Now a loa is like a demon god of voodoo, and they want to be possessed by that person. And when they get possessed, they have this ecstatic experience where they fall down on the ground sometimes, or they dance wildly, or they roll around on the floor and froth at the mouth. I mean, it sounds kind of like a charismatic meeting, doesn't it? I shouldn't say that anyway. I mean, there's some kind of weird charismatic groups out there too, the snake handlers and all. But these people are doing it in the name of a false god. And the other part of it is that, of course, voodoo does have ways of doing both white and black magic that are very powerful. So I think it's one of the most dangerous religions in the world. And it's not just practiced by black people. That's a common misperception. I was personally brought into the first 3 layers, if you will, of voodoo, up to being a hungan, which is like a priest of voodoo. A priestess is called a mambo. And that was done by a white man who was personally brought into it by the Pope of voodoo. So, there are a lot of white people who practice voodoo because they believe it's a quick way to get power, or a quick way to get money, or to get ahead in their careers or whatever, is by invoking the loa.
Why did you get involved in voodoo?
Well, from the time I got involved in Wicca and witchcraft and stuff, I'd read a couple of books and I was kind of intrigued by it. And then when I got involved with this fellow down in Chicago who had the room with the strange pictures and the strange plants that moved around, I found that he was also a voodoo hierophant. And so he said, well, of course, part of making you a Catholic bishop, we have to take you through the other 2 degrees of the early voodoo things. There are lavate, which is like baptism, and then lingua soi, which means you have to eat a shroud. And those are the 2 earlier stages. It's all involving with death and graveyards and things. It's very, very bizarre. And that's why, partly I was intrigued by it, and partly I was intrigued by the way this fellow had blended voodoo and Catholicism and Trans-Yugathian magic in such a creative way. So that's why I got into it.
See, for how long were you involved in voodoo?
Oh, I would say probably 2 or 3 years.
Thank you. From your own experience, what can you tell us about voodoo?
Well, if you don't like drinking, you better not get into it. I've never liked alcohol much. And, there's a lot of drinking of rum, and, you either use it as a sacramental substance or else you spit it out. And, like holy water, you swirl it around and spit it out. And it's, my own personal experience was, it's a very bizarre religion. It's a very atavistic, bestial religion. It brings out the worst in people. And also it is it's a religion where you're encouraged to do that. Like the fellow who was my immediate superior, he was trying to encourage me to try to become a were tarantula, to be able to turn into a spider, a very ugly giant spider. Wow. And I never really wanted that, but fortunately I kind of got away from it. Also, there's a lot of sexual stuff, both homosexual, heterosexual stuff going on, orgies, things of that nature. And they do this because in voodoo they believe there's certain energy points around the private organs of the body which are gateways into other universes. And if you can get into these other universes, again, we're back to the same thing, this archaeometry idea of drawing in power in which you can become a more powerful thing. And then, of course, there's the whole thing of cursing. I mean, the idea of the voodoo doll is just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, there's a very sophisticated level of cursing people and a very high level of power with it, which I must tell you, it's probably the most powerful way to curse someone is to use voodoo. And it's some of the most awful ways of dying. You do not want to, unless you're covered in the blood of the lamb, you do not want to run afoul of a voodoo mambo or a voodoo hungan, because they can, practically make your body devour itself from the inside out.
Can you tell us a story to show people who think voodoo's a joke
well,
what you can do?
I may have mentioned this earlier, but there was this one person who ran afoul of the guy who was my teacher, and without going into all gory details, basically this fellow used a hex on him, and essentially the guy had scorpions and centipedes eating their way out of his stomach within 3 days. And
did people see them?
He died horribly in the emergency room. So, yeah, they were real.
So what did the people in the hospital think?
They had no understanding. I mean, if you want to get an idea of what these religions are like, I don't encourage people to see this, but there's a movie out there called The Believers. It stars Martin Sheen, and it's about this guy that tries to fight actually it's a Santeria type cult, but it's very much the same thing. Another fellow literally, and I didn't see this personally, but I have no reason to doubt it, he literally had his skin turned inside out by a hungan. You know, it killed him instantly, but he literally was laying there on the floor with his organs on the outside and his skin on the inside.
And how do you know that that's what happened to him?
Well, I don't know for sure. I didn't see it, but the guy that told me about it was a different fellow who was actually a private detective who was investigating a branch of voodoo that was in the Pacific Northwest.
Wow.
So, you know, without the protection of the blood of the Lamb, you're in kind of, and it's really funny because the voodoo people will call upon Jesus, they'll call upon the Virgin Mary, except behind these, like the Virgin Mary, for example, she's a representative of the goddess of the sea, Erzuli. And, you know, you have Papa Nebo, you have Baron Samedi. These are all the names of the great Loa. Baron Samedi is the god of the cemeteries, the lord of the dead. And all of them have their places, and you can sick them on people. They're like demonic overlords. And it's a very potent religion. And as you can see, it's a religion of the powerless because it was basically started by black slaves. And it gave them hope underneath their brutal masters. And now it offered them a way to have spiritual power. And the strange thing is, I don't know if you've heard about this, but before many years ago, Haiti was basically a voodoo dictatorship run by Papa Doc Duvalier. And he was a voodoo hungan, and he actually had an army that was called the Tonton Makot, and this army was made up partially of zombies, and partially the senior people were actually voodoo hungans, and they ruled Haiti with absolute fear and terror. And I had a friend who was a Baptist missionary who went down there, and he tried to plant a church down there, and he says, "You have never seen people who are just so utterly terrified right down to their bones of this man," because it was believed this guy could just like flick his fingers and kill an entire family. You know, he was like one of the most mighty of all the voodoo people, and you know, he had a real hold on the island until he was driven off, and then for a while his son BB Doc reigned, and he was sort of a moron, and then he got thrown out, and now they've got some other guy in there, but the island is still like 90% Catholic and 100% voodoo.
Wow, you mentioned zombies. What are they?
Well, that's one of the folklore things. The actual word is Zuvembi, but popularly called zombies. It's part folklore and part reality. The reality part of it is that there's apparently a plant down there in Haiti that's native there, that if you take the extraction of it and give it to someone, it will appear to poison them and kill them. It will lower their heart rate, it will lower their respiration to the point they're almost indetectable except to the finest instruments. And the person gets buried. And they might be buried for 3 or 4 days, and then they're dug up. And when they're dug up, they've lost most of their higher brain functions because of the drug and the loss of oxygen, so they're like a zombie. I mean, they'll do things if you tell them to do them, including kill people, fire guns at people, you know, strangle people, you know, wait on your hand and foot, whatever they're very much like the classic image of the zombie, but yet they're alive.
Have you ever seen one?
No, I have not. But from what I mean, there's actually anthropological books by scholars who've gone down to Haiti and who have studied this, and it's easy to see in a primitive people where there was not any real good medicine to tell whether this person who was laying there was really dead or not, you know, and of course this terrified the people, because the guy would say, well, I can poison this man, I can turn him into a zombie, and then 5 days later, here the guy is walking around, you know, like he has no soul. Because that's the definition of a zombie, is someone who has no soul. And they can be basically told to do anything they want. But of course they will die if you shoot them with a gun, they'll fall over dead, or if you bring them with a club or something. But, you know, it was still a very, very scary thing to a people. It was not, well, to this day, Haiti's like, 10% literacy rate. And that's, of course, the fruit of Catholicism, and the fruit of voodoo too, But so, yeah, that's one of those things where it's part just, scary folklore, but there is a nugget of truth in it.
Yeah. What are the dangers of being involved with voodoo?
Essentially, it's demon possession. I mean, if you really are a serious practitioner of voodoo, you are inviting high levels of demon possession. Because when I was into this stuff, again, I was literally begging demons to come into me and ride me. That's the word that's used. And, well, yeah, it's a very ecstatic experience, but the cost spiritually is so high. And the power that you might gain, and that's why a lot of people get into voodoo. They have this idea, oh, well, I can, I see this cute girl at my workplace and I can make a voodoo doll of her and, force her to fall in love with me and things like that. And, it's kind of a juvenile way of looking at it, but the point is that kind of power might be real to a degree, unless, of course, the object of those spells is a Christian. But it comes at a terrible price because you're demon possessed. You ultimately lose all control of yourself, and you almost become a zombie, except that Satan is your master.
Have you seen people that happen to?
Well, I've seen people who were so thoroughly evil that they had no sense of humanity left in them that were involved in voodoo. People that just would, they literally eat a cat for lunch and think nothing of it, and the cat would be alive.
And if you looked into their eyes, could you see the person, the original person is still there?
Not really, not much of them. It's like looking at her in the utter darkness, or until I call them ball-bearing eyes, because it's like just eyes of steel. That there's no humanity in there, and there probably is a human being trapped so far in there somewhere, just screaming to get out. And think of it, you would be spending 20, 30, 40 years of your life like that, trapped inside of a body that you could not control. I mean, it would be worse than being in a coma. Because at least the coma person just laying there sort of doing nothing. Here the body is doing things that you would find horrendous and not be able to stop it.
Did that ever happen to you, that the demons in you did something you couldn't stop?
Well, a few times, yes. I did some things that in retrospect I was very, very ashamed of. Nothing, like killing anyone or eating a cat or anything, but, just like abusing people, being cruel and evil to people, taking advantage of people, things like that. Okay. But nothing, nothing really awful in the legal sense of the word, thankfully.
And you weren't fully into it like other people?
No, I was not that far. I mean, I've only was used, as I said, I'd only been into it a couple of years, 3 years at most, and then thankfully, Yahweh started to get me out of that stuff.
Okay, thank you. What advice would you give to people who know someone who's involved in voodoo?
Well, I would say especially to just pray for them, and I may have mentioned this before, but pray that the lying and deceitful spirits of the voodoo Loa, it's spelled L-O-A, Loa, would be bound from influencing that person and from giving that person power, and pray that the Spirit of truth would shower down on them from the Holy Spirit, and then pray for like a divine appointment, for an opportunity for you to come up. Don't be afraid of these people. First of all, 90% of voodoo practitioners are not like wacko or dangerous or anything. They're just people like you and me, And then just pray for an opportunity to go and witness to them. And also, I think it's important to pray that Yahweh would lead someone else to them, to witness to them who's a credible witness, maybe an ex-voodoo person, because there's a lot of them. There's a lot of people getting saved out of voodoo, just like there's a lot of people getting saved out of all these different groups.
Okay, good. Now, when you say bind spirits, is it necessary they always do it in the name of Jesus or Yeshua?
Well, I would say so. Because we have no authority. Otherwise, it's like, and I'm assuming the person we're discussing here is a Christian. Otherwise you're like, the thing in the book of Acts where, Jesus I know, but Paul I know, but who are you? But we do have authority to bind and loose. But you need to use the name of Yeshua. We prefer Yeshua, as I said, or Jesus, because that is the name which all demon spirits must obey. We've seen some of the most powerful evil spirits imaginable just buckle under the name of which is above every other name, as the New Testament says.
Thank you. And what advice would you give to people who think they've been affected by voodoo?
Well, again, this is probably the most powerful kind of cursing that's out there, but it's still nothing compared to the power of Yeshua. So number one, get saved if you're not saved. Number two, be sure your house is cleansed, because a lot of this stuff works on the basis of object links. Like usually voodoo people, if they're going to curse you, they'll either get something from you or they'll throw something on your lawn. You might like find a dead bird with like a weird, like a ribbon around its neck, or you might find like cross sticks or other things like that. Kind of walk your yard, reclaim your property in the name of Yeshua, plead the blood of the Lamb over the property, over your house. Also remit the sin of the shedding of blood of innocent blood over that part of the property, and then make sure your house is clean, and then just ask Yahweh to put a legion of angels around your house every night. Be sure you're walking, righteously and not committing, repeated sins. Put on the armor of God every day, and that should do it. I mean, those are things Christians should be doing anyway. Whether you're being voodoo cursed or not, because we are in a war zone. That's why Ephesians 6 talks about, that we're warriors. We need to put on our armor every day, just like these guys over in Iraq. They have to put on their vests and their body armor and everything every day, and their helmets before they go out into the enemy. And when you walk out the door of your house, you're walking into enemy lines, because the world is lies and wickedness.
Thank you. What is archaeometry?
Well, archaeometry, I think I've already touched upon it. It's a very advanced branch of black magic and voodoo, which involves cultivating the ability to enter into alternate universes. And then you go into these universes and you try and basically energize the universe, become the god of that universe, and then draw power from that universe back into your own universe. This started out basically as part of the worship of the star god Sirius, which is known in Egypt as Set, which is he's like the Egyptian version of the devil. And the idea was because there was a black dwarf star of Sirius next to the white star Sirius, became known as Sirius A and Sirius B. And ancient magicians realized that they could use that black star as a gateway into an alternate universe. And so that's how they discovered Universe B. And then later on there was Universe C and D and E and et cetera, et cetera. And who knows now how many of these universes have been, so to speak, discovered. So that's the essence of it.
What is its power?
Well, first of all, it's a very advanced kind of magic which very few people can do. But if they can do it, it's a very, and again, I don't know, even that's the trouble with this sort of thing. You don't know how much of this is even demonic delusion. I mean, do you really go into another dimension? Do you really go through this, like, dimensional gate? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But whatever it is, the person who comes back invariably seems to have amped up their power by a whole order of magnitude. So it's like squared, if you will, or something. So it is apparently a very potent way of augmenting your magical power, and it's believed by these people this is a very easy way of becoming a living god.
Okay, and is there a downside to it?
Well, yes, because whether or not this stuff is really based on a genuine thing of physics or whatever, the fact of the matter is you're doing it by demonic power. And if you're indeed entering other universes, those are universes that are populated by extremely evil beings and extremely wise, cruel beings. And they're going to take advantage of you. You might not originally perceive that, but ultimately they're going to use you for their own purposes and then spit you out like, so much used chewing tobacco, and that will be the end of you. So I know I just have begun to work in this, and it was a very terrifying experience to go through that dimensional doorway, and I really, thankfully I kind of was drawn back out of it, partly by my wife and partly by the Almighty Yahweh, before I could get too badly burnt by it.
Do you know of any connections between Walt Disney and the dark side?
Well, there again, that's a real mind-blowing question, because most people think of Walt Disney and happy little cartoons, family amusement park. But actually, from the very beginning, Walt Disney was funded by people of the black nobility, the Venetian black nobility, and a lot of basically he was set up to essentially rewrite the fairy tales of Western Europe and make them less Christian and more occultic. And really, if you look at the fruit, if you will, of the Disney empire, and in both Disneyland and Disney World and the other places, all of this stuff is very heavily rooted in the occult. The other problem with it is that there's very reliable reports that in the 30s Disney was using drugs. He was involved with very powerful psychedelic drugs, which of course can open the door to the demonic realm. And that's why there's a lot of subtle things in his movies that point kids toward drug addiction. And better people than I have done very careful commentaries on the Disney, especially the cartoons, and how each and every cartoon draws kids subtly into more and more occult stuff, and it's getting more and more obvious. Originally it was very subtle, but I can even remember, like, my favorite Disney film was Fantasia. And there's so much occult stuff in there, and not just in The Sorcerer's Apprentice, and not just in the Night on Bald Mountain segments. And part of that movie was just over the years of watching it whenever I could, because of course this is before there were video cassettes, I just got enthralled with that. And I ended up, I think that's maybe 10 or 15% of the reason, just that single movie, why I got into the occult. So it's a really disturbing thing, and especially when you consider that so many thousands and thousands of parents just sort of surrender their kids to the Disney empire. Whether they take them to the amusement parks, or whether they let them watch videos and use the videos as kind of babysitters. It's not a good thing.
Thank you. Have you ever had any contacts from people who really know what's going on with Disney, about what they're planning?
Well, we've had 2 or 3 people at least over the years who had said that they're especially at Disneyland, that children were actually being briefly kidnapped and mind controlled and given mind control things, and then somehow plunked back in their parents' custody before their parents got too alarmed. And also, the whole thing, like the movie Pinocchio, which of course is one of Disney's most famous films, has this whole segment in about the lost boys who go onto this island where everything is wonderful. And that's like a metaphor for Disneyland. And of course, little Pinocchio's going along with them, and they get to do everything they want. They get to play pool and smoke cigars, and yet as they do, they start turning into jackasses. Their ears start growing and everything. And this, not Disney made this up. I mean, this is part of the story originally, but the metaphor is that, of course, is that the jackass is a symbol in the Bible of the unsaved, unregenerate person. And it's like Disneyland and Disney World and all the Disney products are scientifically designed to bring out that part of a child, to bring out the unregenerate, untamed, savage nature of them. And when you add that to the fact that at least, some kids are actually being spirited off and somehow ritualized or mind controlled is very, very disturbing.
When you say they're scientifically designed, what do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, that all of the different, first of all, of course, the parks teach evolution. Second of all, a lot of the stuff in the rides and whatever is designed to just evoke that part of a child's personality. And in terms of the movies and everything, the videos, they teach values which are subtly anti-Christian, and thereby they're doing things. They're teaching the kids values that will cause them to move in the direction of being, if you will, wild donkeys instead of being good little Christian boys and girls. Now, maybe the use of the word scientific is a little bit extreme, but still, I read, there are people on the web, there are very serious Christian researchers that have just line upon line have dissected movies like The Little Mermaid and The Beauty and the Beast, and the Lion King, and all of the Black Cauldron, all of these classic Disney cartoons are just full of this stuff. And if a child is exposed to it without the parents sitting there and saying, oh, well, that's not really true, or that's not right, or whatever, then they're going to end up being a little pagan before they're 10 years old.
Okay, thank you. Please tell us a story about the child that came to you who was having problems since the parents had taken them to Disneyland.
Well, yeah, this one little boy was brought to us by his folks when we were ministering in deliverance, and they'd taken him to Disneyland because we were all up in the Pacific Northwest, and so it was closer for them. And essentially, the child started having all of these acting out episodes after going to Disneyland, even though he told everybody he loved it, But he had all these, bizarre dreams, and he would talk about, being in the red room and being in the blue room and being made to do icky things and stuff like that. And it was all coming out in nightmares. And they said, well, it sounds like this is some sort of weird kind of satanic thing or other. And so we did some ministry on him, and we had him sit down and draw, because he was, I think he was maybe 5 or 6 years old at the time. And we had to draw pictures, and it turned out that he was led through it's so strange, a maze that perfectly mimicked the fallen tree, the clyphotic tree of the back, what's called the night side of Eden, the clyphotic tree of life, and that all the colors matched and everything, and they were leading him through these things, and he was describing things that a 5-year-old child, whatever age he was, would have no way of knowing about the back side of the tree, the tunnels of Typhon and everything. And he was describing people, like putting things in his, private areas and all this, would lead me to believe. And this, we were very careful not to ever lead the kids and say, oh, well, did someone do something to you? Did someone put something there? And we just asked, well, what happened? And that's what he said he was remembering. The more we prayed, the more we asked the spirits that were preventing him, because they always, of course, give these kids, suggestions, you won't remember, don't remember this or we'll kill your parents or something like that, So there's a certain demonic wall you have to break through, but we did by the power of the Holy Spirit, and then the child was remembering some of these sexual things that were done to him, and this was all done in the context of some place in Disneyland.
And he'd actually gone missing from a ride, hadn't he?
He had gone missing from a ride, and at first, the parents were just a little worried, but it took about, an hour or so, and then he turned up and he seemed to be fine, and of course they called they have Disney security there and everything, and they found him, and nothing seemed to be the matter. But then later on, all these things started happening. So I don't know. I mean, it's really sad when something like that, which is basically a national monument to childhood, and it's being used for evil purposes. But I really think that's what's going on.
Is there anything more you can say about this whole Disney thing?
Well, a lot of people might say, well, where do you get all this information about the background of Disney himself? And a lot of it was some really groundbreaking research that was done by an acquaintance of mine who was a very serious scholar. And he just made a point to really dig into this. And he has done an amazing amount of work. His name is Anton Chaikin. And he really is the one who dug up a lot of stuff about the early Disney years in the 30s and 40s, and how he came to be under the patronage, if you will, of these various dark forces. And he tells a story at one point of how he was making Snow White, which is his first major animated feature-length cartoon, and someone said, well, that's not the story of Snow White. And he said, when I get done with kids, they won't care what the real story of Snow White is. I'm going to change fairy tales so that people will not even recognize them anymore. And that's basically what he did. And I mean, I don't know if this fellow's actually put his stuff into print, but I do know it was copiously footnoted, the manuscript and stuff that I was able to see, and it fits with, as I said, the personal experiences I have. And then, of course, the other thing is that, it's obvious Disney is not very family friendly, quote unquote, when they're having this big gay appreciation day down there, and having all sorts of ungodly things go on, and inviting every homosexual under the sun down to Disney World to celebrate and to do whatever ungodly things they might be doing. So It's really, I mean, if I had a child, I would not let him anywhere near anything by Disney or let him near any of the theme parks.
What is a vampire?
Well, a vampire, let me give you the classical definition, and then I'll give you the real definition. I mean, classically, a vampire is a walking corpse that sleeps by day in a coffin or some other secluded place out of the sunlight, and then rises, and at night it subsists by drinking the blood of the living. And this is an almost universal legend in just about every culture on earth, from China to Greece to even, South and North American Indians have some version of this. Now, what the reality of it is that a vampire is a member of an actual cult. There is a vampire cultus that basically initiates people, just like you might be initiated as a Freemason or something. And these people believe, after going through certain initiatic things and drinking of blood and whatever, they believe that they will acquire supernatural powers, and that upon their death, that 3 days later they will rise as an animated corpse and a full-blown vampire. And there's certain things that vampires can do and certain things vampires cannot do. For example, vampires do not like the sunlight. They cannot really deal well with the sunlight. They don't like garlic because garlic's a blood purifier. And of course, they don't like Christian religious symbols. On the other hand, they're able to, they some of the things that are like Hollywood, I've never seen a vampire turn into a bat. I've never seen them turn into a mist or, float under a door or turn into a swarm of rats like you read about in the book Dracula. But they do seem to have some control over the elements. And they do actually grow fangs, and they use those fangs to drink the blood of the living. I guess that's as good a start as any. We can certainly elaborate on that.
Wow, thank you.
Okay.
How and why did you become a vampire?
A very good question. A lot of people ask me that. Well, see, again, I was on this path of Satanism, and at one point, in order to proceed, you have to cross the abyss, as it's called, and then at that point you make a choice. And there may be different choices in different parts of the world, but where I was told I would have to either become a werewolf or become a vampire. And I knew a couple of people that were shapeshifters, that were people, and they said, well, it's real painful. And I thought, well, I'm not really into pain, and the whole vampire thing sounded kind of sexy and erotic and whatever. So I thought, well, okay, we'll do it that way. And because it was like a choice, it's either this or that, or else you just sit there and on your hands and don't grow anymore as a great black magician. So that was why I did it.
Thank you. For how long were you a vampire?
Well, I think it was probably at least 2 years, somewhere in there.
Thanks. So what's the difference between a real vampire and a wannabe vampire?
Well, that's the thing. Nowadays, especially it seems like with the advent of the Anne Rice books and like the movie Interview with a Vampire and some similar movies, the kids, young people that have come along, that's part of kind of a subdivision of the goth scene, they want to be vampires. And the difference is primarily that they sort of play at it. Either they dress like them, and they put on white makeup, and maybe they even get these contact lenses that you put, I've seen them in optical stores. You can buy them for like $69, and they make your eyes look like serpent eyes or bloodshot or like eyes of Dracula, and they walk around, and they're actually, in most large cities, there are vampire nightclubs. There are, places where you can go, either those are goth clubs, and do your vampire thing. And some of them will actually drink blood, but they'll do it, in a much more, kind of tacky way out of they'll have razor blades and they'll cut someone's wrist and drink a little blood, and they claim this is the most intimate form of sexuality because it's an exchanging of energies, and that much is true. But of course, Yahweh, God, forbids us from drinking blood. But the difference is that the real winner, like I was, let me be clear, I was kind of like a vampire, a first-degree vampire. I had not yet died. The belief is, obviously, I don't want to be here talking about it, but the belief is that the first level of being a vampire
you are still a living human being, and then when you die, then you become a full-blown vampire. And so at the level I was at, I didn't need a razor blade to drink blood. And from what I understand, these wannabe vampires, they do eat. They eat food, you know, they do drink blood, but they also eat more or less normal food, although they tend to eat a lot of stuff like raw meat and bloody stuff and things like that, but they do consume food. I couldn't eat. Once I made the transition into being a vampire initiate, I couldn't, if I tried to eat anything, I would throw it up. If I even tried to drink water, I would throw it up. The only things that I could eat were human blood and Roman Catholic communion.
How did you feel about that?
Well, it got rather monotonous after a while. I mean, you know, there's a rush to drinking blood, which is quite, I mean, blood is really one of the ultimate addictive things. There is actually a psychological identification of there are people who are addicted to drinking blood, just like there are people who are addicted to drugs or to, you know, other weird things. But it was very, in spite of that, I mean, yeah, you have this momentary rush from drinking the blood or whatever, but then you have, you know, like 8 or 9 hours in a day where you're thinking, boy, I wish I had a pizza, you know, boy, I wish I had a hamburger, you know. I mean, it sounds kind of mundane and silly, but yet, and I knew, you know, it was just like, if I ate these things, I would just throw them up. And, but on the other hand, I could very easily survive by drinking the blood of some of the people in our covens, and then also by, you know, I was celebrating Catholic Mass every day and consuming that, and that seemed to hold me. But it was very monotonous.
Thank you. You said they changed their eyes. Were your eyes different?
Other than the fact that for that period, I had extremely good night vision. No, that's kind of a Hollywood thing. The person that I met, 2 or 3 real vampires including the person that initiated me, and none of them had weird looking eyes. But a real vampire, their skin, and this is something, I mean, I know for a fact that Anne Rice, who wrote the novel Interview with a Vampire, among many others, she has obviously been in contact with real vampires, because their skin, and even my skin was like this, it gets this kind of beautiful, translucent, glowing quality. It's like you can almost see the veins like stained glass through their skin, like on their face and on their hands. But I'm sorry, I forgot where I was going with it.
What your eyes look like?
Oh no, my eyes look reasonably normal, other than the fact that they would just totally expand, like at night. I mean, I could see in total darkness, which was good because I was sleeping in a coffin, which was totally dark. I mean, there's no light inside of a coffin.
Wow. When you said that Catholic communion kept you alive, what did you mean by that?
Well, see, in the Catholic faith, it is doctrine that in the wafer or in the blood and the cup of wine, that contains the entire body, blood, soul, and divinity of Jesus Christ. So in my case, because I was a priest, I got to drink both from the cup and then eat the wafer. But it wouldn't have mattered. Either way, I was actually consuming an entire body of a human adult 33-year-old male, according to Catholic doctrine. So the idea is that was enough blood, quote unquote, to keep me alive. Now, just let's back off from this one step and think, how strange is this? That, you know, there's enough demonic power in Roman Catholic communion to keep a vampire alive. I mean, the implications, I would think, for the average Catholic who's, you know, going to communion every Sunday should be rather staggering, I would think. Because this, you know, I was this vampire who had, you know, totally given himself over to the devil, and I was celebrating Catholic Mass every day.
So in a whole day, say how many wafers could you live off?
One.
You could live a whole day off one little wafer, which has got probably half a calorie.
Yeah, plus the wine.
And how many, you could go forever on just one wafer a day?
No.
You needed the wine as well?
I needed the blood.
Right.
Human blood.
Right, and how often would you need the human blood?
Oh, every other day or so. Mm-hmm. But the need grew. See, like any addiction,
you keep needing a little more and a little more and a little more. So at first, maybe twice a week was enough. Then 3 times a week was what I needed, in addition to doing this Mass every day. And then finally it was like every day, and then it started getting really intense.
Okay, now you say your teeth grew canines. Can you explain that whole process? I mean, right now your teeth couldn't get into someone's neck.
Well, no. Well, they could, but I have to do it in a funny way. Actually, what happens is it's almost like, without being vulgar, it's almost like the human sexual response. When even a first-level vampire is hungry and they're in the immediate presence of food, there's an arousal that takes place. Except the arousal takes place here rather than down there. That's about the most delicate way I can put it. And so your teeth grow about a ½ inch longer and very sharp. And plus your mouth, you start salivating this very thick saliva, which is full of cocaine. And cocaine is a topical anesthetic. And so when you go up to the person, in my case I always use women, you lick them a few times, which is of course kind of erotic, and then that numbs the flesh. And then you chomp away and drink the blood. And then that same saliva acts as a quick healer. There's something in it. And people might think, well, this is so bizarre. How could this be true? Well, the funny thing is during this period, it sounds funny, vampire going to the dentist, but I had a friend who was at Marquette Dental School, and he kind of arm wrestled me into going to the dental school to get some dental work done because I didn't have a lot of money. And I went in there, and he started working on me, and this was before dentists typically used rubber gloves because it was pre-AIDS and everything. And he started working on me, and he says, "You've got the thickest, strangest saliva I've ever seen." This guy was a 4th-year dental student, so he'd seen a lot of mouths. And all of a sudden he started dropping everything. And he says, "My fingers are getting numb." And he couldn't figure out why this was. And he says, "It's like someone put Novocaine on my fingers." And so he had to back off and sit there for 10 or 15 minutes. And then he put on, the typical rubber gloves. And then he finished working on my teeth.
Wow.
So there is something, because I don't know if people know this, but all the different things, the Procaine, Novocaine, that are used by dentists are actually all chemical analogs of the original cocaine.
Wow.
So,
what kind of appetite did you have?
Well, you mean for blood?
Well, for everything.
Well, I had an appetite for the usual things people have appetites for, but if I actually put something in my mouth, it would just make me nauseous. So I was more or less forced to not be able to eat anything except blood. But I would wake up in the morning and the night, because I'd sleep all day, and I'd be pretty darn hungry.
And there's not a cup of blood in the fridge, is there?
Well, not usually, no. But what I would do is I would get up and right away I would celebrate a Mass. Mm-hmm. And then, which is unusual because you're not normally supposed to say, except on rare occasions, a Catholic Mass after sunset. But this was obviously a special circumstance. And then typically one of the girls that was in the coven with us would drop by and I'd, bite her neck.
Thank you. So what did you have to actually do to become a vampire?
Well, that's a pretty long process, but you start taking certain specialized herbs, which I'm not going to name because I don't want anybody messing with this, and also large doses of B vitamins, oddly enough. And plus you start cultivating as a meditative practice the idea of being what's called a psychic vampire. You start learning how to suck energy out of people. And this went on for a few months, and I got real good at that. I mean,
did people get pretty tired around you?
I was a very well-mannered vampire. I usually sucked it out of strangers. Like I'd sit on a bus or something, and I'd sit there, and I could actually draw energy out of people that were sitting around me, standing around me, whatever. And at that time, I was given a special ring which would facilitate that process. It was a special onyx ring very large black stone that I could sort of use as a focal point for my meditative practice when I was away from my house. Then the next stage was I was given increasing doses of cocaine. And cocaine, as you know, is very addictive. And it's also rather dangerous. You can very easily take so much you get tachycardia or even give yourself a stroke or a heart attack. But very quickly, because of the previous things I'd taken, I worked myself to where I was taking rather large amounts of cocaine. And this, again, over a period of weeks. And plus, I started doing a special, what's called a special Nosferatic Mass. See, the word Nosferatu is Romanian, I think, for undead. And so we referred to this whole current as the Nosferatic current of magic. When you say current, we mean like a sort of a line of power. And like there would be a Wiccan current, or there'd be a voodoo current, or a Crowley current. Well, this was the Nosferatic current. And this actually involved calling, instead of like doing a mass where you know, in the Catholic theology, supposedly you draw in Jesus Christ into the bread and wine. Well, this was a mass where you drew in the body, blood, soul, and divinity of Vlad Tepes, who's the real person upon which the Dracula novel was based. He was actually a 15th century Wallachian nobleman, and which is part of Transylvania, you know, the old "This is Transylvania," that kind of thing. So we would do this mass, and then I would consume the sacramental elements, and that would start to transform me from within. And so I could take increasing amounts of cocaine. And of course, there's a lot of anxiety involved in this too, because I could feel there were changes taking place within me, actual chemical changes. And in fact, my blood type changed. The Rh factor in my blood type changed between before vampire and after vampire.
From what to what?
I can't remember. I think it used to be O positive, and now it's O negative.
And it's still
O negative.
Oh.
Yes. And then finally, one night, I think I had like 50 lines of cocaine, which is a huge amount of cocaine. And I was...
Would that normally kill someone?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that was sort of where we were going, wasn't it?
Right.
And as I was doing this, all of a sudden, my master, if you will, the master vampire who initiated me, came into the room. And I was totally not expecting it, because this was in our home. We had a chapel in our home, as I said earlier. And I wasn't even ready for this. And he says, well, it's time, you know. And he came over and bit me in the neck. And then, kind of almost exactly like what's in some of the movies, he opened up his chest, tore open his chest with these real long fingernails, talons almost, that he had, and had me come and suckle at his chest and drink his blood. And by doing so, and then he said certain, just again, kind of like in the Catholic Church when you're ordained a priest, they place hands on your head and there's certain magical words that are said, and then poof, you're a priest. Well, this, as I was doing this, he put his hands on my head, and you know, something happened to me. And at that moment, the vampire, if you will, virus, although it's more than a virus, it's both a spiritual thing and a physiological thing, was passed into me. And that was when I kind of crossed the line, and at that point I could no longer eat food or anything, because my appetite for food was kind of diminishing. Of course, see, cocaine takes away your appetite. The more coke you snort, the less appetite you have. But that's why some coke addicts look real cadaverous, you know. So anyhow, that was more or less how I made the transition. And what I want to explain about this is that all of this took place in the context of a very strange, weird branch of the Russian Orthodox Church. And, you know, there's a lot of legends and everything. Most of the vampire lore that we are well aware of in America and in Hollywood comes from, you know, Eastern Europe, from Russia, from Slovakia, from Wallachia, from Transylvania, Romania, and Hungary. And this guy who trained me said that there was a special branch of the Russian Orthodox Church that in fact carried this secret down through the centuries, and it was a sacred trust that went all the way back, believe it or not, to Jesus. And that Jesus created the first vampire when he raised Lazarus from the dead. And by this time, I mean, mind you, what I was doing is I was in a Catholic seminary at the time. So I had just enough knowledge of the Bible to be dangerous, and I believed this stuff. I thought this was a holy thing I was doing. I thought I was going to be, this was a calling, and part of what they actually say, they say it in Ugo-Valachian, which is the ancient tongue of the Nosferatu, but I was being told that I would be eventually made into an angel of death. And it would be my job to come and be like in a large city, you know, where people die. I would be there at the bedside to absorb their life energy and suck the life out of them and put it into this ring that I wore, and then take that energy and transmute it into the cosmos. And this was supposed to be a good thing, because without us, no one would die. Wow. So now, then this is what I was being told. And so it sounded in a weird kind of way sort of noble. But that final thing would only happen after I finally died. And that would be my second grade initiation in vampirism, would be to actually die. But that might take a few years. So at that point, I mean, and I'll tell you, that was a very, very strange experience, you know, drinking blood out of this guy's chest, and the energy that was flowing and the power that was flowing. I mean, I nearly passed out from it. But the end result is that and part of the discipline was I had to make a specially designed coffin that had special angles in it according to Megapola's somancy, special sigils along the side and everything, and it had to be lined with certain fabrics. And it was in fact very much designed to be exactly, except without the gold, very much like the Ark of the Covenant, or like a Catholic tabernacle, the little box that they put the hosts in when they're not using them. So, you know, and then finally when I made this transition, then I was asleep. And then the other thing is, I had to go at one point before I did this initiation, I had to go to the cemetery of my homeland, which was a small town in which I was raised, and dig up a whole garbage bag full of sacred earth out of that Catholic cemetery. And again, here's the Catholicism thing. And then I had to line the bottom of my coffin with that sacred earth. Not only that, I had to wear in the bottom of my shoes, I had to have a little, like, kind of a soul thing made that I would put some of that sacred earth in the soles of my shoes. So everywhere I went,
strange.
I would have the sacred earth of my homeland in and around me.
All the time? Mm-hmm. Wasn't that uncomfortable?
Hey, you know, you suffer for your art.
You're obviously a very kind, caring person, and you still wanted to be kind and caring.
Yes.
How did you feel when they told you had to go be a psychic vampire and make people on buses tired?
Well, at the time, again, you see, my policy, and you're right, I was a very nice vampire in the sense that I would never take either too much blood or too much energy from any one person. I like move around the bus, or I'd go somewhere where there are a lot of people, and if you take like so many things from like 20 people, like I don't know how to quantify this, you know, like so many volts, if you will, you take 5 volts from 20 people, you've got, you know, 100 volts. And all they needed to know is that I was able to do it. It was like a transitional step towards the more serious, you know, disciplines.
Did you ever take blood from people unwillingly?
I was getting there fast. The implicit agreement I had with all these women in the covenant were kind of my personal wine cellar, was that I would never take too much blood from them. And that was obvious because none of them wanted to die, you know. And a couple of times as this progressed, I got to the point that I would drink more blood than the woman could stand, and she'd start writhing around, and even one passed out, you know, from lack of blood. And fortunately, my wife was trained as, you know, a lot of nursing in her background, and so she was able to kind of help. But I never, that I know of, I had nightmares where I think I might have done stuff, but I don't know it consciously, where I might have gone out in the night, and I was having fantasies about doing this, because the only job I could have was I had a third shift job putting papers in the boxes for the nighttime newspaper. And so I'd be driving the streets, and I'd see the occasional prostitute or the occasional street person wandering down North Avenue in Milwaukee, all alone. And I mean, my hands were like white knuckling on the steering wheel, of this truck I was in. I was trying to fight, not just going over there and ripping their throats out, because after a while, even having one tap, if you will, of blood a night wasn't enough.
You were hungry a lot of the time?
Oh, yes. The hunger is the worst part. You're almost always a little hungry. And as the day, or as the night progresses, you get more and more hungry. And I would even, sometimes I get so bad, I do 2 or 3 masses in one day in desperation rather than go out and kill someone,
And did they tell you be hungry before they invited you to become a vampire?
No. They didn't tell me about a lot of stuff, but that's the way, that's the way the devil works. He never tells you the downside of the things you get into. He just, it's going to be great. All these women will be throwing themselves at you. You'll have all this power because, see, the concept is that for every person's blood you drink, you permanently get that much stronger. And if you actually drain the entire body of a man or a woman, you get all of their strength permanently.
And did you get stronger?
I got a little stronger, yeah.
But not what you were promised?
No. But again, I was being so fastidious about it. I probably never drank more than a cup of blood from a human being. So that's,
At a time.
At a time,
right.
Yeah. So that's not really a lot of blood. And that's not a lot of power, so.
Thank you. Now, this story that a vampire dies and then rises from the dead, is that true?
I frankly rather doubt it, but that's what I was told. And of course, there's no way to tell. Like the guy that initiated me, he claimed that he was in fact 150 years old. And he didn't look a day over 40.
And did he have a birth certificate to prove that? Or?
No,
right.
No. But he, for all I know back then, because he was actually Hungarian. And, maybe they don't even have birth certificates in Hungary back in, the end of the 1700s. So, because he said he was born around the turn of the 19th century.
Okay. Have you ever heard of murder cases that might have been caused by a vampire?
Well, since getting born again, I have friends who call me and tell me like they've had contact with police officers, especially out west, especially in San Francisco and LA, where frequently homeless people are turning up with holes in their necks and no blood in their bodies, and they keep it quiet because they don't want to cause a panic. That's the usual police. Because see, the police don't have, they think inside of a box, and they don't have they can't, vampire, they don't really, it's not even a crime. Nowhere on unless it's, considered some sort of assault, but there's not like a crime of being a vampire. And I've been told, I haven't seen this myself, but I've been told by police officers that in some parts of LA, they might have 4 or 5 homeless people a night turn up dead, with holes in their necks. And, nobody cares, because they're homeless people, and that's why they're being preyed upon. See, vampires are like wolves. They go around and they find the weak sheep that are the edge of the flock, whether they're homeless people or street people or people that are out late at night, and they're the ones they pick off. And but you see, you've got to realize sometimes they don't kill people. They just drain enough blood to get by, and then they go on from there, and the person just thinks, well, wow, what happened? Why am I laying here unconscious on the street? But they don't really know because the wounds are so fast healing.
Why don't they remember what happened?
Because there is a kind of occult power involved, like almost a screen thing that comes over the whole situation that you don't remember it.
Oh. So the women that offered to you, did they remember?
Oh yeah, because there was no real coercion involved. But if you supposedly, again, I don't know this for a fact, but supposedly if you're a full-blown, past the grave vampire, you have a large enough wellspring of occult demonic power that you can sort of cause people to forget what has happened after you've assaulted them.
So the nighttime really is scary.
Well, yeah, it can be. It certainly can be.
When your parents tell you there's nothing scary out there, it's not totally true.
No, especially if you don't, have Yeshua HaMashiach as your Lord and Savior.
Yes. Are there women vampires?
Oh, well, yeah. It's actually, I think there are actually more females than males. Oh. In fact, one of the scariest women I ever met in my life was a female vampire I met long before I got into it myself. Way back at the beginning of my occult studies, I was at a big conference of occultists and adepts in Milwaukee, and this lady walked in. It was just this drop-dead gorgeous blonde, and she had on, like, she was dressing like she was a vampire. I mean, she had, like, you know, this real tight black leather dress and this, like, crocheted cape that was down, you know, it had, like, bat wings, you know, and all of that, and a hood, and you know, she just had this energy about her. She just drew people to her like a magnet. Very, very charismatic and very physically beautiful. She thought she was about maybe, you know, 2 or 3 years older than me, maybe 26 years old. And I was kind of like, you know, at that time I was single. This is long before I met my wife. And, you know, you kind of that age, following her around, you know. And this friend of mine who owned the occult bookstore, every Sunday, he says, you don't want to get involved with that woman. Because there was, even then I had a slight ability to see auras, and there was like a darkness around her that was palpable, but it was a very voluptuous darkness. And he said, this lady literally kills like one man a week and drains their blood. He said, she is a full-blown vampire, and you do not want to mess with her. And, you know, not only did she kill men, but she sexually tortured them, because you get more of a thrill out of the blood if there's adrenaline in it. It gives it a certain bouquet. If there's fear, and of course fear produces adrenaline within the bloodstream. So she would torture men and then drain their blood and kill them.
And being beautiful, she had no trouble getting men
attracting men. No, plus she had it, like I said, it was almost like being in the presence of you know, like a Venus flytrap planet. You were just, if you were a man, you were like drawn like a magnet to this woman. So, yeah, there are certainly female vampires, as in many cases, often the female is deadlier than the male.
And what would they do with the bodies in a case like that?
I really don't want to know.
Okay.
I know what I was told later on is that, and I mean, I have no way of knowing. I kind of doubt this, but that people have, you know, like acid baths and things like that, and they just, you know, and of course we know there are serial killers out there that are not vampires, that are just, I hate to say it, normal serial killers, but that they seem to have little trouble getting rid of bodies, and, you know, either they cut them up and put them in garbage bags or whatever. I have no idea.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
How does vampirism spread?
Well, it spreads like any other cult, through initiation, and also by contagion. Because if you are bitten by a vampire, if you don't go through all of this other stuff, you still have this, whatever it is, enzyme. I was told it was an enzyme that is put in your bloodstream, and it makes you start to kind of be drawn in that direction. You start liking the things of darkness. You start, I mean, it's very, very subtle, unless you have it done more than once, several times. It's not anything you'd ever notice, but you just start, maybe like all of a sudden you're liking horror movies more, or maybe all of a sudden you find you're getting more of a taste for raw meat, you know, like cannibal sandwiches or steak tartare or something or other. And it's very, very subtle, but eventually a lot of these people will end up getting into the goth scene, going to these vampire clubs and so on, and they might very well be drawn into a more serious vampiric relationship. So that's, I think, how they get their converts, is they attack people and the person doesn't even know they've been tapped, so to speak, and then a year or so later they are drawn into the vampire scene.
I see. How many other people did you know who were real vampires?
Well, I think I'd say there's about 3 other people I knew that were, you know, supposedly full-blown vampires, and then there was one other guy I knew who was a vampire in training. Okay, and how many vampires do you think there might be in America? In terms of, well, I don't know. I mean, first of all, I want to clarify that I have no way of knowing. I don't even know if I believe that these real vampires are actually animated corpses. I don't honestly think. But what about people like you? I'll count. Well, I would have no way of knowing. I would guess probably not many. I would think maybe a few thousand in the whole country. But again, this thing has really spread. I mean, when I was into this, none of this goth culture even existed. Now it's very fashionable. I mean, you can actually find internet sites, you know, First Church of the Vampire, or the Vampire Church, or whatever, And it's between that and the movies and the books and all of that, it's become very, very popular. So it could even be 10 times that amount.
And how did you like being a vampire?
Well, I would describe it the way I've heard many addicts, many descriptions describe their addiction. I would say it's like, 2 or 3 minutes of unbelievable ecstasy followed by 24 hours of absolute hell.
And you hadn't got into the full-blown stuff, so that was just the beginning.
No, because you have this hunger all the time, and then when you're in this kind of in-between stage, it's both a hunger for normal food and a hunger for blood, and it never really goes away. And that in itself is bad enough, but then towards the end, I was just being tormented, I started having a bloodlust where I wanted to go out and really kill people against their will, as if anybody wanted to be killed with their will. I wanted to tear people's throats out. I wanted to rip people to shreds, literally. And it was all I could do, just mainly my love for my wife Sharon, and the fact that I knew that if I did something like that, it would probably ruin our life, ruin our marriage, because I think of taking a human life. But it was awful. It was like being an addict circling the drain and not being able to really get out of it.
Yeah. So, and how did that consume your thoughts?
Oh yeah, pretty much. I mean, oddly enough, the only way I was able to deal with it was by writing. I wrote some very awful novels that were like occult novels that were very, very evil, and I kind of used that as a sort of therapeutic way of getting rid of some of my ha-ha-ha demons. But even that wasn't working for long. I mean, I knew sooner or later I was well on my way to committing a very nasty homicidal act.
Right. And then, I mean, even for evil people, they've got to worry about going to jail.
Oh, sure.
Okay, were there other disadvantages to being a vampire?
Well, of course, all this happened before the AIDS thing, but I'm sure that would have been an issue. I mean, I think even when I was doing this, there were at that time some people running around with AIDS. It just wasn't, well known yet. But not ever be able to go out in the sunlight, not ever to be able to sleep with your wife because you're sleeping in a coffin. I mean, you try sleeping in a coffin for a couple of years and see how you like it. I mean, it's not a lot of fun. And yet, I was deceived into this. I was told it would be I'd be like a walking god upon the earth. And actually, most of the time I felt rather miserable.
Okay, were there any other disadvantages to being a vampire?
Well, other than the fact that I was probably as lost as a golf ball in a wheat field and going to hell, I can't think of any offhand.
Okay, thank you. And has it affected you physically in any way since then?
Well, yeah. I mean, when I came out of it, I have a very delicate digestive system. I still have trouble digesting food. I still have issues with things I'd rather not discuss of a personal nature, but in terms of physical problems, physical weaknesses. Really, it to a degree, it ravaged me. And I know that Yeshua is gradually healing me of some of those things, but oddly enough, now I have very bad night vision. It's only very recently been getting better again. And of course, there's always this little itch in the corner of your mind to go and drink blood, just like any addict. It's always there kind of in the back of your mind waiting on a street corner, but it isn't even an issue anymore, but, I'm aware of it, but I never do it. Because it's now been, let me think, going on 20 years. So, I've, to use the Alcoholics Anonymous term, I've been cleaning summer from vampirism for 20 years. But it's an awful thing to have in your memory, and an awful thing to have on your back, because the imagery, the nightmares, everything, it's horrible.
Thank you. Why did you only go out at nighttime?
Well, because really the sunlight was very harmful to me. I could, if I wore like long sleeves and gloves and a wide-brimmed hat and dark glasses, I could go out in the daylight. But if I remember one time I inadvertently exposed like my hand to the sunlight, and within like 30 seconds there were blisters on my hand. So, and that's because the sunlight just is very detrimental to the physiology of someone who's moving into that realm.
Thank you. How do you kill a vampire?
Well, the lore is, of course, anybody could have killed me. I mean, because I was still a normal, well, a more or less normal human being, but the lore says that you either, have to drive a stake through their heart and then cut off their head and fill their mouth with garlic, which of course will do a pretty good job of killing a normal human being too, or by fire, if you burn them up to a crisp, that usually does it, or if you get them out into the full sunlight and force them to stay there for like a minute or two, they'll usually, the lore is that will kill them. And I could believe it just from what the sunlight felt like to me, because I know if I'd have left, it was almost like a very, very bad sunburn. And if I'd have left my head out there, I probably would have had second-degree burns within a minute or two.
Wow.
So, but again, I'm not really sure any of this stuff is true. This is stuff that I've just been told. I don't know any of it by first-hand knowledge.
Except for what it did to your hands.
What it did to my hand, yes.
Thank you. How did you get out of becoming a vampire?
Well, I'll tell you, without the power of Almighty Yahweh, I couldn't have done it. When I was getting really down deep and dark, I was still a member of the Church of Satan, of course. And every year I had to send a check to the Church of Satan to keep up my dues, And that check, when it came back from the bank, some lady had written on, "I'll be praying for you in the name of Jesus," because they obviously figured if someone was giving money to the Church of Satan, they were in pretty deep spiritual trouble. In my case, they were right. So I just laughed at it, because by that time I was so deceived, I thought Jesus was the son of Satan. So I threw the check in my file and forgot about it. Well, just in a few days, everything in my life fell apart. I was already pretty miserable, but I lost all of my vampiric powers in the course of like 2 or 3 days of getting that check. And I also lost the craving for blood. I was delivered from it. And so it was like, Yeshua just reached down sovereignly, and even though I was yet not really ready to get born again, he lifted that huge burden off of me. And I was able to basically start, it's like he healed me of whatever that virus or that enzyme was. And unfortunately, it still took me about 4 or 5 years to get born again, because I went from there, as I think I mentioned earlier, to ending up with the Mormons for 5 years. But it was certainly an improvement over being a vampire.
Sure.
So it was the power of Almighty Yahweh that did it. I couldn't have done it without him, because I knew I was within weeks of killing someone, and it was totally taken away. Plus, my addiction to cocaine was totally taken away.
Wow, wonderful.
So, Baruch Hashem Yahweh.
What is a werewolf?
Well, a werewolf is an individual who's usually, the technical term is a lycanthrope, a shapeshifter. And they're usually an individual that's very high up in the black arts and has achieved an incredible amount of demonic possession. In other words, they're very highly possessed by demons. And they basically have the ability at will to transform from a normal human being into this gigantic wolf-like thing that's between 7 and 8 feet tall, weighs more than 300 pounds, and can rip your head off.
Thank you. From your own experience and context, are they real?
Well, yes, I think they are. I was told while in the Brotherhood of Satan that was basically the assassin squad of the Brotherhood. They wanted someone killed, and killed quickly and messily, that they would have one of their werewolf assassins go out and do it like the person had been mauled by a wild animal. And we had several cases where either people were, I personally have not seen a werewolf. I've seen other were-animals, but not a werewolf, but my wife has. Other people we've talked to have. I think the most obvious story and the most closest to me would be when one time when I was a minister, a Christian minister, and I was down in Salt Lake doing a conference, and my wife was alone on this compound where our ministry was out in the country near Seattle, very much isolated. And she had happened that, thank Yahweh, this happened that her sister was with her, and they were both Christians, and the weird thing was we just moved into this place and there was no locks on the door because we were out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, no one ever came out there. But all of a sudden, it became very important that there was a lock on the door, and there wasn't one because they started hearing something. They said it sounded like a cougar or something pacing around outside the house, except its footprints were audible. And you don't usually hear a cougar's footprints. It was like thump, thump, kind of like the Tyrannosaurus Rex in Jurassic Park. And they didn't know what it was. And it was happening that this place was like a split level house and the living room was kind of like up on the second floor. And my wife opened the window and there was something staring back at her like from about 7 feet off the ground. These big red eyes, and they were enormous. And she couldn't see anything else, but she vaguely outlined, because there was like one of those night light things about 100 yards away. But it was just, whatever it was dark and enormous. And it kept pacing around the house, and they were just praying up a storm and pleading the blood of the Lamb over the house, and it never could get in. It finally just left. But there were footprints like this big on the ground out there the next morning, and they looked like three balls up here, and then like a huge arch, and then one single ball back here.
Great. Well, if it's a physical thing, why was it that it wasn't able to get in?
Well, because even though it's a physical creature, it's powered, the whole ability to do that is totally demonic. It's powered by demons, and demons fear the name of Yeshua, and they fear the blood of Yeshua, and they will not cross it. And especially because that whole property had been prayed over for years. I mean, it had been a Christian ministry for almost a generation. So the power of Yahweh God is so much greater that he just basically gave up and left.
Great. Can you tell me some other werewolf stories?
Well, similarly close, we had a young lady come to us who was needing deliverance, and she'd just gotten separated from her husband, who oddly enough was a Mormon bishop. And she had discovered after their wedding that very soon after the wedding, she found out that he was a werewolf. And he was also an airline pilot. That's what he did for a living. So can you imagine having a werewolf airline pilot? Well, there's one out there.
Goodness.
And this guy actually raped her while he was a werewolf. And she had the scars to prove it. And she also had the baby to prove it. And she came to us for ministry, and she was so terrified we actually had to go and meet with her in another city, because oddly enough, they lived right up on the mountain over where we lived. And it might even been that it was he that was the werewolf that was pacing around our house 3 years earlier. We don't know. But because I can't imagine there's that many werewolves out in little downtown Issaquah. And anyhow, she got total freedom, but she had a werewolf husband. The other thing that happened, this is not me, but a colleague of mine, Ed Decker, he was out on the mission field with YWAM in Tonga, or Samoa, one of those two islands, and they were preaching against Mormonism. And this Mormon bishop came up and started railing on them. Middle-aged guy, but he was, Samoan, so he was a big fellow. And he was just, berating them for preaching against the true Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and on. And as he got more and more riled up, all of a sudden you could hear these bones in his face start to creak and crack. And his face started to change, and he started growing a snout. And he started getting bigger and tearing out of his clothes. And it was like he was turning into a were orangutan, and like this giant ape. And my friend Ed looked at his friend who was there, he was like a leader in YWAM, and he looked at him, "Do you believe this?" And this guy was growling like a gorilla or something. It was just enormous roars and getting bigger by every second. And I just looked at him and says, "In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you. Get out of here." And instantly he just turned back into a normal guy and ran away half naked. So again, that just shows that even though these things are big and scary, the power of Yahweh is so much greater. And then I think the final thing is we had a young boy, maybe 10 or 11 years old, was brought to us for ministry by his mom, and he had been out riding his bike with a friend. Not a very good place to ride. He was riding around in this big, landfill somewhere up in Everett, I think it was, in Washington State. And he was riding around, and two of them, and it was after dark, and they came upon this area where it was a really noxious place full of these fires they burned to burn off the methane and huge piles of rotting junk. And right in the middle of it, there was a satanic ritual going on. Because that is a very common place that Satanists, find those kind of things. And so naturally they freaked out because they saw these guys in robes waving around knives and chanting and everything. And they started to pedal away, and all of a sudden some big thing was following them. And, the young guy we were talking with, he was the first bicyclist. And he said he looked back and he saw this thing, and he said it was taller than a house, and it was chasing the both of them. And all he could see was this vague shape in the firelight of blackness and pointed ears and these huge red eyes. And, he kind of looked black. Occasionally he just pedaled for all of his life, And all of a sudden he heard his little friend scream, and he looked back and no sign of him, so evidently this thing got him. And then so that even put more fear to his bicycling, and he just was pedaling as fast as he could. He could hear it. He could actually feel the thing's breath on his neck, it was like 2 feet away. And, he just cried out, "Oh, Jesus, help," because he was a little young Christian guy. And the thing had just taken his hands like this, the big claw, and placed it on his chest when the kid cried out. That's what elicited the scream. And it just backed off like it had been scalded, but he left this huge scars, like three scars about 2 inches apart, 3 inches apart across the child's chest. And then the kid got away. And naturally, he got home, called the cops. They went up there, and you see, these Satanists are real good at cleanup. They can just, in a matter of minutes, get everything out of there and get rid of any signs of the loss of the first kid, and they didn't know what happened. Naturally, the police were not ready to believe that some giant Bigfoot-like wolf had, run off with a child. They just, that wasn't in their worldview. So, but again, we prayed with the child, and he just needed deliverance from a spirit of fear, obviously, and he was okay, but he still had those scars. So they're very real.
Terrible story, and fantastic that he was able to come through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that he had enough presence to, call upon the one power in the universe that could have prevented that werewolf from killing him. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You say about there could be other animals besides werewolves. What are they?
Yes. Well, almost any animal can be a shapeshifter, a lycanthrope. Now, in the Native American religion, they're called skinwalkers, but it's very much, it's regarded as black magic. And a friend of mine who was he was a physician, a pediatrician, and he liked to do pro bono work on an Indian reservation in the Pacific Northwest. And one day he told me, after he heard this story, he says, "I know a lot of people will think when you talk about werewolves that you're just nuts. But he says, I'll tell you this, and this is a true story." And this guy's very respected in the Christian community and in the medical community. And he said he was he'd always leave the reservation after a day of helping these kids, and there'd be this old, like, grandmother Native American woman standing there, and wrapped up in a blanket with a little hat on her head, and she'd just be glaring at him with these hateful eyes, like "You're a Christian, get out of my reservation," And it gave him the creeps every time. Well, one time, after about 3 or 4 times of this happening, he was driving by, and he was kind of watching her, because she was just, and all of a sudden, literally in the blink of an eye, she was gone, and this large raven was standing on the ground, just like that. And he said he looked, and he rubbed his eyes, and the raven was still standing there glaring at him with those same black beady eyes, and just flew away.
Wow.
And he said he knew that was a skinwalker. She was probably some kind of medicine woman. So, and like I said, the guy who was one of my voodoo teachers, he wanted me to become a were-tarantula. So you can be, a were-coyote, a were-tarantula, a were-raven, a were-anything, probably.
Thank you. Do you know anything about becoming a werewolf?
Well, that's part of the reason why I elected not to do that path. The rituals are very horrible and not really suitable for discussion, but they involve human sacrifice and very sadistic things that, you wouldn't want to even talk about.
Wow. And do you know any other disadvantages to becoming a werewolf? besides the pain you mentioned earlier?
Yeah, well, I should mention one other thing, and that is that if a person is bit by a werewolf, they will again have some kind of infection or virus or enzyme for that. But, you know, I don't know that they will turn, that's a Hollywood thing, if you're bitten by a werewolf and the moon is bright, you know, blah, blah, blah. But I don't know if that's really true, because otherwise, obviously, we'd be crawling with werewolves. And besides, usually werewolves do not, you know, leave people alive. And secondly, if that were true, that young child would turn into a little were-kid, you know, a little werewolf cub, and he didn't. So apparently that's only true if the werewolves want to do that, you know. There's some kind of an initiation involved then. But what a disadvantage is to, well, I mean, again, you're obviously, to be that kind of a thing, you have to be demon-possessed to your eyeballs. And second, I mean, you're on your way to hell faster than greased lightning. And also you have a bloodlust. You know, even when you're in human form, I've been told, of course I wasn't one, but you're constantly feeling the urge to, you know, go out and kill something, you know.
Right.
So it's not a pleasant experience, especially when you consider that when you finally die, which you will, werewolves are not immortal. But odd enough, what I've been told, again, I don't know this, is that they can only be killed by a silver bullet. And the reason is that silver is the symbol of redemption in the Bible.
Oh.
Yeshua was redeemed, or not redeemed, but he was betrayed with 30 pieces of silver. And oddly enough, if you look at the plan of construction of the tabernacle in the wilderness that Moses built to house the Ark of the Covenant, it was built on silver. The foundation was entirely of silver. And of course, we know silver is a you know, like colloidal silver, things like that. It's a very good blood purifier.
Thank you. In the movies, they show that people who become werewolves don't remember what they did. They just sort of wake up and they've got this missing period in their memory. Is that true?
No, I don't believe so, because otherwise, how would they know if they've done their job? If they're, okay, we want you to go and kill XYZ person, you know, how would they know if they've accomplished their mission? So there'd be no sense in that. I think that's a Hollywood thing.
Right, and can they do it anytime they want to, even in the
Again,
daytime?
that's true. It's harder for them to change in the daytime, but they can do it. But this thing of, oh, you can only do it when the moon is full, and then it happens against your will, that's strictly Hollywood.
And why is it harder in the daytime?
Well, just because the powers of darkness are on the wane. You see, the sun is a symbol of the Son of Righteousness, who's the Messiah, Yeshua, and who comes with healing on his wings, according to the book of Malachi. So I think that's why both vampires and werewolves fear the sun and don't really particularly like to be out of it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
How long does it take to transform into a werewolf?
Well, I've been told it takes about a minute.
Oh, very fast.
Yeah, but, you know, and of course, obviously this guy who had the experience with a Native American old lady, with her it took a second. So, I don't know. I mean, I think, you know, like you see these things in the movies and they make it more, but I mean, let's face it, if you were standing there and some guy took like, excuse me, for 5 minutes I have to sit here and writhe and groan and creak and have bones break and everything, and you just sit here and wait and then I'll rip your throat out as a werewolf, I mean, the person would run away, you know. So it's got to be pretty fast. And then what I was told is it takes about a minute. And of course, usually they don't wait and do it in front of the person they're going to kill. They do it in advance, and then, because they can run really fast. I mean, if you've got like, you know, 5-foot legs, you can run awfully fast.
Right. I heard a story that someone put out an 800 number asking for anyone who had werewolf stories that were true to phone in, and they had to close the number because they had literally hundreds of thousands of calls. Just wondering if you had any idea how many werewolves there might be.
Yeah, that was an actual TV show that was called Werewolf, and they had an 800 number. And yeah, they were just jammed with calls. I really don't know. I assume there's thousands of them in America, probably one in every major city at least, and plus, you know, there's also colonies where they just go and live kind of off by themselves because, you know, it is, you know, kind of, there are certain, you know, it's kind of hard to be a werewolf and just like have a married life and everything. I mean, things start, you know, being rather well, you just there's things that start giving it away, so they tend to either not be married. That was the anomaly with this Mormon bishop, is that he was actually married, but literally within a few days, his wife discovered that he was a werewolf. Maybe it's you start pricking bristly wolf hair out of the guy's hairbrush in the morning in the bathroom or something. I don't know. So I would gather there's probably thousands, but that's just an educated guess.
Thank you. Now, if someone wants to see a werewolf changing, is there a film they can watch?
Well, I have very good reason. The person that told me this, I think, is pretty much unimpeachable, that the transformation that takes place at the end of the movie, The Howling, they were trying to do it, with special effects naturally, and then they just couldn't get it together on schedule, and so they literally had a real werewolf come in. They closed the set, and they had him transform in that kind of climactic scene in the office, where this girl's kind of standing there. And again, the question is, because it takes a long time in a movie, it might take 2 or 3 minutes, and why doesn't this girl just run away? Unless it's like she's just so terrified, or something. I don't know. But anyhow, so what I've been told, I don't know this firsthand, but I have no reason to doubt it, is that is a genuine werewolf transformation you're seeing there.
What is the Illuminati?
Well, the Illuminati is a large kind of umbrella organization that's more or less at the root of all the different conspiratorial movements in the world. It really started more than 1,000 years ago. In fact, you could say in a way it started way back at the Tower of Babel, but it started really with Hassani Sabah, who was a Ishmaelian heretic in the Islamic movement, and he came up with most of the core ideas of it, and then it kind of came up through the groups like the Templars and the Rosicrucians, and then ultimately flowered, if you will, in 1776 under the guidance of Adam Weishaupt, who started the ancient Illuminated Seers of Bavaria, and that was the beginning of it. And basically, it's like the premier underground occult society. Historians think it was done away with before the beginning of the 19th century, but it wasn't really done away with. It just kind of went underground.
Thank you. And what was your involvement in the Illuminati?
Well, soon after I'd been involved in some of these high-level forms of masonry and everything, I was basically contacted by them, because you don't ask to join the Illuminati, they ask you. And I received a letter, and then subsequently I received a personal contact from somebody in the organization, and they put me through a kind of actually surprisingly simple sort of initiation, and later on I was given a more thorough initiation by a fellow who came all the way over from France to do it. And then, of course, the primo thing was the thing I've already talked about, which was the illumination, if you will, when I went up and was taken up into the Saturnian temple and had Lucifer's fingernail go into my, my forehead, and, was basically filled with a light of Lucifer. That's what it means to be, remember, it means to be an illuminated one, Illuminati in Latin.
When you got a letter from them, did they actually sign it like, "Hi, this is the Illuminati here, please come join us"?
No, it was actually the person that contacted me had written a letter.
And how did you know it was from the Illuminati?
Well, because it had their letterhead.
Oh, so they have an actual letterhead.
Yes.
Wow. So all the other people who are top, members of political power and order, that they would have got that same letter?
Well,
you think?
No, because, a lot of as many people know, a lot of people who are in the Illuminati are in hereditarily. They are in families that are part of the Illuminati. Some of the old mossy money families in America, the Harrimans, the Bundys, some of these other old families that are part, like, the Skull and Bones crowd and the Harvard crowd and the Rockefellers and all of them. Of course, the oldest family that's been in the Illuminati is the Rothschilds. They were there from the very beginning. But all of those people are kind of in it by birth. But a fair number, because, the trouble is if you do it that way, then everything gets kind of incestuous and stagnant. And so they like to bring in new blood, so to speak. And so they do invite people that are not part of this inner clique of these old mossy money families necessarily to be a part of it. And that's what happened to me. See, the way it worked, I think, this is what the spirit guides told me, is that because when I went through these Masonry and the Illuminati are like linked. And at the highest levels of Masonry is where the Illuminati begins. Though that doesn't necessarily mean that everybody who's in the Illuminati is a Freemason. That isn't always the case. But so when I started going through the degrees in the regular Grand Lodge in the state of Wisconsin, I would have spirit guides prompting me to do certain things at certain times. And those things would catch the attention of certain members of the Grand Lodge, and they would kind of, oh, he's, a little different, he's a little special. I would say certain things, or I would give certain answers to questions that would be like key words that would sort of open doorways that the average Mason in Wisconsin would never be able to open. And so by the time I got up to the shrine, and I made certain choices during my shrine initiation, which I've already kind of discussed, those definitely opened doorways to me to go and be contacted by the Illuminati.
I see. And how long were you a member of the Illuminati?
Oh, well, of course, they would say I still am. But I mean, kind of like the thing with the Catholic priesthood, they believe it's forever. But I was basically in it for maybe a year or a year and a half before. And, and there again, I kind of backed out of it very gradually. So that's kind of a nebulous time period. Because once I became a Mormon, and the funny thing is that all this stuff comes together. Because Joseph Smith, see, we're back on Mormonism again, but Joseph Smith, back in the 1840s, started a secret council of 50. And you'll never guess what the secret name of the council was.
The Illuminati?
Yes. I'm not kidding. And then someone suggested he change it, and so he changed it to the more sinister sounding Council of Yitfith, which is 50 spelled backwards. Uh-huh. This shows you the level at which this guy operated. He wasn't the brightest crayon in the box. But anyway, and you'd be amazed how many groups, like for example, the original name of the Jesuit order of the Catholic Church was Los Ilumbrados, which means the illuminated ones. The Mormons to this day have a splinter group up in, I think in either Lake Michigan or near Lake Michigan, not in Lake Michigan, obviously, that is called the Illuminati.
So how do you know that the Illuminati you were a member of was the same one that the Rothschilds and Rockefellers are members of?
The letterhead?
Oh, okay.
No, I'm kidding. Obviously the letterheads can be faked. Well, I guess the main way is because I know that the man who basically was my tutor was one of the highest level occultists in the world at the time. Ah. And he explained to me the structure of the whole thing. And it basically has been borne out by later research that I have done. But yeah, there are, if you get on the internet, like there's at least 4 or 5 different groups that say we're the Illuminati, including kind of weird, spoof groups like the Discordian Society. But yeah, I think, I can't tell for sure, but whatever I was in, it was certainly a very, very close approximation, if not the real thing.
Okay, and did people in the organisation drop names to let you know, well, so-and-so else is a member of our group?
Oh yeah, they claimed, for example, that George Bush was a member who, at that time was vice president. They claimed that many of the world leaders, I also was told who the secret people were behind the scenes, because there's what is called in the Illuminati the 9 unknown men. And basically there's one man for every continent who sort of exists as a power behind the throne and who basically calls the shots for, like, say, the President of the United States, the Prime Minister of Canada, so on. They all kind of take their marching orders for him, or else they, weren't to regret it.
I see. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Have you ever met anyone else who had a similar initiation like you did on Saturn's moons?
No. But again, I only met, the Illuminati in its basic form functions very similar, probably because they're the same source. It functioned very similar to the Communist Party used to function. Back in the 50s and 60s, there would be a cell of 3 people. And they would know each other, and only the lead person of that cell would know someone else. So I knew, 2 other people in the greater Milwaukee area who were in the Illuminati. And I didn't know really anybody else except for the man who was training me.
I see. And what is the goal of the Illuminati?
Well, essentially the goal of the Illuminati is the eradication of the Christian religion and the establishment of a one world government of philosopher kings, with naturally they themselves as supreme rulers of the world.
And how do you know that?
Because that's what that's what I was told. I mean,
right.
they have a whole cosmology, a whole worldview of history. That history proceeds in 5 stages, and that it basically moves from basically a pristine state of, kind of like a Rousseau-like, innocent savages, and then it moves gradually through various stages of patriarchy and bureaucracy until finally it disintegrates into chaos. And then from the chaos, which they believe we're now entering into, will rise like a phoenix, the Illuminati, and it will reestablish the glorious reign of Lucifer on the earth.
I see. So a lot of members of the Illuminati are rich, so how much money did you stash away while you were a member of the Illuminati?
Well, somehow I missed out on that. I didn't ever get very rich. In fact, when I was in the Illuminati, I was working, basically as either a security guard or else shoving newspapers into boxes for the Milwaukee Sentinel. So I was given to understand if I stayed with the program a while that I probably would have met some very wealthy people and so on. But of course, Yahweh kind of got me out of it before that.
I see. So were you on the inside or outside fringe? Do you have any idea where you...
Well, I was told there were 5 degrees in the Illuminati. Everything in the Illuminati is based on the law of 5s. Oh. That's why, for example, one of the main symbols of the Illuminati is this, which is the Roman numeral 5.
Ah.
It wasn't V for victory that Winnie Churchill was flashing. It was the Illuminati. That's the same sign that Richard Nixon would always use.
Oh.
And that's because both of them were Illuminists.
Why 5? What does 5 mean?
Well, 5 is, see, if you take there's all sorts of reasons for it. There's 5 extremities on the human body. 2 hands, 2 feet, and head. The pentagram. The Pentagon. See, the Pentagon is a symbol of the Illuminati. One of them. I mean, also, obviously, the all-seeing eye and the triangle is another symbol of the Illuminati, like we find on their dollar bill. But the Pentagon is one of their very key symbols. And then secondarily is the pentagram. The other reason they say is that if in Scripture, number 5 in the Hebrew Bible and even in the Christian Bible is the number of death. Like Yeshua had 5 wounds.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately also there are 23 chromosomes. And, you add 2 plus 3, you get 5.
Okay.
That's how the occult mind, see, everything is about, numerological computing. And even with Illuminism, that's why, there's no coincidence the fact that 9/11 happened on 9/11.
Or the number that we ring for the police is
Right,
911.
Right, yeah. Because the 11 is a very, very powerful number in numerology, and so is 9. In fact, 9 is the ultimate satanic number because it's the only selfish number of the primary ordinals. You know what I mean by a selfish number?
No.
It always returns to itself. This is fascinating. Let me illustrate. Let's say, and pick any number at random, like in your mathematics tables. No,
4.
9 times what? 4?
4.
That's 36, right? Mm-hmm. 3 plus 6 is 9.
Right. Okay.
9 times 9 is 81. 8 plus 1 is 9.
Okay.
9 times 8 is 72. 7 plus 2 is 9. No matter what number you multiply by 9, it will always reduce down to 9, even if you're up into like 8 or 9 digits.
So in the 911, what was the significance of the 11?
Well, see, 11 is a numerological number, meaning the beginning of a new octave. Because it's the start, in the West we have a decimal system that goes from, 0, well, basically 1 to 10 or 0 to 9, however you want to look at it. So 11 is, and of course 10 is basically the same as 1 numerologically, because 1 plus 0 is still 1. But 11 is the beginning of a whole new octave. And so to do something on the 11th day of a month is meaning this is a great new beginning. And of course, it's a great new beginning of Satan, because 9 is the ultimate number of Satan. That's why if you go to the Church of Satan meetings,
they will always ring the gong 9 times at the start. And that's why there's 9, I think there's 9 satanic affirmations. And of course, because 9 is one short of the 10 commandments.
I see.
See, all of this is very, very elaborate.
And in the Illuminati, there were 5 groups. Which
5
group
levels.
Levels.
I was in the very lowest.
Right.
So that's a very long answer to basically say that I wouldn't say I was in the outer fringe, but I was in the first degree, so I never got higher than that.
Okay. Do other members of the Illuminati have to go through all these outrageous trainings that you had to go through?
Well, again, I think the people that are in it from birth probably, in a way, have it easier, but maybe in a way not, because I know a lot of them are ritualized or whatever, So I don't really know. The 2 people that I knew were just like me. They were people that had basically been recruited out of. See, the term we used was mehums, which was short for mere humans. And basically, the typical Illuminati mindset, which unfortunately I had toward the end of my brilliant occult career, was that human beings were like cattle. They were fit to be slaughtered. And if you wanted to have a famine over there in Africa, or if you, for the purposes of some geopolitical thing, or if you wanted to, create the AIDS virus and wipe out, 500 million people with it, or, that was fine. And just like today, we think nothing of going out and shooting a bunch of deer if there's too many deer running around, or we slaughter cattle for food or whatever. Well, that's how the Illuminati look at us, because they believe they were a new, higher breed of human, because of mutations that had supposedly taken place in our brains, because of the special drugs we took, because of the special meditations we did, because of the illuminating light of Lucifer that we had all experienced. So we were above them, as far above them as human beings are above pigs.
I see.
So,
is there anything else you want to say about the Illuminati?
Well, obviously they're a very nasty bunch of people. I deeply regret my involvement in them, but I know all things work together for good. So I know Yahweh is using this to expose these things. But I guess I would just tell people that if you think the Illuminati is illusory, or like the phantom of some conspiracy nut or whatever, actually, the Bible even makes it very clear in the 2nd Psalm that there are continually conspiracies going on. And the Illuminati is just the world's oldest established floating conspiracy, to steal a line from Guys and Dolls.
Thank you. You mentioned earlier that you had attempts on your life. Roughly how many of them were physical?
Oh, I think probably somewhere between maybe 10 or 12.
Wow.
Probably 10.
And about how many were like metaphysical or spiritual attacks?
I couldn't even count that. They come almost, if not every day, at least every week. Because when you say metaphysical is a big word, it just means basically some kind of curse.
Right.
Some kind of, energetic attack of a malignant nature. And, we've learned over the years to just, every day we just pray and ask Yahweh to protect us. We put on the armor of God. We cover ourselves and our house and our family under the blood of Yeshua. And 99 out of 100 of these things don't get through. But every now and then one gets through. And I think it's just to kind of keep you humble.
Okay. Would you give us some details of some of the physical attempts on your life?
Well, I think I'd already mentioned the attempt to, poison me with stuff on my forehead. We were shot at. Of course, we had the werewolf attack.
Tell me about the shooting.
Well, just driving down the road and someone shot right through the window of the truck I was driving, and fortunately I was wearing, this is how these strange things work. I happen to have this strange fetish I like when I'm just knocking around or, not doing anything very important. I love to wear bib overalls. And so it kind of goes with my, hillbilly preacher persona, I guess. And anyway, I was driving around, I had bib overalls on, and the bullet hit the buckle on the bib overalls, which was right here.
You're kidding.
And it shattered the buckle, but, it left me with this huge bruise on my chest, but obviously it would have gone right into my heart or very near my heart. And it was just so to speak, a person driving in the opposite lane, and I just, pulled over, kind of, because it felt like someone punched me real hard in the chest.
So it was a good shot. When you said, I assumed he had a bad shot and missed you.
No.
Wow.
And then there was the interesting time that we were driving. It was a late. See, we used to live out in the country when I was out in Seattle, and it was at a 5-mile drive into town. And after work, we were driving into town. It was this 2-lane, rather twisty, turny road. We were going about 50 miles an hour. And it was raining in Seattle, naturally, and it was dark. And as we were driving along, I noticed two things. One, I noticed that there was this very tall angel-like thing standing in the road going like this.
Was he physical?
Yes. Well, it looked physical to me. It looked like a tall guy in a white robe.
How tall?
Well, it was hard to tell because he was like, maybe 100 yards away. But he looked like a pretty big dude. And then secondarily, I noticed that the headlights that were coming at me in the opposite direction looked slightly obscured. And so somebody told me, stop, jam on the brakes. So I stopped and jammed on the brakes, and I came within a foot of hitting this giant Douglas fir that someone had chopped down right onto the highway. And I felt so sorry because there's this guy behind me, and he must not have realized what was going on. He probably didn't have an angel. And he passed me. He had this nice brand new Beamer. And he went vroom right into this tree, and it just sheared off. Fortunately, it was like, how trees might fall and they're kind of off the ground because of the branches. And it sheared off the entire top of his brand new BMW sedan. But fortunately, it didn't hurt him.
But it would have hurt you because it was lower where you were.
Because it was low, and we were a taller vehicle. And we just, thanked Yahweh for that one.
Wow.
And then I mentioned the werewolf attack. And I suppose the other one that's really probably the most interesting one from the standpoint of what the power of Yahweh can do is we were out. One time my parents came out to visit us, and we were kind of showing them around. We were driving them up to Mount Rainier. I think it was actually back at that time. We were driving back from Mount Rainier around this kind of narrow 2-lane road. And all of a sudden, we're driving along, and this semi is coming at us. And he comes over deliberately into our lane. And he, how when a semi turns, it's like the rear end of him still's in the other lane because it's a big, long thing. There was no place to go. And you just have time to say, now I don't know if this was an attempt on our life or it was just some asleep driver, but obviously it would have been fatal. And I just say, my father was with me in the front seat, and Sharon was with my stepmother in the back seat. And, I just cried out to, Yahweh. And we hit, and we just went right through the semi.
Wow.
As if we were intangible.
Wow.
The semi went right through us, or we went through it, or both. It was like our molecules just sort of blended for a second. And I can remember seeing the engine of the semi as I was going through it.
Wow.
It was one of the weirder experiences of my life. And I'll never forget, the look on my father's face. Because, I don't think people in the back seat even realized what was about to happen. And he looked at me and like, I'm not going to talk about this. They never mentioned it, because it was just so far outside of my father's, because he was this nice, good old garden variety Catholic, and he wasn't used to people dematerializing semis, so, but that was a real blessing, because obviously we would have been a hood ornament, on this giant Mack truck.
You said that you began to get out of all this when a check came back from the Church of Satan with a note saying, I'll be praying for you in Jesus' name. Did you have to do anything else to get totally free of all this stuff?
Well, of course, it may not be clear from the continuity of this particular interview, but from there, we went into the Mormon church for 5 years, and Yahweh he kind of used that as my spiritual decompression chamber. Just like if you take one of those fish from way down in the depths of the ocean that's really dark and kind of evil looking, you bring it up to the surface, they just kind of blam, they explode. And they need to put in a decompression chamber. Well, the same thing was true of me. I was in pretty deep, dark stuff. And so Yahweh used the Mormon church to kind of teach me how to at least pretend to be a Christian. Because let's face it, if you're a witch, you don't care if you commit a sin, because witches don't believe in sin. And of course, Satanists really don't believe in sin. They think it's a sin not to sin. So anyway, when I finally did figure out that the Mormon church was not true, and I had prayed and given my life to Yahweh, the next step was I was kind of just sitting around reading the Bible and wasn't really sure what to do, because I still was struggling with whether or not the Mormon church was true. And I didn't have any information on that yet. So I was just kind of reading the Bible and trying to figure out what was going on. And I was we were driving to this little town of Independence, Iowa, which is near my hometown, and there was this tiny little Christian bookstore that I'd never seen before, never seen since.
Wow.
And I went into it. And I walked around the Christian bookstore while my wife was looking in a quilt store, and this book literally fell off the shelf into my arms. It was A Beautiful Side of Evil by Johanna Michelson, which I think was just brand new at that time. Excellent book. And in there, as I read the book, she talked about at the end, she was a former psychic and also a former, she was trying to be a psychic surgeon. And, the people that kind of reach into your body and pull out diseased organs and stuff with spoons or whatever. And so anyway, she talked about how at the end of her thing, after she got saved, she had to go and destroy all of her occult possessions, to burn them with fire or something like that. And so that kind of convicted me in my heart. So I went and gathered up all of my books, and that was a lot. I mean, we'd sold some of them when we moved, but a lot of books, swords, daggers, robes, incense burners, grimoires, you name it. I had like over $3,000 worth of stuff in the trunk. And I piled them in the trunk first, and I could feel like these little evil spirits saying, you don't want to do this, you don't want to do this, you're going to need these someday, don't do this, And I just tried to shut my mind to that. And then I started calling up churches, because she said, go call a pastor of a church and he'll help you with this, because it's going to be hard for you to do, which was good advice. And so I started calling churches, and they all kept hanging up on me. I didn't call any Catholic churches, but I figured they wouldn't know anything about this. But I'd call up and I'd say, hi, I'm a ex-witch and I have a whole bunch of stuff I want to burn. Can you help me? And they just click, or else I get an answering machine or something, So finally, I got a hold of, I think it was the Assembly of God pastor, and he just, praise the Lord, bring him on over. We even have a guy in our church who's a farmer, and he's got an industrial strength furnace, it'll burn anything, even you put steel in it, it'll melt, So I drove all the way over there and delivered, it was like, 8 or 10 boxes of books, and a couple of boxes of robes and assorted other things, and swords and things. And he kind of sat with me and made sure that I understood what it meant to be saved and all that. And then basically I started going to that church for a while. So that was more or less what happened. But then the other side of it was, see, that particular denomination, at least at that time, now we're talking, 20 years ago, didn't believe that a Christian could have a demon. And so they just, he's saved, glory to God, whatever, And I was still having some issues. And circumstances led me to go on my own pastor's advice to find a different church. So we went to another church, and at that church, the pastor believed a Christian could have a demon, and he was an old, seasoned pastor. The first guy had been kind of young, he was fresh out of Bible school, and he says, well, you obviously need, your wife need deliverance. And so they sat down with us, and also, another relative that we led to the Lord, and basically prayed, and we all got set free of just an enormous amount of demonic stuff. So that's often the necessity when the two things you need to do beyond salvation, that's the most important thing. But beyond salvation, the most important thing is to get rid of all of this junk, because it can have tendrils that sort of reach out to you and call you back to it, and it can also be an open doorway that'll give the devil access to come in and trouble your house. And the second thing would be probably you're going to need some sort of deliverance, and to find a church that hopefully knows what they're doing with that, and if not, you can certainly contact our ministry and we'll try and do what we can to help you. We even have a book on how to do it called Blood on the Doorpost.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned earlier that you actually have still got the Satanic Bible buried away out in your back shed or something. So how does that come in?
Well, that's the funny thing. When we were called into full-time ministry out in Seattle, because we were living in Dubuque when I got saved, the oddest thing happened. We had led this guy to the Lord who was one of our former covenant members, and he was a Satanist, and we got him saved, and all praise to Yahweh for that. And what happened is he knew we were leaving, and one morning he shows up like about 2 days before we were ready to leave, and he had a trunk full of satanic and occult books. And he says, God told me to give you these. I was going to burn them, but he said you might need them in your new ministry. And it was almost everything I'd burned, plus a few things we didn't have. Because, new books come out and all that. And so that's how I got the Satanic Bible. That's how I got, the Necronomicon and some of these other creepy books, And we prayed over them, of course. We pled the blood. And that usually destroys most of their occult power and their ability to harm. But still, unless you have a legitimate reason for them. I mean, if you're a minister or if you're a cult apologist or a deliverance minister or a pastor, you might have a legitimate reason. But if you're just some, I hate to say, normal Christian that doesn't have any of those things going on, you probably ought not have those books in your house.
I see. If someone knows someone who's involved in any of this stuff, what would you advise them to do?
Well, I mean, it depends on what level of stuff you're talking about, but in any case, don't be afraid. You need to pray for them, and kind of like I said, I think earlier, you need to pray that the spirits that are deceiving them would be prevented from doing so. You need to pray that witnessing encounters would be opened up for you to, just the person be just in the right place emotionally. Like, I had to be in the right place emotionally to finally hear the gospel, because the gospel was presented to me 5 years before I actually got saved, and I wasn't ready for it. So sometimes it's a matter of timing. And then the other thing is to pray that person would have other people come to them as you come to them with the testimony of Yeshua, and have them be credible people to him, whatever that means. I mean, it could mean, like if you're seeing a person who's a witch, maybe an ex-witch would come to them and tell them about Yeshua. Or if they're someone who's older, maybe someone who's more in their age group, someone who'd have legitimacy. Those are the key things. Now, we have resources in our ministry. Like we have a little booklet on how to witness to New Agers and occultists and witches. We have another book on how to witness to Mormons, another book on how to witness to Freemasons. And we have whole books on some of these things. So we try to have resources available to help people, because some people haven't the foggiest idea how to do it, because it is different. When you're dealing with someone who's in a false religion, whatever that religion might be, you first of all have to chip away. It's kind of like painting an old house. You have to remove the old paint before you apply the new paint to the gospel.
I see. And from your own point of view, what can Satan do to people?
Anything he wants, unless you're a Christian. I mean, he can kill you. He can fry you alive. I mean, especially if you're not born again, then he is, like the Bible says, he is a roaring lion. He came to steal, kill, and destroy. And if you're not under the blood protection of Yeshua and the Heavenly Father, then you're just, he'll deceive you, he'll destroy you, he'll do anything he can to ruin your life and make you think you're loving it every step of the way. If you're a Christian, then he's like sort of a yappy dog on a short leash. And you'd see these little yappy dogs sometimes when you're out walking, but he can't really touch you unless he has permission from the Father. And one of the things mainly that can give that permission is if you have some besetting sin in your life, or if you have occult artifacts and things in your house that might be giving an open doorway. So normally the devil has a very, very limited range of access of what he can do to Christians, unless of course you do something that's stupid.
I see. Mm-hmm. And from your own point of view, what can Yeshua do for people?
Everything. I mean, the funny thing is people get into the occult because they think they want power. They think they want to see, weird stuff, tables floating around, or people even being healed psychically or whatever. And I'll honestly tell you, I was in the occult for 16 years. I've now been a Christian for 21 years. And not just because I have, 5 more years at it. I have seen probably 10 times the wonderful things, the miracles that Yeshua can do over what I did and other people around me that I saw did in the occult. Just healings, marvelous things, with things like, when I was in the occult, I never saw someone dematerialize an entire semi. Stuff like that. And yeah, I had a few weird little things, miraculous things that happened every now and then when I was into this stuff. But nothing compared to what I've seen since I've been serving the true and living God.
Wonderful. What books and videos do you have that you recommend people look at for further research?
Well, in terms of, let's start at the beginning. In terms of Wicca, we have our book, Wicca, Satan's Little White Lie, which is, as far as I know, the only book out there that was written by a former witch from a Christian perspective, and it's basically written as an evangelistic tool to help witches get saved. We have Masonry Beyond the Light, which is, as you might imagine, written for Masons and about people who want to learn more about Masonry. We also have Mormonism's Temple of Doom, which is obviously about Mormonism. Then we have the sequel to Mormonism's Temple of Doom, which is Whited Sepulchres, which is about the architecture of the Mormon temple. Then we have Loose Liberty Throne, which is sort of Sharon's and my autobiography. And it basically gives you almost everything that's on this video, but in a book form. And then we have Space Invaders, which is written about the UFO controversy and how it's being used as a deception today in this final day. And then we have Blood on the Doorpost, which is our kind of deliverance manual, spiritual warfare manual. That some people have been kind enough to say it's like a graduate course in spiritual warfare. Additionally, we have many videos and things. Our best-selling video, the two best-selling ones are probably Exposing the Illuminati from Within, and then another one is The Medical Conspiracy. We also have videos on Masonry, on Mormonism, almost all the same things we have in our books. We have, because some people don't like to read books, they want to see, videos or DVDs. So, and then additionally we have like tracts. We have more than 60 little booklets. It's called Straight Talks on various resources like, how to witness to people. What about, things like homosexuality? What about things like, Dungeons and Dragons, stuff like that. We have more than 115 things on our website, which is www.withoneaccord.org, withoneaccord.org.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill, for this fantastic information and for all the time you've put for us. And it's just wonderful for you that you've put your life on the line like this. I'm sure that a lot of our viewers are amazed at this fantastic information as I am. And I'd like to hand it over to you to make any final comments and to finish with a prayer.
Sure. Well, first of all, I want to thank you and your husband, Michael, for the opportunity to do this, and appreciate, what you've given this opportunity, because never before has all this information been put in one resource. So that's a real blessing. But as far as closing remarks, I think what I'd like to say, first of all, I hope that none of what I've said has caused fear. Because, the spirit of fear is not of Abba Yahweh. It's of the devil. And I don't mean to cause people to be fearful, because as weird as some of these things are, as terrifying as some of these things might sound, and even maybe unbelievable, the fact of the matter is they're real, but all of them just serve to show how much greater Yahweh God is. And let me just illustrate something. When I think it was Milton wrote Paradise Lost, and he had this scene in which he portrayed the devil as this massive, huge being, the size of a continent, and just this huge, awesome being. And someone criticized him. Milton was a Christian, very devout Christian, and someone criticized him. He says, well, why have you made the devil so powerful? And he says, well, first of all, because he is, but second of all, because just think how much greater God is. Because the devil is just a creature, and think how much more awesome God is. So I want you to realize that even though some of this stuff sounds very much like the X-Files or kind of scary stuff, don't be afraid of it, unless you're not a Christian. If you're not a Christian, then yes, you need to be afraid, as the saying goes, be very afraid. Because Satan is out there, as I said a few minutes ago, he's out there to steal, kill, and destroy, and he's after not only your body, he's after your soul. And I talked about how I became a Christian, and what I would like to end this with is to just give anybody who's watching this an opportunity to do that. If you do not know for sure that you are born again, then you need to pray with me in a minute. Now you might say, well, okay, preacher, I was baptized as an infant, I go to church every day or every Sunday, whatever the case might be. Well, that's nice, but that doesn't make you a Christian. What makes you a Christian is if you believe that Yeshua, Jesus Christ, is God Almighty, that he died on the cross for your sins, and that he rose from the dead, and that it is his sacrifice alone
that saves you, not because you were baptized, not because you do good things, not because you go to church or, receive Holy Communion or something like that. None of that has to do with salvation. Some of those things might be things you do after salvation, but you're saved, the Bible says in Ephesians 2, you're saved by grace through faith, not works, lest any man should boast. So if you're trusting on your good deeds and the fact that you're a nice person to get you to heaven, I'm afraid you're lost, because you might think, well, I'm a lot nicer than this weird guy. I mean, he was drinking blood and practicing witchcraft. Well, yeah, you might be a nicer guy than I was. But if you even committed one sin in your life, you're on your way to hell unless you've prayed the prayer and meant it that I'm about to lead you through. So, and understand something. You need to be sincere in this. It's not just enough to mumble some words and then go off and think you can live like the devil. Some Christians have done that. You have to mean this, and you have to be willing to not only make Yeshua your Savior, but also to make him your Lord. So that means when you pray this prayer, you have to be serious. So I'm just going to lead you now in this prayer. It doesn't matter where you're at. You don't have to be in a church to pray like this. You can pray this. When I was saved, I prayed at the foot of my bed. And that worked just as well as being in some big fancy church. So anyhow, I want you to just follow me in this prayer. And I just want you to just mean this with all your heart. Lord Yeshua, Jesus, I come to you now. I know that I'm a sinner. I know that I have made mistakes in my life. I ask you, Lord Jesus, Yeshua, to save me from my sins. I ask you, Lord Yeshua, to be the Lord of my life. I confess that Yeshua died on the cross for my sins. I confess that he rose from the dead to give me eternal life. Please save me from my sins and be the Lord and Master of my life. Also, Lord Yeshua, please help me to follow your commandments and to keep your law and to stay as close to you as possible throughout my life. In Yeshua's mighty name, I pray. Amen. Okay, now, if you prayed that prayer and you really meant it, then that means, and you've never obviously done it before, it means that you are now born again. And that was the most important decision you can ever make. Now, what you need to do is start, getting a hold of a Bible. We recommend the King James Bible very strongly because it's the easiest one to find and it's the most powerful one to read. You need to find a good church where the Bible is preached. And if you have any questions about these sorts of things, please contact us. We have literature, free literature we can send you to start you on your walk as a newborn believer in Yeshua. So, thank you, and I'd like to end with the blessing that Yahweh God gave to Moses back when the nation of Israel was first started. May Yahweh God bless and keep you. May he make his face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. May Yahweh lift up his countenance upon you and give you shalom. In the name of Yeshua HaMoshiach, Jesus Christ. Amen.